The story begins with our protagonist Kyle Salterian waking up in a new world. He appears in the virtual reality game called Fantasy Defense. Our hero is the youngest son of the prestigious swordsman family, the Salterian Marquis. He's one of the characters from the Salterian family who are involved in major game events. But during the event involving the main character, he gets beaten up badly and ends up dying beautifully after one blow from a million summoned by a villain. This character got taken out after one hit from either of his opponents, and from that moment, it was clear that he'd have a problem in this new world. The craziest part of the whole thing is that this young character he ended up being stuck with isn't even a main character in the fantasy game. It turns out that he's just an extra, so I guess we're about to see what happens in the life of a protagonist who's not actually a main character. Our hero wakes up from some kind of dream and decides to check out what he looks like now that he's in the body of Kyle Salterian. The gamer rushes to the mirror the moment he regains consciousness, and he looks pretty excited to see the character's face, but it doesn't take too long for a wave of disappointment to hit him the longer he stares at the face. He's intrigued by how realistic the game character looks, from the luscious white hair to his bright blue eyes. Sure, the physical appearances are great, but that's not the most important thing in a game like this. So, our hero decides to do a little investigation to check just how efficient this new body is. He wants to be sure that this isn't some kind of dream, so he starts by pinching his cheeks a little, and he immediately confirms this with the feeling that follows. He screams in pain and lets go of his face as fast as he can. Apparently, his cheeks are already throbbing red just from the pressure he applied while pinching, so he's certain that this can't be a dream. If it was, he would feel the pain. Now that it's absolutely clear he's in the fantasy game, he takes a moment to let it all sink in. For a moment, he's speechless and just continues to stare at the mirror, and after pondering on the situation for a while, he finally opens his mouth to speak, asking himself how any of this is even possible. Right now, our boy is pretty frustrated because he can't understand how an elite gamer like him would be given such a feeble-looking character. Let's take things back from the top a bit. The guy who just found himself in Kyle Salterian's body is actually Lee Hyun-woo in the real world, and he's also the highest-ranked player in the game. That's right, our protagonist is the #1 in the world of fantasy defense, and that's a really big deal, so the fact that he has now possessed such a worthless character just doesn't sit right with him. He's so pissed about it so much that he can't help but freak out and lose his shit. Fantasy Defense, as the name implies, is a fantasy defense game, and in this story, it's taken the world by storm. It's a virtual reality game that would eventually become a huge hit worldwide in the year 2030. It had such a devilish difficulty level that no one had managed to clear it even after 10 years of being released and played by everybody. Despite the fact that the game was practically impossible to finish, it didn't stop people from playing it. This was because its devilish charm and addictive nature kept people glued to it, and as such, it just kept growing even more popular. Fantasy Defense game has a special way of working. Based on how you played and completed quests, players earn points in the global rankings. Rare quests and items significantly increase the player's score, and as you can imagine, this became a big deal for many of the fantasy defense gamers. For 10 years in the real world, our protagonist had been immersed in the virtual reality game, and in that time, he mastered everything, from rare magic circles to legendary crafting combinations. Because of this, he was one of the few players that were able to amass an overwhelming score. Lee Hyun-woo ended up reaching a score of 950,000 in the game, and it's safe to say he was the best player in the game. With his amazing armor and sword back then, he was truly a living legend of the virtual reality game, Fantasy Defense. Our boy was the top-ranked global player and second to nobody else. That was the life of Lee Hyun-woo. Unfortunately, that's no longer his life, because now, he's being forced to accept his new fate as a nobody in Fantasy Defense. From being the #1 in the world to possessing a weak character like Kyle Salterian, as far as he's concerned, this kid is not good enough for him to use, so he just groans continually as he wallows in misery. Even the main protagonist with the best talents couldn't clear the game, so he wonders how he is even supposed to survive in this world now that he's been given such a weak avatar to play with. Besides the kid being physically weak, Lee Hyun-woo also knows exactly what happens to the character in this game. Our boy has played Fantasy Defense so many times that he clearly remembers Kyle Salterian's fate, and from the sound of things, it's not a good one. The final goal in this virtual reality game is to stop the forces of darkness, and the one who summoned these dark forces is the second son of the Salterian family, who goes by the name Adolf. In an attempt to usurp the head of the Salterian family, the second Sion seeks the power of darkness in order to start a rebellion. His plan works, and in the end, the Salterian territory becomes a base for the dark forces, who have coveted human lands. In the chaos, the incompetent and powerless Kyle Salterian ended up getting killed, and this is why our protagonist is really upset that he got this character. After recalling those events, Lee Hyun-woo figures that he could probably avoid meeting such an end by leaving the territory before the rebellion starts, since that's the only way out. The kid flops down on the bed at this point, still feeling really disappointed, and that's when he realizes that there's even a bigger problem. It turns out that the rebellion isn't the only thing that could end up killing Kyle Salterian, since the character has a really strange disease called Hermimue. Our boy stares at his hand as he thinks about this, and that's when we get to find out what this disease is all about. Hermimu is a disease where the mana channels inside the body are blocked. In this world, mana is the source of both aura and magic, and it also provides essential energy for survival. However, those with blocked mana channels exist and they are known as Hermimu patients. This set of people cannot receive the nutrients needed for life and growth, and as a result, most of them die before they even get to 20 years of age. Being an expert in this game, Lee Hyun-woo knows what the cure to this disease is. The only cure from Hermimu is to absorb mana from nature into the body, but since the channels are blocked in the first place, absorbing mana is practically impossible. In other words, this means that being diagnosed with Hermimu is like receiving a death sentence. Our protagonist remembers how Kyle Salterian fell into despair in the original story when he was diagnosed with the disease at a young age. The fear of death, the anxiety about how little time he had left to live, and the frustration of being unable to fight back all overwhelmed the white-haired boy. All of these feelings ended up having their own side effects, and eventually, the young boy became twisted. The pressure and depression got to him, causing him to act differently, and it didn't take long for him to be labeled a disgrace to the family. We get to some scenes of what Kyle's life turned into. He started to treat the servants badly and was extremely hostile and ill-mannered to everybody, which caught the attention of his father. His old man didn't take his behavior lightly, so he ordered the young boy to stay in his room and reflect on his actions. As you can imagine, that didn't work out too well, so in the end, Kyle's father, the head of the Salterian family, confined him to an annex. During his time in isolation, the boy only became worse. His hatred and frustration grew even more because he felt that everyone thought he was just a joke. He felt that they all looked down on him, and this made him even more bitter than he already was. In the flashback scene, the furious boy loses control and throws a tantrum. He flings the chair across the room and vents out his frustration as he wishes death upon everyone in his family. At this point, you can tell that the boy has gone absolutely crazy, and the twisted look on his face proves that. After recalling the story of Kyle Salterian, Lee Hyun-woo's disappointment increases. Our protagonist is dumbfounded when the reality of his limitations hit him a second time. As far as he's concerned, this guy is being hopeless, and this isn't even the first time he's saying this, because even in the game, he always felt that Kyle Salterian was a lost cause. The kid is so rotten that even his terminal illness isn't enough to make Lee feel sorry for him at all. Right now, it's pretty clear that our hero is going to have a hard time in the game, and he's already accepted that fate, but he's still determined to salvage whatever he can. As such, he starts by assessing the situation again. The first fact is that the guy is possessed. Kyle is the youngest son of the Marquis, but the family is doomed. Another important thing to note is that the boy has no talent in swordsmanship or magic. On top of that, he has no life expectancy because his terminal illness suggests that he'll die before getting to 20 years of age. Next, he has a terrible personality and the worst reputation in the entire virtual reality game. Kyle is also confined to isolation by his own father, the head of the Salterian family. After pointing out all of this, it dawns on our boy once again that he's actually doomed. The protagonist holds his head and concludes that he'll most likely die whether he stays or runs. Right now, he's convinced that he just can't win in this situation because the odds are all against him. Nothing even seems to be in his favor, so he wonders how he's even supposed to survive in this world with all these terrible stats piled up in one character. To him, it should be normal to at least get some kind of cheat ability when one reincarnates. He expects that he should have a status window or something of that sort at the very least, but he can't see anything like that right now, so he just gets frustrated once again. While he's still busy grumbling and lamenting about how useless Kyle Salterian is, something strange happens all of a sudden. A bright light shines from behind him, so he turns around to check out what it is, and that's when he's stunned by the sight before him. Our boy sees several glowing balls floating around him, and his curiosity piques immediately because he's never seen anything like it. He wonders what it is and touches one of the glowing balls, knowing that he never had anything like this before. As soon as he touches the ball, it reacts, sending bright rays of light and energy throughout the room, which leaves our hero in shock. He has no idea what's going on, and while he's still staring at the light in a daze, a window pops up right in front of him. The first window shows a message informing him that he's awakened, and the next message reveals that 2 new talents have been granted to him. The system informs him that the status window has also been unlocked, and on top of that, our boy finds out that he can now use Incite during his journey in the virtual world. The system reveals that Incite will be automatically activated, and our boy is absolutely stunned to see that the features he's been desperately hoping for are finally here. He sits on his bed with his status window popped up right in front of him. There, his name and age are displayed, confirming that he's 13 years old. The 2 new talents are also on display, revealing that he now has mana-sensitive Incite as well as a body without a pathway. The protagonist smiles when he sees all of this because it's starting to look like his character might not be as useless as he initially thought. He notices the status window and is immediately eager to check it out. However, he's immediately confused when he sees that he's been given mana pathways. He also sees that he now has the mind's eye as a talent, and this allows him to see detailed specs. However, he doesn't really understand what the mana pathways are because he's never seen a talent like that before. Judging from the name, it seems related to magic. But from what he knows about the game, the best magic talent is supposed to be Mana Companion. As a result of this, his intuition tells him that this new talent is probably even more extraordinary than the Mana Companion talent. Our boy believes that it is a top-tier talent, and now that Kyle Salterian has been given such a unique skill, he's confident that the boy will no longer be stopped so easily the way he was in the original storyline. With excitement laced all over his face, he continues to dwell on the feeling which tells him that this new skill is going to be even better than the already famous Mana Companion. After all, it only makes sense that the creators of the game would add it to make it the new best talent. With all of this in mind, the protagonist begins to check out what the Mana pathway is all about. The glowing energy flows in his palm for a bit and then suddenly seeps into his body and enters his bones. He's shocked when this happens, but it only makes him even more confident that it is a top-tier ability. The reason he's so convinced about this is the fact that he could never see things like this before, even when he had a Mana Companion. Right now, what he's seeing looks to be pure Mana energy itself, and he's certain that it's going to help him a lot. Our hero watches the bright glowing energy flow through his body. He realizes that he will finally be able to make mana flow throughout his body, but that is only if he manages to absorb it properly. With this in mind, he decides to give it a try and quickly realizes that according to his will, the energy inside the glowing balls breaks through. As Kyle watches the energy seep into his arm, a blue glowing ring appears around his forearm. He commands the power to move up his arm, and it does immediately according to his will. He then commands the energy to pierce his body, and it also works in the blink of an eye. When Kyle realizes this, he orders the power to shape mana as sharp as a drill, and of course, it happens as soon as he orders it. The energy within his arm takes the shape of a drill and starts to move upward. When our boy sees this, he's so excited because it actually worked. It's like a miracle because he just managed what was considered impossible for many years. He's now making the mana to flow, and he's absolutely astounded even though it's only up to his elbow for now. However, he's confident that if he's able to keep gathering the man and open the path, then he'll be able to overcome Hermamu's barriers for good. Our boy is very positive about all of this, and for the first time since he awakened in the virtual world, he's able to confidently say that he won't die. Some time later, we get to see some other characters in the story. Kyle lives in the mansion of his father, the Marquis, and so it's not much of a surprise when we get introduced to some of the maids in the manor. They're currently in the dining hall, and one of them places a plate of food down on the table, telling the others that it's finally done. As you can imagine, this food is for the white-haired boy who's currently in his room. The first maid, named Ursula, suggests taking the food to Kyle Salterian quickly before it gets cold, but the others tell her not to take the food to the young master like that. The three maids are pretty much identical thanks to their stature and uniforms. The only things that tell them apart are their hair and eye color, which are matching for some reason. Ursula is the one with black hair, while her two colleagues have blue and green hair respectively. Seeing the look of confusion on Ursula's face, the green-haired maid reveals that they've decided to stop serving Lord Kyle for a while as a protest against his behavior. They believe that the young master's way of thinking will change after he goes hungry for a few days. With that being said, they order Ursula to put the soup down immediately. The blue-haired one agrees with this place, but Ursula is so shocked when she hears this. She can't imagine being so cruel as to starve a 13-year-old boy who isn't even her child, so she tells the others to do whatever they want and insists that she'll do her job. As you can imagine, the others feel offended when she tries to oppose them. The green-haired one seems to be the mastermind behind the whole thing because she's particularly enraged by the fact that Ursula is trying to be the only one acting all noble. She's so mad that she slaps the tray of food out of Ursula's hand to make sure that she doesn't disobey them. Ursula's orange eyes stare down at the broken tray and spilled food in horror. She can't believe what just happened, and her cruel colleague just mocks her, asking her if she still thinks she's a noble. At this point, Ursula just remains silent. She's obviously not the confrontation type because she doesn't even say a word. Seeing how scared and embarrassed Ursula is, the mean maid continues to yell at her, asking her why she thinks she can act so arrogantly after her family fell and she was sold as a slave to the Marquis. The green-haired one continues to flip out so much that her partner in crime starts trying to calm her down. Ursula just keeps staring at the mess maid, looking like she's about to cry. When she doesn't say anything, the cruel maid tries to conclude that she's just ignoring them, so she gets even more annoyed and tries to raise her hand on the poor girl. Just when she's about to land a mean slap on the quiet maid, a higher authority in the Marquis house interrupts them by entering the room. He asks what all the commotion is for, and his sharp voice sends all the maids into shock, especially the cruel one. The blue-haired partner in crime is terrified by the man's presence, and the wicked maid realizes that she's about to be in a lot of trouble. She stares at Sir Leonhard in shock because he's like the last person she expected to walk into the kitchen. The accomplice asks the noble man why he's even in the kitchen and pretends like she doesn't know what's going on. The blonde young man assesses the environment and immediately figures that the scoundrels were bothering her again, which makes him very upset. His green eyes glare at the troublemakers because he's already angry that the meal is quite late. As such, he orders that Ursula prepare the food again and take it to the young master quickly. The black-haired girl gets right to it and rushes into the kitchen to clean the mess. Once she's out of sight, Sir Leonhard turns his gaze to the troublemakers and shoots death glares at them. Elsewhere, our boy continues to check out his new talents. He starts with the incite and the mana blockage. By using these two talents, he believes that he might be able to change the fate of the fallen Marquis family. Our boy's been playing fantasy defense for a decade now, and so he has information that it's like foresight for him. On top of that, he was born with great power and wealth like a Marquis family, so it's like an added advantage to him because now he feels that it's not impossible to block the forces of darkness. With this in mind, he gets really excited, knowing that he's got a fighting chance, but first, he concludes that he needs to focus on three main tasks. First, he'll have to clear the mana channels, overcome Hermimu's barrier, and learn magic. Since mana blockage is specialized in magic, it makes sense for him to become a mage this time around rather than a knight. Secondly, he'll need to prevent the downfall of the Marquis family, because the better the family does, then the better he'll do too. The Salterian Marquis family is strong in reputation, skill, and wealth, so he's convinced that this will be a strong shield for him. Plus, since the territory is on the outskirts, then he won't need to worry about the capital's politics. And finally, the third task he'll need to focus on, which is also the most important one, is the fact that he will need to gather even more talents. The kid throws several chess pieces on his bed to show just how tactical he's being right now. To prepare for the Dark Force's major assault in the coming years, Kyle believes that he'll use Incite to select people with potential and make them his. That way, they will become reliable forces and allies for him. By building such strength, he will definitely survive, and he's sure of this. To gather talents, the young hero decides that he should start by looking close by. After all, it's better to recruit near him first. Since it's the Salterian Marquis family, he knows that she should probably start with Leonhardt. He was a useful tank and PC after all. While he's still thinking about all of this, his thoughts are suddenly interrupted when someone calls his name. It's Ursule, who's come with his meal. The shy maid informs him that she's brought his food and timidly waits at the door for him to answer before entering. The moment he hears her voice, a strange feeling comes over him. He senses something special about the girl and starts trying to remember her name. The girl sets the food on the table while he's still racking his brain, and in that moment, his insight is suddenly activated. Once that happens, the system informs him that the target he's thinking about is a low-ranked character. The insight probes the essence of the individual, and as all of this information pops up on the status window, Kyle is really shocked. The kid is amazed because he suddenly realizes that he can use his insight talent to see other people's information, and not just his. On his status window, he can see that Ursule is 12 years old, and he can also see that her talents include the eternal friend of spirits as well as household chores. Her traits are being cool-headed and diligent, and her affection level is currently 30. Seeing all of this, our boy realizes just how crazy it is. He can literally see through people with a single glance, and that's an insane power to have. As he goes through the information on his screen, he's taken aback by something there. Apparently, her eternal friend of spirits talent is not just some regular skill. Kyle is intrigued by this because it's actually a top-tier spirit summoning talent, and the girl probably doesn't even know she possesses such power. The boy is amazed by this to the point that he just keeps staring at her in awe. He can't believe what he just found out about her, and as such, he's left speechless. Ursule is understandably confused when the young master starts staring at her like that, so she gets nervous and tries to distract him. She manages to escape the awkward moment almost immediately by telling him to enjoy his meal. Hearing this, the young master instantly snaps out of his daze, realizing that he was probably making her uncomfortable by staring for so long. As such, he quickly takes his food from her, and the shy maid immediately turns around to take her leave. As she walks out the room, Kyle can't help but wonder what the girl is all about. He can't understand why a girl who has the talent to become a genius spirit summoner would be working as a maid in a place like this. It doesn't make any sense to him, and so he just remains lost in thought while Ursule stands by the door waiting for him to finish his meal. At this point, we're about to get a little more information about this young lady because all of a sudden, we're taken back 1 year to the night where Ursule's life changed. In this scene, a masked party is underway. All the attendees and even the hosts are wearing masks to hide their identities. An auction is about to go down, and the host informs all the wealthy guests that they have a very special item for sale. The man with the red mask claims that it's something the guests won't easily see anywhere else, claiming that they barely managed to get it themselves. Among the wealthy attendees, Kyle is seated with his usual grumpy demeanor. The boy folds his arms and crosses his legs, feeling extremely bored, like he'd prefer to be anywhere else in the world. Thankfully, the talking is about to end because the host claims that he's about to show them the special item he's got for sale. Surprisingly, he suddenly presents a girl, revealing that she's the third daughter of the fallen Baron Helheim family. Yep, that's right, Ursule was actually born to a noble family. The host reveals that this is what makes her so special, claiming that the girl is well-mannered and smart because she is a noble of fallen status. With that being said, he urges the guests to stay placing their bids. The first bidder offers 50 gold and immediately gets outbid by another person ready to pay 70 gold. Of course, it doesn't end there since someone at the back has got 90 gold to spare for the beautiful young lady. Everyone in the room seems to be very interested in the young lady on stage because they just keep outbidding each other. It turns out that Kyle didn't come here alone, and that makes a lot more sense since a 12-year-old shouldn't even be allowed to be in such an environment by themselves. Sir Leonhard actually came with him to the place, and now that they've started bidding for the young girl, he suggests that it's time to leave since he feels that slave auctions are not worth watching. Unfortunately, his words fall on deaf ears because Lord Kyle Salterian suddenly makes a bid of 300 gold to shut everyone else up. Everyone in the room is stunned, including Sir Leonhard, who can't believe what he just heard. The blonde man immediately starts feeling nervous, so he quietly tries to stop him. But unfortunately, it's too late for that already, because nobody else in the room can afford anything higher. And just like that, the young girl from the Helheim family gets sold to Lord Kyle for 300 gold. When Sir Leonhard sees what's about to happen, he yells at the young master, asking him if he's really planning to buy a slave. As you can imagine, the rude boy just ignores him while the host asks the audience if any of them wants to bid higher. Unfortunately, they all remain silent, and Kyle stands up to go receive his prize. His guardian keeps trying to discourage him, reminding him that his father will not be happy when he finds out. At this point, Kyle gets mad, so he snaps at Leonhard, telling the man to stop nagging him. He then states that he's going to spend his money however he likes, and at this point, the guardian doesn't know what else to say. The boy claims that his father doesn't care about him or what he does, so he sees nothing wrong with buying a slave. That being said, he gets up and walks to the stage while Leonhard just watches him helplessly. Just like that, Kyle goes to receive his prize, and to show just how scary the kid used to be, he looks the terrified girl dead in the eye and tells her that she belongs to him henceforth. Once they're outside the twisted establishment, Kyle takes the chains off of Ursiel's hands, and this is really shocking if you ask me. The metal cuffs and chains fall to the ground, and the poor girl can't believe her eyes. She stares at her palms as she tries to process what just happened. She's no longer bound, and Kyle confirms it by telling her that she's now free. He assures her that she's no longer a slave and explains that this is because he bought her with his money. As such, he has the right to free her, and that's exactly what he's just done. Kyle Salterian tells Ursiel that she can now go wherever she wants, and Sir Leonhard looks really proud of the young master. After setting the young girl free, Kyle turns around and starts walking away with his guardian. The flame-eyed girl watches them walk away and thinks about what he just said. She seems confused when he tells her to go wherever she wants because she probably doesn't have where to go. She also figures that this is most likely the last time she'll see the white-haired boy, so she calls out to him. Puzzled by everything going on, she reminds the young master of what he told her inside. He told her that she belongs to him, and she clearly took that very seriously. Our boy turns around to hear what she has to say, and that's when she tugs on his sleeve, claiming that she wants to follow him. The poor girl probably doesn't have anywhere else to go or anyone she can call family. Kyle sees the fear in her eyes, and as much as he's reluctant to take her home, he knows that she's helpless right now. As such, he doesn't tell her to follow him home, and he doesn't send her away. He simply gives her a choice, telling her to do whatever she wants, and as you already know, she chose to follow him, and that's why she's a maid in his house now. It's also probably the same reason she refused to conspire against him with the other maids. The scene finally comes to an end, and our boy realizes that what he just watched is from Kyle's memory. At this point, he realizes that the reason Ursiel became a maid for the Marquis family was because Kyle took her in when she was about to be sold as a slave after her family's downfall. Thinking about all of this just makes our boy realize that the girl went through so much at such a young age. At the moment, the protagonist is starting to understand that he has indeed truly merged with the young master, considering that he's even feeling the emotions Kyle and toward Ursiel. It was also vivid. They both share the feeling of being abandoned by the world with no control over fate. While thinking about this, Kyle gobbles down the food she brought for him, and he seems to be enjoying it a lot. After a while, he finally asks her if she made the meal herself. He can't hold the excitement in anymore, so he asks if she cooked, and of course, the maid quickly confirms that she made the food herself and rushes to check if something is wrong with it. In response, the young master simply admits that the meal is delicious, and then he commends her on being a really good cook. With that being said, he tells her to make it for him again next time, and this catches her off guard. She probably hasn't received a compliment in ages, so when Kyle says these words to her, she's taken aback. As such, she agrees to prepare the meal for him again, and in that same moment, our boy senses that her affection just rose to 35. This figure isn't satisfactory to our protagonist, who feels that the affection score should be much higher since Kyle Salterian and the young lady had such a dramatic first encounter. But then again, he remembers that the young master has been a pain in the butt for everyone, and after witnessing that delinquent behavior of his, it's a miracle that she even has any affection for him at all. Our protagonist remembers that in the original game story of Fantasy Defense, there was no spirit mage NPC named Ursiel. She must have been caught in the internal rebellion of the Marquis family and died before her talents as a spirit mage could truly bloom. But this time, our hero refuses to let that happen. He refuses to let such a valuable talent slip away right before his eyes. With all of this in mind, he finally asks the girl if she ever thought about learning spirit magic. The maid is surprised when he asks her about this, so he tells her that he thinks she might have some talent for it. Ursula is speechless when she hears this and reveals that she never imagined she would have any talent for spirit magic. This is really surprising to the young master, so he feels that she's never encountered spirit magic even in her family home. Spirit magic is known to be particularly expensive, so he figures that it's probably something a lower-ranked noble family couldn't afford to educate her in. With this in mind, he decides that he'll have to take care of that later. He suggests that she should start thinking about it because she's going to learn it. The girl tries to protest, but Kyle Salterian tells her that there's no option to refuse. The young master walks up to her with a big smile on his face and gently tells her that she has to follow his words. He informs her that she's his person now, and when she hears this, the affection level goes up all the way to 50, so she finally agrees. A few days later, we see that our boy is having a little argument with his guardian, Sir Leonhardt. The two men face off in an intense staring contest as Leonhardt stands in the young master's way. After a while, Kyle gets so pissed that he tells the guy to move aside, but the knight refuses. Apparently, our boy is trying to leave his room when he's still supposed to be confined there. Sir Leonhardt has been given the task of keeping him in the room. Kyle complains about being locked in there for many days, and now he's starting to think that his isolation might last forever. In response, the knight informs him that he can't go outside until the master gives permission. Sir Leonhardt reminds the young boy what the master said, and at this point, our boy takes a second to think about it properly. The young delinquent had caused so much trouble that his own father, the leader of the Marquis, felt he had no choice but to confine him to his room. However, this protagonist feels that there's not much time left. He feels that he needs to go outside as soon as possible because there's mana particles scattered all over the place waiting for him to absorb. Since discovering that he could open up the mana channels, he's been absorbing the mana inside his room every day. Even though it wasn't enough mana to open up the channels all at once like the first day, it accumulated in his body like experience points in the game. On top of that, his physical condition gradually improved. But this is nowhere near enough to cure Hermimu, so he needs to go outside and gather even more mana. With this in mind, he informs his guardian that he would like to go out so he can gather mana. He tells Leonhardt that he won't be going too far, but the knight doesn't seem to care. Kyle claims that he's only going out for a short walk around the mansion. The young master claims that he needs to exercise. As you can imagine, this is a really strange thing for the knight to hear him say because he's probably never heard the boy say such a thing. He's so confused, but he also admits that it's the first time he's ever given such a constructive reason. Hearing this, the grumpy kid feels a bit offended, so he starts throwing a tantrum, wondering what the knight takes him for. He raises his voice all of a sudden but quickly calms down, knowing that it won't really do him any good. The knight is so confused by what he just heard, and a wave of realization hits our protagonist. He realizes that his reputation has been terrible for so long that his trust level is now 0. Nevertheless, he's still determined to go outside and gather more mana, so he's already thinking of a way to convince the knight. He never imagined that the guy would be such an impenetrable wall, and he's come to the conclusion that Leonhardt is impossible to reason with. We've been hearing a lot about Leonhardt, so now let's find out who he really is. The knight is currently Kyle Salterian's bodyguard, but originally, he was a famous character from fantasy defense with excellent skills in both defense and offense. The swordsman also has very high potential and could be developed into a captain-level knight in this world. This guy served as a tank in parties, and he was also highly popular among players because of his loyalty trait, which ensured that he would never betray you. In the original game, after the downfall of the Marquis family, he becomes a wandering knight and can be recruited by the players. But right now, since the Second Son's rebellion hasn't happened yet, Leonhardt is still naturally at the Marquis Salterian mansion. To think that such a talented person is being wasted as the babysitter of a delinquent like Kyle, our protagonist can't help but wonder what the Salterian Knight Order is even doing. He sighs in disappointment, before finally asking the bodyguard what he's doing here. In response, the knight asks him if he has a problem being Kyle's bodyguard, and just like that, he notices that Leonhardt's affection for him has dropped by 60. Our boy starts to panic when he sees this, so he nervously explains that he doesn't have a problem, stating that the knight is too talented for a job like this. Leonhardt shows a reaction which suggests that he completely understands, and then reveals that he just follows the master's orders. Hearing this, our boy finally understands that Leonhardt's loyalty isn't to Kyle but Kyle's father, the Master Rimton Saltarian. It all starts to make more sense to him, since it is very unlikely that anyone would be loyal to a delinquent like him. Regardless of the knight's loyalty, he refuses to stay locked up in a room, so he tells Leonhardt to convince his father otherwise. Hearing this, the bodyguard suddenly feels that there's something different about Kyle. Leonhardt is reluctant to answer because he's still trying to understand what's actually going on with the young master. Meanwhile, our boy already has a plan. He believes that Leonhardt will be his as long as he catches his eye. After all, Kyle's second project for recruiting talent is the knight in question. The young master excitedly informs Leonhardt of his mission to recruit talents and asks the knight if he'll help out. The white-haired boy asks for help, and the bodyguard is just dumbfounded because he notices that Kyle's attitude is just different somehow. The young master has been nothing but trouble for a while now, so Leonhardt is suspicious. So much so that he asks Kyle what he's scheming. Of course, our boy isn't actually scheming anything, so this question makes him realize just how much they don't trust him anymore. Anyway, he's determined to regain that trust, so he tells the bodyguard that his thoughts just changed after being in his room for so long. The knight doesn't seem to be buying this story, so our hero figures that he'll have to do a lot more to convince him. He starts by telling Leonhard of his newfound desire to live a long life. This statement takes the swordsman by surprise because it's like the last thing he ever expected the young master to say. As far as he's concerned, Kyle gave up on everything else in life because of the incurable Hermimu disease, so for him to say something like that sounds pretty unbelievable. The boy is predicted to die before the age of 20. He lacks magical talent as well as swordsmanship. On top of that, he's the youngest child, which means that he doesn't stand a chance of inheriting the family. These were all the things that Leonhard told Ramtan Saltarian when he was assigned to watch over the boy. But Kyle's father insisted that the knight guard the boy. After giving the knight this assignment, the Marquis of Saltarian asks if Leonhard resents him, and the young man responds by admitting what an honor it is for him to protect a direct disciple of the Marquis family. As such, the knight vows to fulfill his duties faithfully, and Ramtan is pleased by his loyalty, stating that this is the exact reason he wants him by Kyle's side. The nobleman reveals that he doesn't trust anyone else to protect Kyle, and for this reason, he saddles Leonhard with the responsibility of protecting his youngest son. Being the loyal knight he is, Leonhard accepts the duty and promises to obey the Marquis diligently. Back in the present, Kyle is still trying to convince Leonhard to let him go outside, claiming that he needs to exercise in order to be healthy so that he can live long too. Our boy insists that his father will understand if Leonhard presents the matter to him like that, and just when he tries to run out again, the knight stops him in his tracks once again. The blonde bodyguard reminds him that he can train indoors as well, and this frustrates the protagonist. The knight is way too stubborn and he can't take it anymore, so he snaps at Leonhard, telling him to move aside because he needs to go out and gather more mana cores. Kyle stares the tall knight dead in the eye, showing no fear, and even Leonhard is taken aback by the aura he senses all of a sudden. It's now very obvious that something is different about the young master, but even so, he refuses to budge. The bodyguard insists that the Marquis order is absolute, reminding the kid that it applies to him as well. However, he lets the boy know that he'll have to get past him if he really wants to go outside, and with that being said, Kyle realizes that the big guy means business. Our boy can suddenly sense a strange killing intent coming off the knight, so he calls out the bodyguard for using such a move on a child just for overstepping. If the protagonist was really 13 years old, then he would have probably wet himself in fear and collapsed on the spot. As such, he decides to teach the knight a little lesson. The guy is so confident that he can't get past, so he tells Leonhard to keep his word and immediately uses magic to transport himself out of the room. Just like that, he walks past the bodyguard and taunts him, asking him what he thinks about it. Now that Kyle is finally outside again, he's so relieved to breathe the refreshing air. He doesn't even know how long it's been since he was outside, and even though it's just the garden near the annex, he feels so free. The night sky is also really beautiful tonight, and more than anything, he's very happy to see the mana particles floating around and waiting for him to absorb them. Without wasting any time, he gets right to it, hopping all over the place in his attempt to devour all of them. Leon can't see the floating mana particles, so he just assumes that the boy is happy to be outside when Kyle starts jumping around the garden. But right now, that's not even his biggest concern. The knight still has no idea how the boy used magic just now because he knows that Kyle hasn't trained in mana or aura. He also doesn't understand how the boy handled the pressure of his killing intent, and when the protagonist notices how rattled the bodyguard is, he's not surprised. Physically, Kyle may be a 13-year-old who's never been in a fight, but mentally, he's a veteran who has survived countless virtual wars for a decade in the virtual game. Fantasy Defense is famous for its realistic descriptions, so our hero has become desensitized to those edge-of-your-seat life or death moments. He's no longer moved by horrific sights or piles of corpses, or even being drenched in blood. As such, killing intent is just like a little scare tactic to him. It's way too easy. Anyway, he's done absorbing mana particles for the day, and once he feels it's enough, he figures that he can use them to open more mana channels later. Kyle is so happy that he forced his way out, but Leonhard is currently planning to request punishment from the Marquis for his actions. The boy is taken aback by this, so the knight admits that it was wrong of him to use killing intent on the one he serves, even though he was only trying to follow his master's orders. Hearing this, the young master informs him that none of that will be necessary, but if he insists on reporting himself, then Kyle asks him to make it clear that he doesn't wish for his bodyguard to be punished. Long story cut short, Leonhard reports himself to the Marquis, but the man is shocked to hear that his youngest son doesn't wish to punish his subordinate. He knows how mean Kyle can be, so it's really hard to believe the boy would let anyone off the hook like that. The knight confirms this and admits that even he couldn't believe his own eyes. He also reveals that he was in shock when the young master calmly faced his killing intent. The Marquis is puzzled as well because a boy like Kyle shouldn't be able to withstand the killing intent of an expert like Leonhard. As such, he asks the bodyguard to tell him what his son was doing in the garden afterward. After a brief pause, the knight reluctantly reveals that the boy meditated, knowing that it is the last thing anyone would have imagined. The story continues, and we're taken back to the scene where our boy was meditating. Leonhardt walks up to the young master to check up on him, and that's when he sees what the boy is doing. He's shocked that the boy even knows how to meditate, and this when Kyle opens his eyes. In response, the white-haired boy reveals that his father taught him swordsmanship when he was younger. He explains that this was also when he learned how to meditate. Unfortunately, he had to quit shortly after he was taught because he learned that he had no talent for it. The blonde bodyguard is speechless when he hears this, because he's still trying to process what he just heard. While he's still thinking, Kyle interrupts his thoughts and reveals that he always makes sure no one is near him while he's meditating. He doesn't like to be disturbed because it would disrupt his focus, and of course, when the bodyguard hears this, he immediately understands the situation and then instantly backs off. Anyway, the flashback scene ends here, and Leonhardt informs the Marquis that the young master didn't even move once after that. He explains that the boy meditated in that same spot for 6 hours straight without interruption. Renton is absolutely shocked when he hears this. He can't believe that his son stayed there for 6 hours and not 6 seconds. The bodyguard confirms that it was indeed 6 hours, and at this point, the Marquis begins to ponder on the entire situation. The nobleman is really disturbed by the whole thing, and he is dumbfounded while thinking about it. The man remembers that he tried to teach Kyle swordsmanship when he was young. As a descendant of the Salterian family, it was expected that he would follow the path of swordsmanship. The Marquis also wanted his son to grow strong enough to overcome Herminiel. Unfortunately, despite all his best efforts, the child just couldn't learn it. Kyle was so defeated, and as much as he wanted to learn, he just couldn't. He told his father that his legs felt tangled, and it didn't take too long for him to start crying like a baby. Hearing this, the Marquis is furious and lost for words. She glares at the boy with rage in his eyes, and then all of a sudden, he yells at the boy to get back on his feet. The enraged father screams, claiming that there has never been such a weak descendant in their family before. Even after yelling at Kyle to get back up, the weak boy just can't stand up. His legs are just too weak, so he stays on the ground, and his disappointed father walks away from him. The Marquis concludes his little story, stating that his son had no talent for swordsmanship, no determination, and no patience either. He claims that the boy couldn't even endure basic training, so it was pretty clear that the young master was a lost cause. After recalling all of this, he can't believe that it's the same child that meditated for 6 hours. At this point, the Marquis figures that the boy could have hit his head or something. But it still doesn't make sense because he doesn't understand how someone can even change that quickly. Hearing this, Leonhardt reveals that he checked if there was anything strange with the food. But fortunately, there was nothing wrong. With this in mind, the blonde bodyguard finally agrees and concludes that the young master certainly seems different recently. As far as Leonhardt is concerned, the boy has changed all round, and it's not just his newfound determination. The knight feels that the way the boy looks at him is clearly different from before. The Marquis processes all of this and concludes that he's finally starting to grow up, and he admits that it's not a bad thing. As such, the Marquis tells Leonhardt that he will overlook this matter, but in the meantime, he wants the bodyguard to keep watching over Kyle. In response, the knight acknowledges the instruction, claiming that he understands. Elsewhere, we catch up with our boy, and that's where we see him still in the middle of his meditation. That's when all of a sudden, the system informs him that mana is overflowing. At this point, his sharp perception skill is enhanced, and the system informs him that he can now accurately assess the condition of your body. When Kyle hears this, he is glad and starts to come up with a plan. He decides that he'll break through the mana channels all the way to the heart. With this in mind, the mana channels are activated, and it starts with the ones in his arms. Next, the ones in his shoulders become open, and then the channels in his spine are activated as well. And then finally, the channels in his heart get opened up. He realizes that the path to his heart has been clear, and when he takes a look, he can see the flames all around his heart. Shortly after that, the intensity drops, and Kyle is so relieved because he's finally gathered enough mana outside and cleared the path all the way to his heart, which means that he can now use magic. Now that he's figured this out, he balls his fist in determination and decides that it's time for him to begin some serious magic training. In this world, to use magic, you need to form a circle near your heart. The higher the level of magic you wish to use, then the higher the number of circles that need to be formed. The greater the number of circles that need to be created, the longer it takes to time those circles. This is the reason why those who want to become mages need to start magic training at ages 5 to 8. And by 12 years of age, it's expected that they should form their first circle. This is the only way they can be considered suited for the path of a mage. After considering everything, Kyle figures that it's going to be a little difficult for him. He's already 13 years old, so by those standards, he's already pretty late to start learning magic. He's at the age where he should have formed his first magic circle, but he's yet to start any serious magic training. Nevertheless, he knows that he can still find a way around the situation. After all, that was when he was just an ordinary NPC. Now, he's got the consciousness and experience of a professional player in this virtual reality game, so he's ready to do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. Our boy takes a look at his profile on his status window and sees all the traits he's got. Right now, Kyle's talents include mana delay and sharp perception. On top of that, his traits include blocked channels, alcoholism, a weak mind, and a scrawny behavior. These are some of the voices that the original Kyle Salterian had, which made his fate really bleak. But now, our boy is in the picture as well, and with his mana delay talent, then he is confident that the situation is quite different. Now, with the mana delay in place, and with the mana cleared to the heart, he believes that he is finally in a state where he can learn magic. All he needs to do now is form the magic circle to get to the next stage. Unfortunately, there's a problem here, which is the fact that he doesn't even know how to make one. He's not sure how exactly it goes and wonders if he should do it the way he learned it back in the game. While the protagonist is pondering on all of this, someone appears at his door and calls out to him. It's none other than his loyal bodyguard Leonhardt, and when the young master answers the call, he's shocked at the news he receives. It turns out that his father has lifted the restriction. The knight confirms this to the jaw-dropped boy, but explains that his release is under a condition. The catch here is that Leonhardt will have to accompany him at all times. Kyle is allowed to leave his room and walk around the garden, but only with Leonhardt's supervision. Other than that, he's also not allowed to go outside the mansion for anything, and while the blonde swordsman is still listing the terms, the young master starts celebrating. Kyle is totally fine with these conditions, so he doesn't waste another second before jumping in excitement. He's so excited that he can go to the garden whenever he wants and as far as best considered. This is a good enough start to his magic training. With all of this being said, he can't help but see the bodyguard as a special guy. He's convinced that Leonhardt must have spoken really well to the Marquis concerning the situation, and as expected, it was a good idea to win the Guardian over first. With everything that just happened, our boy notices something really strange, and that's the fact that Leonhardt's affection for him increases to -20. The boy is so confused when he sees this because he has no idea what he did to have his 30 points added to his affection score. He's certain that the former score was definitely -50 when the bodyguard rejected his hostility. He ponders on the situation, and even Leonhardt is confused when he notices Kyle thinking deeply. After much thought, the big figures that the Guardian must have been moved by watching him meditate all through the night. Kyle reveals that he was so exhausted that he collapsed after he meditated for 6 hours. Right now, he's starting to think that the bodyguard is the type of guy to get inspired by sweat and effort like in sports. Kyle thinks about this for a while and finally decides to respond to the knight. He tells Leonhardt that his timing is perfect and then reveals that there's somewhere he'd like the swordsman to go with him. In response, the bodyguard bluntly asks where they are going, but the young master prefers to be mysterious in this situation. As such, he tells Leonhardt that he'll see if he follows him to the place. Later that afternoon, we see that Kyle and his guardian are outside the room and taking a little walk around the mansion to their destination. Along the way, they come across one of the other servants in the building. It's a red-haired lady who is absolutely shocked when she sees the young master outside his room. The look of horror washes over the girl when she sees Kyle because last time she checked, the ruthless last son of the family should be confined to his room. She wonders what he's doing outside, and from the look on her face, you can tell that she's absolutely terrified of the boy. Apparently, she's the one that Kyle wants to see, but before he can talk to her, she runs back towards Leonhardt to ask him what the hell is going on. She's so confused and afraid because the young master should be banned from the library. Yet, he's standing in the middle of the place without any consequences, and it's at this point that the bodyguard informs her that the Marquis lifted the restriction. The redhead is even more horrified when she hears this because she knows the kind of stuff Lord Kyle is capable of. Her jaw drops at this point, and she starts to replay some of the traumatic experiences she has in her mind. The first one she recalls is the time when she was literally begging the young master to stop shredding books in the library. That day, Kyle tore up a rare book and completely ignored her when she tried to tell him how valuable the item was. She explained that the book was the real deal, but he tore it apart regardless. She managed to obtain the rare book after traveling over to the Empire, and it only took the rude brat a few seconds to destroy it back then. Despite everything she said to dissuade him, he told her that it was just paper and claimed that it didn't matter since she won't be able to read when she's dead after all. With that being said, he suggested tearing it up and throwing it away, ignoring her cries and pleas to stop. The traumatizing memory plays back in her mind and she remembers how that was the incident that led to Kyle being banned from the library. Not wanting history to repeat, the librarian tries to remind Leonhardt how bad it was for her and suggests that the boy remain forbidden from the library. While she's still crying and pleading with the bodyguard, our boy is just shocked that something like that even happened. He had no idea that Kyle was such a tyrant before, and it's only after her little flashback that the memory comes to him. As such, he can't help but admit that the boy must have been a really stubborn fool. While the librarian is still doing everything she can to keep him out of the place, Kyle finally chimes in. He starts by clearing his throat with a cough and then explains that he came to the library to read books. That being said, he bluntly asks the redhead why she's not at her post. Now that he's gotten her attention, he asks her if there are any books related to magic in the library, and this just makes her even more afraid. In her mind, she wonders what the boy needs magic books for when everyone knows he has no magical talent. Anyway, she responds to him, explaining that they only have introductory level books for beginners. She reveals that the Duke's family has always emphasized swordsmanship, and for this reason, they don't really have many books on magic since the Marquis family isn't really concerned with that. Hearing this, our boy tells the lady that what she has will be enough for him. That being said, he asks her to bring him the book that explains how to form magic circles. Some time later, we find the young master reading something about how mana is the force that created everything. In the book, supernatural energy is explained as a term defined by scholar Joshua Allengren, and it's associated with Joshua's birth story. After a while, the boy starts to lose interest because he doesn't understand why a so-called introductory book would be so complicated. He wishes that the book would just get to the point rather than dragging on and on. At the moment, he's finding it hard to believe that 7-year-olds can actually even understand these texts. It's almost like a university thesis to him, and that's saying something because he's a grown adult in the real world. Normally, if this was a game, a status window would appear and all of this would be learned automatically, but now it seems that he actually needs to read and understand everything he's reading. At this point, he almost starts crying, wondering if he really needs to read all of this. While he's still in the middle of his mental breakdown, something shocking happens all of a sudden. The system drops a notification, and just like that, he finds out that something called spiritual vision has been activated. He's surprised when he sees the message, and it's almost as if the status window popped up just when he was thinking about it. Another message follows shortly, telling him that this is a low-level book, and just like that, he is told that the text will automatically be translated for him. Before Kyle even knows what's happening, the book starts to translate itself, and it happens so fast that he can't believe his eyes. After a few seconds, the entire book is translated, and the first module of the introductory book is ready for him to read and understand with one glance. As you can imagine, all of this is really surprising to the protagonist because he had no idea that the spiritual vision skill can also translate stuff for him. Our boy is thrilled that he could decode the book using his incite skill, and for this reason, he figures that there's no need to stay here any longer. So, he immediately calls out to the librarian Alice, telling her to bring out more introductory books on magic circles, because he'd like to borrow them and take them back to his room. After a while, Alice is done digging all the books out, and Leonhardt stacks them up for the young master, claiming that this is the last batch. The bodyguard brought all the books from the library, and he's been going back to take set after set since. Now, he's finally done, and so he adds the last batch to the pile of books in Kyle's room. In response, our boy just tells him that he did well carrying them, and now that he has got all the books he wants, he happily goes through all of them, eager to see what he can learn from them. Seeing how eager the kid is, Leonhardt starts to wonder if these books would be enough for him. Hearing this, Kyle is quite confused because he doesn't get what Blondie is trying to say. It's at this point that Leonhardt reveals how worried the librarian is. The kid borrowed quite a lot of books, so Alice is really afraid of what he might do to them. The redhead literally begged Leonhardt to make sure that Kyle returns the books safely because they're all rare volumes that even selling her entire estate wouldn't replace. Alice begged the young master as well, and Kyle assured her that he would finish reading them in time, but he also knew that she was really worried he would burn the books or something of that sort. Anyway, the number for books isn't the only thing that calls for alarm because the mere fact that Kyle is reading is absolutely shocking. Leonhardt remembers clearly that the young master used to hate reading, so he's really baffled by this sudden interest in books. The bodyguard is trying to figure something out, but our boy intentionally ignores him, hoping that his suspicions go away. Kyle is more concerned with understanding the books on mana usage and magic circle formation that he borrowed. After standing there for a while, Leonhardt observes the piles of books and suddenly breaks the silence. He tells the boy that Hermuse disease blocks the body's mana channels. It's common knowledge that mana and aura can't pass through the body of patients, so he knows that this would be a problem for the boy. He has no idea that Kyle has already opened most of the channels, so he advises the young master not to get his hopes too high because of how difficult it would be for him to learn magic with his condition. Hearing this, our boy decides to keep his breakthrough to himself, not wanting to draw more attention and suspicion to himself. As such, he simply responds to the bodyguard and pretends to be offended by this suggestion. As you can imagine, the tone gets to Leonhardt and he immediately realizes that he may have overstepped, so he quickly apologizes to the boy. However, Kyle assures him that he was right about what he just said. Our boy admits that he knows everyone in the household thinks like Leonhardt, and so he understands that what he's doing currently must seem really bizarre. However, he explains that it shouldn't really be too shocking to any of them. After all, he's the infamous, disowned youngest son of the family, so nobody should be surprised that he acted strangely 1 or 2 more times. At least, reading doesn't harm anyone, and besides, he understands what Leonhardt is worried about. He knows that the bodyguard is concerned he will just fail again and end up falling into deeper despair. However, our boy is ready to assure him that nothing like that will happen again. He's already told the guardian before that he doesn't intend to die young, and for that reason, he'll do everything he can to achieve his newfound dream. After explaining all of this to the knight, Leonhardt is absolutely dumbfounded. He just stares at the boy, lost for words, as the young master goes back to his bed to read some more. He's never seen the young master in this light, and he's really confused because the Kyle Salterian he remembers was nothing like this. The white-haired boy he remembers was weak and a quitter. The Kyle he remembers was defeated and broken, and he remembers this especially from that evening that the Marquis gave up on the boy after trying to teach him swordsman. That day, Leonhardt found the boy weeping in the training ground, and when he went to check up on him, Kyle revealed what his father said. The sobbing child was so sure that his father didn't want him anymore and he didn't know how to process the rejection and disappointment. Leonhardt could feel his pain, so he tried to comfort the boy, but no matter what he tried, the young master just kept crying like a little kid. However, that's not the Kyle he sees right now. The Kyle in front of him is a lot stronger than he was that day, and while he's thinking about all of this, the boy in question suddenly sees something strange. It turns out that the affection and favorability Leonhardt has for him just went up once again, and now it's exactly at 0. This means that another 30 points were added just now, and he's so confused because it was still in the negative a few moments ago. He has no idea what he even did to make the affection jump by 30 points all of a sudden, so he starts to get a little wary of the bodyguard. I mean, I'd be a little careful too if my guard suddenly started to like me a little too much in such a short time. Leonhardt grabs a book and starts walking up to him, so he quickly shifts to the other side, feeling a tad uncomfortable. Anyway, the bodyguard just drops the book on the bed and reveals that he'll be waiting outside, telling Kyle to call him if he needs anything at all. Our boy is pretty relieved when the guy drops the book and starts leaving. Once the big guy is out of the room, our boy continues to ponder what could have caused the sudden increase in affection. He feels that it might be because he was reading, but it doesn't add up since he didn't detect any change back in the library. As such, he figures that the bodyguard might have fallen in love with his persistence, since that's a quality that he admires. After all, reading a bunch of books at once consists of persistence. Whether or not that's the reason, one thing Kyle knows for sure is that Leonhardt is quite a strange guy. Anyway, the bodyguard is gone now, so he is finally alone, and that means it's time for him to start reading for real. The boy sits in the middle of the piles of books and immediately activates his incite, which allows him to translate all of the contents in a flash. The power helps him to decode the texts very quickly, and after a few seconds, he's almost done with everything. With the process going smoothly, Kyle is so delighted because the speed of the incite is truly impressive. It's dozens of times faster than normal reading, and on top of that, the difficult parts of the decoded material are being stored as easily understandable data. After a while, another window pops up, informing our boy that the book on the principles of circle formation has been digitalized and saved. Shortly after that, another message follows, confirming that his understanding has increased, which means that the deciding process will be accelerated as well. That being said, it only takes a couple more seconds for all the other books within the space to be completely decoded. Seeing this message, our boy is really excited. He admits that it was pretty fast, and now that it's done, he figures that it's time to move to the next step. For this, he intends to test all the knowledge he just gathered by using the decoded data to form a magic circle. Kyle pushes a button to start the process, and just like that, the data from the principles of circle formation is loaded into the system. After only a few seconds, he receives a message, informing him that he has now completely understood everything that was contained in the book. In other words, he now understands the principles of circle formation. Seeing this, the young master smiles, feeling really fulfilled because he's now satisfied the minimum requirements to form his first magic circle. Kyle is elated right now because he is now fully capable of forming a magic circle, and all he has to do is direct mana along the golden path in front of him. Eager to try it out, he gets right to it and wastes no time to try it out. With the mana now flowing around, he commands the energy to move as he wills it, and of course, the mana follows the spiraling golden path. The boy closes his eyes for maximum concentration, and it works perfectly because the system reveals that his mana is following the path. After a while, Kyle lets out a light groan, because he can feel something inside of him. It's like the mana is burning near his heart within his chest, but he is determined to form his magic circle, and for this reason, he forces himself to endure the pain. If he fails to, then the man will backfire and damage his organs. The pain is getting to him at this point, but he refuses to give in because he knows that he just has to hold on a little longer. After a while, we can see that the mana is practically matching the golden path, so it's only a matter of time before his magic circle is fully formed. Kyle hangs on a little longer, knowing that he's almost done, and he does a good job ignoring the pain within his chest. Just then, he opens his eyes, feeling a bit confused because he's not sure if he succeeded or not. While he's still trying to figure out what the result was, the system drops a notification, informing him that he has formed his first magic circle. On top of that, the block channels in his body have been weakened, and it's at this point that he sees the glowing balls of mana in front of him, and surrounding it is the magic circle he just created. Another window pops up all of a sudden, revealing that Kyle's mana stagnation has intensified as well, and this simply means he can now store refined man within the circle. When he sees all of this, he is really excited because he realizes that he can now finally use magic properly. At this point, he celebrates victoriously, knowing that he finally did it. Unfortunately, his little celebration is cut short when the fatigue hits him. It's morning already, and it's clear that he pulled an all-nighter with this one. The book reading and translating part didn't take long at all. Big apparently, the formation of his first magic circle took hours, and now that he knows he stayed up all night, he can already see the consequences. Ursula and Leonhardt are going to scold him for it, but as much as he wouldn't want that, he doesn't regret a thing. Feeling really fulfilled, the young master falls asleep in the middle of the pile, and shortly after that, the maid he was just thinking about comes into the room to serve him his breakfast. The girl enters the room and is shocked when she sees him on the floor. As you can imagine, she's deeply worried because she had no idea what happened to him or what he was doing all night. The girl rushes to check up on him and immediately starts panicking, wondering what's with all the books. Even though she's shaking him violently, he's way too tired to respond and just remains deep in his dreams. Ursula is so worried, but she has no idea the massive breakthrough the young master made while the rest of them were sleeping. In just one night, Kyle successfully used all the mana he had accumulated to form his first magic circle. From now on, a new chapter of our boy's life as Kyle Salterian. The official mage has begun, which means that the story is about to take flight from here. Sometime later, we catch up with Alice, who is still panicking seriously in the library. She probably didn't sleep either because she was so worried, and when Leonhardt comes in to return the book, she panics even more, but the bodyguard assures her that none of the books were damaged. The scene shifts and we catch up with our boy, who is finally awake. He's currently being served his breakfast, and when he sees the amazing food, his mind is blown. The food looks perfect and he's so amazed to the point that he asks Ursula if she really made it herself. The modest chef just blushes to confirm this, and the young master continues to shower her with praise. He has a taste of the food and commends her, claiming that it's incredibly delicious. He also lets her know that it's just the kind of amazing cooking he expects from her. In a flashback, we see when she was taking the food up to him. She was intercepted by the other cruel maids who offered to take the food to Kyle for her. The green-haired one claims that they just want to help so she can rest. But Ursula doesn't trust them, so she wonders why they've suddenly changed their minds. At this point, the mean one responds, stating that her colleague Sally is the one assigned to the young master. She claims that Ursula was just temporary, and now that Kyle's personality is better, they want everything to return to the original arrangement. In other words, they no longer want Ursula serving him his food because they're no longer afraid of him. Hearing this, Ursula can already see right through them, so she bluntly states that she doesn't want to go back to the so-called original arrangement. They're shocked when they hear this, and that's when she advises them to talk to Kyle directly if they have any complaints about their work. The flame-eyed girl spits these words to their faces and walks away from them, leaving them stunned. The cruel maid tries to stop her, but she just gets ignored. Ursula gets to the door and meets a senior maid over there who lets her pass. Miss Krula at the back tries to call the girl back, but Ursula doesn't give her face at all. She asks the girl if she thinks that she's something special, and when the senior maid hears this, it makes her take some interest in the young girl. Back in the present, we see our boy savoring the meal she made for him, so she asks the young master if the food suits his taste. She claims that she tried adapting the recipe he taught her the last time, and of course, Kyle responds, admitting that it is really delicious. As far as he's concerned, her cooking just keeps improving by the day, and when he says this, she reveals that she's been practicing hard every day. She claims that she also learned a few new recipes from the head chef. Hearing this, our boy is so impressed and commends her for being so diligent and hardworking. Now that he's done with his meal, he drops the fork and changes the topic to that which concerns him even more. All of a sudden, Kyle asks the girl how her progress is with spirit magic, and she's taken aback by this. Seeing how lost she looks, he just tells her to bring the book on Introduction to the Spirit Magic he gave her before. She hands him the book shortly, and after taking a look at it, our boy asks her how far she's read. The look on her face suggests that she's really nervous, but then she claims she's read about halfway. He's surprised to hear this, but judging by the worn pages, he's convinced she's been studying diligently, and it makes a lot of sense that she'd be a fast learner since she is from a noble family after all and should have some basic education. He feels that she's quite talented for her age and believes that it would be ideal to build her skills gradually with more time. Kyle is pretty impressed, but he tells her that this pace of hers won't be enough. In his mind, they don't have the luxury of time, so he makes this clear to her, slamming the book shut and informing Ursula that she needs to learn more and become stronger. The reason he says this is because according to the original plot, the doomsday isn't too far away anymore. In 2 months, the Salterian family will hold the heir succession ceremony, and on that day, a coup led by the second son, Adolf, will occur. The Marquis family will fall, and Ursula, who gets caught up in the coup, will lose her life along with many others. Kyle doesn't tell her any of this, but he makes her understand that she needs to become stronger. As such, he tells her to leave the cooking to someone else in the meantime, so that she can focus solely on her studies. He feels that it would help her concentrate better, so he tells her that he'll have Sally over serving him again. As you can imagine, the poor girl doesn't like the sound of this, and he notices this, so he asks her what's wrong. She quickly responds, telling him that she's willing to keep studying spirit magic while cooking for him as well. She claims that she won't neglect either of the tasks and begs the young master not to let anyone else serve him. The young maid pleads with everything she has for him to let her keep doing her job, and when our boy sees how desperate she is, he's really touched. At this point, he doesn't know what to do, and he also had no idea that she wanted to be so close to him. However, now he can see things clearly, and he understands where the poor girl is coming from. Her family collapsed in an instant, and she went from being the daughter of a baron to a slave and now a maid. Kyle knows that she even lost contact with her family, not knowing if they were dead or alive. As such, it's only natural for her to feel insecure. She's finally just started adjusting to life as a maid. She's now only able to live a somewhat stable life, but it's starting to look like he wants to take that away from her by telling her to focus on studying magic. For this reason, he understands why she would suddenly be confused. He understands that this is the reason why being a maid took priority over studying spirit magic. Ursula must have thought might be kicked out of the mansion if she could no longer perform her duties as a maid properly. And when our boy realizes this, he blames himself for not explaining the situation to her properly. At this point, he figures that it's time to break things down to him, so he starts by reminding her the first thing he told her when he brought her back to the mansion. He reminds her that she's his person now and informs her that he's not someone who abandons his people. He assures her that he will always protect her, and she's so touched by this. Kyle goes on to explain that he didn't tell her to learn spirit magic for nothing. He admits that she's an excellent maid with great cooking skills. He commends her for being diligent and meticulous, assuring her that she'll definitely be promoted to head maid if she keeps it up. But then again, he reminds her that there are plenty of maids in the mansion besides her, which means that there are many who could replace her. Once again, she tries to get a word in, but he calmly cuts her off so he can get to the point. Kyle places a hand on her shoulder and asks her what she thinks will happen if she becomes a spirit mage. He informs her that skilled spirit mages are very rare and respected. The young master sees so much potential in her, so he's certain that she'll become a great person. In fact, he believes that she'll become the greatest spirit mage, and he knows that everyone will look up to her. He knows that she'll stand tall above all the others, and with that being said, he informs her that there would be no one in the world who can replace her by then. After saying all of this, the young master asks her if it doesn't sound amazing to her, and of course it does, but there's just one problem. She's not sure she can do it. As you'd expect, Kyle believes that she can, so he shows her how much faith he has in her, claiming that she has what it takes to become the greatest spirit mage. He hands her the book, telling her that he believes in her, and as she receives it, she promises to work hard because she trusts the young master. Not surprisingly, her affection for him skyrockets at this point, with a whopping 60 points added to it. Seeing this, our boy just smiles warmly at her. After that, Kyle officially appointed Ursula as his personal maid, and she began handling most of his personal affairs. He then moved her out of the shared maid quarters and gave her a private room of her own. The day he shows Ursula her new room, she's lost for words. Kyle wanted her to have a place of her own because he feels that it's better for studying, and for his security too. This way, she won't have to worry about clashing with other maids who are probably jealous of her. Anyway, Ursula admits that she lives in the room, especially since it's really close to Kyle's room, and when our boy hears her say this, he's a little surprised that the proximity to him is what she likes the most. At this point, he's certain that she might be quite the addict. Either way, it helps him, so he suggests that they work hard together. Our boy wants them both to survive no matter what, and even though she doesn't understand what he means by this yet, she's determined to make him proud. As time goes on, the two become closer, and Ursula's affection for Kyle just keeps growing, suggesting that she might be falling for the young master even though she has no idea yet. Meanwhile, we find out that the blue-haired maid is actually a spy who's been keeping tabs on Kyle. One night, she goes to report all her findings to the second son Adolf, telling him how much the young master has changed. She reveals that Kyle has been exercising, building his strength while also dedicating a lot of time to studying magic. It's pretty evident that his personality is very different, as he noticed longer lashes out at servants in anger. As you can imagine, this news is really interesting to Adolf. His foolish baby brother has finally grown up, so he's eager to pay Kyle a visit now. One day, Ursula spots Kyle taking a walk with Leonhard around the compound, so she waves at him and he smiles back at her. But then, he tells his bodyguard to take him to a place that looks like a large open space, somewhere out of sight. Of course, the curious bodyguard asks him what he's planning to do, so the boy reveals that he wants to carry out an experiment. A magic experiment. And as you can imagine, Leonhard doesn't know how to feel about what he just heard. Either way, he agrees to help the young master, revealing that there's a place on the outermost part of the estate where he can carry out his experiment. The place is secluded, with dense trees and not visible from outside, so Kyle considers it a perfect location. The boy is delighted when they arrive at the place, so he gets right down to little experiment. He tells Leonhard to keep a lookout and make sure that nobody comes close. Of course, the big guy understands the task, so Kyle begins his training. Leonhard stands by a tree and watches the young master do his thing. Honestly, he's still really surprised that the boy is now so interested in learning magic, because the last time he checked, it should be impossible for him. Magic and swordsmanship are two things that Leonhard feels Kyle shouldn't be able to master because of Hermamew's disease, and he doesn't believe that just reading a few books in a day can change that fact. But then again, this bodyguard can't help but admit that the new Kyle is different and full of surprises. Sure enough, it doesn't take long for the boy to do something absolutely unbelievable. The young master takes a few deep breaths, and with only a single attempt, he's able to create a magic missile which he blasts at a tree. The kid is so excited when he sees this, while Leonhard is pretty much dumbfounded and horrified. He never imagined that Kyle would be capable of such destructive power, and after seeing the boy split the big tree in half with a single blast, he's not sure what to believe anymore. Kyle quickly realizes what he just did and begins to panic, wondering if anyone heard the noise, so the pissed bodyguard assures him that nobody heard because he quickly aura to suppress the explosion. They shouldn't have heard anything, so Kyle is relieved and commends the guy for his nice reflexes. While he's still catching his breath, Leonhard asks him when he formed a magic circle, so he reveals that it wasn't too long ago, admitting that he just followed what the books from the library told him. That being said, Leonhard figures that the boy has overcome Hermamuse disease, and Kyle confirms this by showing him a big ball of magical energy in his hand. With this realization, the bodyguard just stares at him utterly stunned. The memories from that day in the room play back in Leonhard's mind, and he remembers how Kyle said he doesn't plan to die young. He also remembers what the boy said about doing everything he can to achieve that. The bodyguard remembers that he felt something different that day, and now that he has seen what Kyle is capable of, he realizes that this must have been what he felt that day. The blondie is really impressed, so he gives the young master a warm smile and congratulates him. In that moment, Leonhard's affection for the kid goes up to 10 all of a sudden, and the boy smiles too because he realizes that he was right about the guard being a man of perseverance. Anyway, back to the damage. Leonhard is taken aback because the magic missile is supposed to be a first circle spell. It's usually a fist with the power of an adult male, but he doesn't get why Kyle's blast had so much power. That being said, the guard concludes that this is the power of a fourth circle spell, but it doesn't add up since Kyle is still just a first circle mage. It's pretty incredible that he could unleash such power, and even Leonhard is astounded by the whole thing. Right now, he's starting to believe that the boy might be a prodigy or something, but the kid doesn't even know the answer to that. What he knows for sure is that this kind of power is too noticeable no matter how you look at it. Thanks to the incite, he's read all the first circle magic books in a day when it would have taken him months under normal circumstances. However, he still doesn't get why the magic usage is decoded by incite different from the game. According to the magic books, one has to first draw a complex magic circle to cast magic, then finally activate the magic after several calculations and circulating mana. That's the old school way, but it's different now. In the game, using magic was way easier, since they just had to draw a simple magic circle with mana and then activate it. That method was even more powerful, so he tried the same thing and it ended up being too powerful. As such, he concludes that it's a problem, and decides that it's not yet time to reveal his full strength. That being said, he tells Leonhard to keep everything he just saw a secret, and when the guard doesn't seem to get what he's asking, Kyle explains that he does want anyone else in the household to know of his magical abilities. He claims that they should just keep it between them and tries to act all casual about it, but it seems that Leonhard doesn't like that because the favorability drops by 50 points all of a sudden. Kyle is shocked and confused, so he tries to explain things to the knight, but the guy wants to know why he doesn't want anyone else to know. Seeing that the guy won't budge, he decides to break things down for him, reminding Leonhard that the succession ceremony is in 2 months. The succession ceremony is a big deal, and this is because, traditionally, in the Marquis of Salterian family, the successor is not chosen by age but by competition. Personality, swordsmanship, wisdom, knowledge, public support, and opinion of loyal followers are the basis of judgment. This is to select the most promising heir to lead the family to greater prosperity. Currently, 2 people are fiercely competing for the position of heir: the eldest son, Abel Salterian, and the second son, Adolf Salterian. But before we go any further, our boy would like to introduce these 2 characters. Abel is the eldest son of the legitimate wife of the Marquis. He's currently the most likely candidate for heir since he has a gentle nature and excellent swordsmanship. Besides, he's been groomed as the heir since childhood, growing up with high expectations. On top of that, he is supported by the family's long-serving retainers. On the other hand, there's Adolf, who is also born of the legitimate wife, but he was overshadowed by elder brother Abel. However, at some point in Adolf's life, his personality became more composed and HJ's swordsmanship developed rapidly, causing him to quickly stand out all of a sudden. This explains why his main supporters are young passionate knights mainly, and you can't help but feel he's got the vibe of a gang leader. Anyway, the 2 brothers get to meet after a long time, and Abel gets carried away with greeting guests, which annoys Adolf. He calls his big brother out for ignoring him, and that's when Abel finally greets him. He claims that he didn't notice him earlier because he was lost, but Adolf refuses to believe that, because it doesn't make sense that a person who manifested aura at 5 couldn't sense someone's presence. In response, Abel claims that it was just a fluke from ages ago, explaining that it wasn't a big deal and not worth bragging about. The eldest brother doesn't want them to talk about that anymore, because he feels embarrassed by it. But of course, people start talking, suggesting that it's actually a big deal since Adolf didn't manifest aura until he was 15 years old. Some of the guests start gossiping, and one claims his son was just like that, stating that he was worried the boy lacked talent. When Adolf's supporters hear the men saying such things in front of their leader, they're absolutely furious and even threaten to kill them, but the second son quickly calls his hotheads to order, warning them to behave themselves because they're in the main house where his father resides. They apologize immediately, and when Abel sees this, he commends Adolf for training his subordinates well, and admits that his little brother is worthy of being a candidate for heir. As you'd expect, the second son refuses to believe that Abel is being honest. He concludes that his big brother is mocking him, so he gets in Abel's face and assures him that he won't be laughing for much longer. That being said, he storms out of the hall with his men, leaving the level-headed first son speechless. The story continues, and as the young master is served his breakfast, he begins to think about the upcoming succession ceremony. The occasion is only 2 months away and it's starting to get him pretty worried. The Salterian Marquisate doesn't follow the principle of firstborn's right to inheritance. In this case, legitimacy or illegitimacy doesn't matter, and the sole criterion for the selection is strength. Anyone who is a direct descendant of the father is eligible to compete for the succession, and that's just how things work here. However, there is one exception, and that's our boy. Kyle Salterian is the only exception, and apparently, he's not allowed to compete in the selection. Due to his illness, he was removed from the succession race early on. He's not the only one not allowed to compete, because even the third son, Kyle's older brother, Duke, is also not involved in the struggle for succession. While being 15 isn't the problem for our boy, if he were older, his swordsmanship and magic would still be pretty inferior to that of his older brothers, so for this reason, the contest has been tweaked a bit. The current succession landscape is a little complicated and quite unfair for the young master. At the table, Leonhard informs him what's going on, but before the bodyguard can finish talking, our boy cuts him off, revealing that he's already aware. Kyle states that there's going to be a duel between his oldest brother, Abel, and the second son, Adolf. Because of this, he's certain that the two brothers won't welcome any new developments that can alter the manner of the contest because of how little time left there is before the succession ceremony. They wouldn't want any unexpected changes, but this makes Kyle wonder what would happen if it becomes known that he now has great power. This is basically him asking what would happen if a good-for-nothing who was never considered a threat suddenly emerged as a dark horse. If this happens, the protagonist predicts 2 possible reactions from the other parties involved. 1. Each of the brothers might try to bring him to their side and make him an ally. Or, they might try to crush him and eradicate his threat early on since he's still very young. Leonhard and Ursula just stare at the boy, lost for words, as they listen to him strategize. After a brief pause, the blonde bodyguard finally speaks up, suggesting that Kyle's prediction is a rather extreme way of looking at things. Throughout history, there have been instances of bloodshed over the succession, and when the bodyguard points this out, the young master immediately explains that this is exactly what he's talking about. According to the game's settings, Abel is basically a good guy, so he'll be fine and won't be a threat. However, Adolf, on the other hand, is a desperate character, and Kyle is convinced that the second son will definitely try to kill him. Hearing this, Leonhard is concerned, and the young master comes up with an idea to protect himself and hide his strength so he doesn't pose a threat to his brothers. He knows that wizards often conceal their abilities to protect themselves from people that might try to hurt them. This is a technique they use to pretend and downplay their circle level. This is the only way that Kyle can attend the ceremony without anyone else finding out about his true strength. This plan makes sense to the bodyguard, and he's sure that it would work because Kyle buys the idea. They can hide the boy's strength for now, but Leonhard states that he would report everything to the head of the family after the ceremony. Hearing this, our boy figures that the bodyguard is on the same page as him, so he nervously asks to confirm if Leonhard will go along with his plan. The knight agrees, but his favorability for the boy drops in that instant. It's like every time he does something slightly annoying, the bodyguard loses affection for him a lot. Right now, Leonhard pledges his loyalty to the head of the family, his father, and not him. Because of this, our boy understands that he shouldn't expect the bodyguard to feel any unconditional support for him. The blondie didn't outright say no to his idea, so he figures that the situation is a lot better than before. At least, he didn't oppose it, and since they're on the same page, he's satisfied with the current state of things. Nevertheless, our boy still intends to make the former knight follow him and remain loyal to him eventually. With a confident smile on his face, he looks at the bodyguard and makes a vow to definitely get Blondie on his side. At this point, Leonhard suddenly starts to feel chills run down his spine, and it's almost as if he senses the young master is up to something. So, he quickly turns around to speak to Kyle and then asks him if he's really serious about becoming a wizard. It's something that is still pretty difficult for him to wrap his head around, so he wants to confirm if the young master really means what he's been saying. Kyle is a little surprised that his bodyguard is still doubting him, so he explains once again, stating that it won't be bad for the renowned Salterian Marquisate to have a skilled wizard among them since they're known for swordsmanship alone. Hearing this, Leonhard agrees with the young master, and a small smile creeps up on his face as he suggests that Kyle is right. He's impressed with the young boy's suggestion and admits that the head of the family will also be happy when he gets to know about it. Once again, the bodyguard's favorability for the boy increases, leaving the boy pretty astounded because he no longer gets how the affection keeps fluctuating. While he's still getting himself worked up over that, Leonhard shifts his focus to the young maid at the side, telling Ursula that her cooking is really good. For him, the steak was especially delicious, so he can't help but commend the chef. However, the modest young lady claims that the meal was nothing special, stating that it was just a modest dish as she thanks him for the compliment. At this point, Kyle, who's been listening to the conversation, begins to wonder if this is the reason Leonhard's affection for him increased. It makes him think that maybe eating together has a way of increasing favorability, and if that's the case, then he figures that it's what he'll be doing henceforth. If eating together can increase the affection they have for him, then he doesn't mind Ursula and Leonhard eating together in his room going forward. The excited young master blurts out this idea, and as you can imagine, The bodyguard finds it suspicious that he would come up with such a request all of a sudden. For this reason, he immediately declines the offer, claiming that he can eat at the knight's dormitory just fine. Unfortunately, his attempt to avoid Kyle's suggestion doesn't work because the young master bluntly informs him that he wasn't asking politely. The boy tells his bodyguard that it's an order, and at this point, Leonhardt realizes that he doesn't really have a choice. The knight goes quiet for a while, and then Ursule suddenly complies after some hesitation. Later that night, we catch up with the young master, who's currently pretty occupied with the pile of books stacked up by his side as he studies in his room. Kyle looks really focused and quite honestly stumped after some time. He's drawing some strange symbols on a paper, and they're probably magic spells or something like that. The young master figures that he could activate magic using the same method he did in the game. After all, the activation is fast and the power that comes out of it is tremendous. Unfortunately, there's a drawback, and that's the fact that it's difficult to control that sort of power. Kyle ponders on all of this and begins to wonder why the game method makes magic so much more powerful. His mind flashes back to the tree he split in half a while ago and admits that it would be really difficult for him to handle if he continues with it. After thinking for a while, he's not able to come up with a solution, so he decides that he'll just seal the magic for now. As far as he's concerned, there will definitely be a time when he'll need to show off his magic, and that's not now. But then again, he also knows that he can't just stick to using standard magic forever. At this point, he's torn because he doesn't know what the right call is. The magic activation method of this world is slow, and the drawback is that it's difficult to master. Kyle figures that he can control the power in detail, and then all of a sudden, another idea pops up in his mind. The two factors now are the magic activating method in this world and then taking advantage of the game user's magic activation. Our boy comes up with an idea to combine the two factors. The young master attempts to do this, but he's immediately stopped when an error message pops up, warning of the danger. Apparently, an explosion could occur if he tries to combine the two methods, and the system asks him if he would like to proceed anyway. Of course, our boy is still finding his feet in this new world, so he wouldn't want to take such risks, but besides that, he's shocked by the error message that popped up in his face. He got startled, but then he takes another look at the window in front of him and realizes that it's pretty much impossible to combine the two activating methods. He also notices that he's staring at a warning window and not a status window, so he figures that the risk level would also be different. But then again, he's very familiar with the concept of high risks having high rewards. You can't gain anything big if you don't take risks after all, so he goes in with this thought and pushes the yes button to continue. Our boy pushes the button, and immediately, you can tell that something insane is about to happen. All the papers start flying all over the place, and a surge of magic energy fills the room. The system sends more warning messages, informing him of the danger he's exposed to by combining the two activating methods. The system keeps warning that a magic explosion could occur, but it appears that it's a risk Kyle is willing to take. He's made up his mind and is certain that he wants to execute his command, so the system begins analyzing his body, and the activation method as well. Once the analysis is complete, the system confirms that Kyle's understanding of magic missile is very high, and once that's been confirmed, the system starts analyzing an efficient path. The combined path analysis is finished in no time, and our boy is delighted to see that nothing bad happened. There wasn't any explosion, so he's relieved and really glad to see that he actually did it. Yep, that's right. By combining the two activation methods, Kyle has successfully created a new kind of magic, and the system informs him of his success. He stares at the golden magic ball of energy he just created, and he immediately realizes just how awesome it is. With the ball in his hand, he states that the foundation has been laid, and so he decides that it's time to try combining it further. He's not satisfied with what he's done so far, and he's convinced that he can make it even better, so he decides to add a little magic here and there to tweak his new discovery. Just then, he receives another error message, warning that an explosion could occur, so this time, he decides it would be better to reduce the output instead. Unfortunately, his little tweaks backfire, and he immediately realizes that he just made a big mistake. Sure enough, the explosion that the system has been warning of finally happens, and Ursule is the first to hear it. Her room is just next to his, so she rushes to check what just happened. The explosion was pretty loud, so she's afraid that he might have gotten hurt. However, when she enters the room, he quickly tells her that he's fine. His room is basically a pile of rubble, and he's covered in dirt and bruises, but for some reason, he's laughing about the whole thing. He tells her that he was just practicing magic and assures her that everything is fine. Despite his efforts to calm her down, she just can't buy his story. She doesn't get why magic practice would be so harmful, and she certainly doesn't understand why there's a gaping hole in the wall. Kyle can clearly see her concern, so he tries to laugh off the whole thing, admitting that he should have done his experiment outside. Seeing the result of his little experiment, he realizes that this is what the warning window was talking about when they said there might be an explosion. As such, he also realizes that he will have to set up a proper magic workshop for future experiments. At least, then he can put up some good barriers. While he's thinking about this, his bodyguard rushes into the room looking really worried. He clearly heard the loud noise as well, so he was afraid that something happened to the young master. By the time he enters the room, he's shocked to see the huge wall in the wall, and before he can even say anything about it, the boy quickly tells the blondie to help him clean up the mess. Leonhard is shocked to hear this, but immediately complies, since Kyle reminds him that it's better to clean first and think later. As if that's not bad enough, the books he borrowed have been ruined, so he already knows that the librarian is going to freak out when she finds out. Seeing all of this, the frustrated bodyguard doesn't even know how to react. All he can do is yell Kyle's name in annoyance, and it's safe to say that he looks like he's about to cry. The scene shifts and the story continues with Ursula cooking something in the kitchen. She tastes the meal and realizes that something tastes a bit off. She immediately begins to imagine what would happen if Kyle tastes the food like this. She can already see him telling her that the flavor is plain, and that's the last thing she would want to hear from him. Because of this, she begins to panic, wondering what she should do to fix it, and that's when another maid walks into the kitchen. It's the senior maid, who is intrigued when she sees that Ursula is preparing the young lord's meal. She's really impressed, and commends Ursula for being so diligent every day. This cheerful blue-haired maid is one of the few good ones in the mansion. She's clearly Ursula Sr., and her name is Daisy. She gives the black-haired girl a warm smile after complimenting her, and Ursula just responds, stating that she's just doing her job. She doesn't say anything else and goes back to work, leaving Daisy pretty stunned. The older maid notices how cautious Ursula is while preparing the meal, so she gives the young chef a cooking tip to help her. Daisy suggests adding a dash of nutmeg to the stew if the seasoning feels off, claiming that it's an ingredient which brings out that rich umami flavor. She tells Ursula to trust her and give it a shot, so after a little contemplating and some hesitation, Ursula finally decides to try it out. Daisy smiles at the back when she sees the young maid sprinkle some nutmeg powder into the stew, and after stirring it, Ursula gives it a taste. The moment the spoon touches her lips, the taste rushes into her mouth, and she's shocked at how delicious the food is all of a sudden. Daisy just smiles proudly at this point, feeling really glad that she could help out. She knew exactly what she was talking about and how she's made Ursula's somewhat bland stew taste a whole lot better. After a while, the young maid asks Daisy if she is good at cooking, and since the answer is pretty obvious, she asks the senior maid if she can give her cooking lessons. Daisy is taken aback by this request at first, but then the look of shock disappears from her face and is immediately replaced with a gentle smile. She agrees to teach Ursula how you cook like her, admitting that she'd be happy to help. For now, she just wants to help Ursula carry the food she just prepared, and the young girl thanks her for helping out. The senior maid sets the food on a tray and follows Ursula to serve the young master. Along the way, Daisy starts to wonder how Kyle has been doing these past few days. From what she's heard, the boy has become much more polite, so Ursula just keeps listening to her. The senior maid claims that she was really worried when she found out that Ursula was made Kyle's exclusive maid, because she was afraid that the rude boy might trouble her or act harshly toward the poor girl. At this point, Ursula finally responds, telling Daisy that there's nothing to worry about because the young master treats her well. The senior maid seems shocked to hear this, but admits that it's a really good thing. Daisy goes on to reveal what she heard about Kyle being much more dignified lately. She heard that the boy has been getting up early, exercising, and even studying diligently, unlike before. These new traits are things that Kyle never exhibited before, so anyone in the castle would be surprised you see him with this new lifestyle. Hearing all of this, Ursula ponders for a bit and realizes just how much the young master has changed. She admits that Lord Kyle is very diligent and confirms that he's also been studying a lot lately. Later on, Ursula arrives at our boy's room, and after serving his meal, she tells him that Daisy asked about him. He's pretty taken aback by this, so he asks Ursula for the details. The young maid reveals that Daisy wanted to know what he's been doing lately and who he's been meeting, so Kyle asks the girl what she told her senior maid. In response, the smart girl reveals that she didn't give any information to the nosy maid. She told Daisy that she doesn't know anything because he didn't think that she should disclose anything about the young master to Daisy. That was what she felt was right, and when she asks Kyle if she did the right thing, he assures her that she made the correct decision by keeping her mouth shut. The young master excitedly commends her for doing a great job and then reminds her that she can try answering moderately in the future to avoid suspicions. After all, he won't be able to hide the fact that he overcame Hermimew and that he's learning magic in secret. That being said, it wouldn't be a bad idea for her to open up a little when next she's asked, so that it's not obvious that she's lying. Hearing this, Ursula completely understands, so she promises to keep his advice in mind for next time. While the girl serves his food, Kyle thinks about how the tale's already showing when he thought that the impatient one among them would actually first. It's just as he expected of his second brother Adolf. Kyle knows that the guy lacks patience, so he's not too surprised that he sent his spy to come digging for information already. Remember that maid who was reporting back to Adolf? Well, it turns out that it was Daisy. Apparently, the senior maid is his personal informant, and now that she's told him some things about Kyle's development, he's rushing things. Thankfully, our boy can see all of this very clearly, and there's a good chance he has a plan to handle the situation. Later that night, we're taken to the Marquis office where the old man is receiving a big shock. He just found out that his youngest son, who was terminally ill, has somehow overcome Hermimew. Remton Seltarian can't believe what he just heard because it's practically impossible for anyone to overcome the illness. At least that's what they thought. Anyway, Leonhardt breaks the news to him, and when the old man is having a hard time believing it, the bodyguard informs him that the young master is even currently studying magic on his own. The boy has already achieved his first circle after only a short time, which just means that he's going to be a really excellent mage. Leonhardt is convinced that the boy's power is beyond the first circle, but he's not ready to start explaining all the details to the Marquis right now. He figures that he'll do that later since the family head still hasn't processed the first piece of information. Rimton is so overwhelmed right now because he simply can't understand how that child overcame Herminu. This old man remembers the last time he saw Kyle and recalls that the boy's condition was absolutely terrible back then. That's the reason he was so angry and harsh toward the young master. Obviously, that wasn't very nice of the father. He said some really mean things to the poor boy, and in a flashback, we get to see what the exchange was like. The frustrated young boy snaps at his father, reminding him that he never asked to be born with such a body, but the disappointed old man doesn't seem to be moved by this. As such, Kyle tells his old man that he should have just killed him the moment he was born. Hearing this, Rimton's blood begins to boil just as much as Kyle's. He balls his fist in rage and calls the kid a wretched fool, before claiming that he'll just pretend he doesn't have a son like him. He then orders Kyle to stay locked in his room and not cause any trouble during that time. At this point, the heartbroken boy falls to his knees and begins to sob bitterly. Apparently, this was when his solitary confinement began, and now that the boy is free and making a difference, the Marquis is starting to feel quite guilty about how he treated his youngest son. He feels that he abandoned the child and maltreated him because of his condition, so he doesn't even know how you fix the relationship right now. Feeling really bad about the situation, he suddenly asks Leonhardt how old Kyle is now. The bodyguard reveals that the young master recently turned 13, and this just makes the Marquis even more confused. From what he knows, to overcome Herminu, the patient needs exceptional talent in magic or swordsmanship. That talent usually manifests at around age 5 or 6. However, for someone like Kyle, it's really strange and baffling because Rimton has never heard of a case where someone overcomes Herminu at the late age of 13. He asks the knight if he's heard of such cases, and Leonhardt admits that he's not certain. As much as he doesn't know about any other cases, what he does know is that the young lord overcame Herminu because he saw it with his own eyes. Leonhardt reveals that he saw the young boy using first circle magic in the woods. At this point, the family head is dumbfounded because he no longer knows what to believe. Everything he just heard should be impossible, but it appears that Kyle somehow managed to achieve them all, so he's beginning to wonder if this is some kind of miracle. Because of how bad the relationship between the father and son has gotten right now, Rimton Saltirian doesn't know how to go about the whole thing. As such, he asks Leonhardt if it would be a good idea to meet Kyle. In response, the bodyguard simply asks the old man if he doesn't want to meet the boy, since that would pretty much answer the question. At this point, the Marquis begins to stutter before finally admitting that he's not even certain either. As far as he's concerned, that child probably resents him because of how he treated him in the past. He's so sure that Kyle hates him, so he's even afraid to approach the kid for anything. Hearing this confession, Leonhardt is a little taken aback because he doesn't think Kike resents his father. He's spent a lot of time with the young lord recently, and judging by everything he's witnessed, he's able to confidently say that Kyle wants to speak with his old man. Leonhardt recalls the young master saying that he would like to meet the Marquis because there's something he wants to talk about. In a flashback, we get to see exactly what the knight is talking about. That day in the garden, Leonhardt offers to convey whatever message Kyle has for his father, but our boy insists that he needs to meet the Marquis in person and have a talk with him. Unfortunately, as much as the bodyguard would hate to be the obstacle between Kyle and his father, he reminds the boy that he's still on his arrest. That being said, he can't leave the annex if he doesn't have the Marquis permission, and when Leonhardt points this out, our boy explains that this is exactly why he's making the confession. Since the knight still hasn't gotten the message, he decides to spell it out for Blondie, telling him to let his father know that he really wants to see him. He makes this very clear to his bodyguard, and from his tone, you can tell that he's not messing around, so even Leonhardt gets a little nervous as a result. Seeing that Blondie might be uncomfortable, our boy quickly switches his approach and immediately starts pleading politely. After doing everything he can to make himself look cute, Leonhardt finally gives in and agrees to pass the message and make the request on his behalf. After playing back this memory and recalling how excited Kyle was when he agreed, Leonhardt is convinced that boy doesn't harbor any resentment for the Marquis. Anyway, Rimton's conscience is currently judging him, so when he hears that his last son wanted to see him, he curiously asks the knight what Kyle said about him. Seeing just how eager the old man is, Leonhardt clears his throat before making the big reveal, stating that Lord Kyle wants to meet with the Marquis himself. Now, we've been hearing a lot about Kyle's dad, the Marquis Rimton Saltirian, but we still do know much about him, so here's a little breakdown of the character. Rimton Saltarian is the head of the esteemed swordsmanship family, the Saltarian Marquisate, which has protected the frontier from monsters for generations. The man is a pretty big deal too, as he is one of only 5 sword masters on the entire continent. We also know that this man is Kyle's father, and maybe that's why it's not so shocking when he grants the boy's request to see him. The boy is pretty excited when he finds out that he'll be meeting his father, so he gets all dressed and prepares to go see his old man in the main house. After making his way into the house, he stops in the hall, There, he sees the big portrait of his father hung in the wall, and the longer he stares at it, the more nervous he becomes. Kyle's hand starts trembling on their own all of a sudden, so he tries to calm himself down. He grabs the hand with his other hand, hoping it would work, and in that moment, the protagonist realizes that Kyle's body remembers. The fear and resentment the poor boy has for his father was really strong, and right now, all those emotions are starting to come back because he's about to see the same man who hurt him so much. Some of the horrible memories start playing back in the young lord's mind, and one of them is from that day at the training ground. In this flashback scene, we can clearly see Ramton yelling at Kyle. The old man asks the boy why he's not holding his sword yet and begins to doubt if the young master is truly the son of the Salterians, the renowned swordsmanship family. At this point, Kyle has pretty much given up. He's in so much pain and nothing seems to be working out for him, so he just falls on his knees and begins to sob. The white-haired boy cries to his father, claiming that he just can't do it because it's too hard. But the man doesn't seem to give a shit. He responds furiously, saying that Kyle is utterly useless to the family because he is too weak. The man is disgusted to say the least, and he doesn't have a problem showing it. Ramton spits these harsh words at his own son, leaving the boy in shock because he probably never imagined his father saying such things to him. The words hit him like a bolt from the blue, and he immediately begins to wonder if he's indeed useless to everyone. Kyle ponders on everything he was just told and starts to believe it. He can't use sword aura and he's expected to die from his illness soon, so it's starting to look like his father is right. At this point, he doesn't know what else to do, so he calls out for his father, begging the old man not to abandon him, but he doesn't receive an answer. These traumatic scenes play back in his head, and now the same boy is standing in front of his father's portrait. He's preparing himself for the meeting with the Marquis and admits that it's a bit overwhelming. The memory he just watched belongs to the original owner of the body, but now that he's been reincarnated, it's pretty much his memory as well. Our boy figures that his soul and Kyle's soul have merged, and this is probably why the pressure that Kyle felt back then is now being conveyed to him fully. As overwhelming as that might be, our boy refuses to let his head down. He stands tall as he stares at the portrait, reminding himself that the new Kyle is the coward he used to be. This is because, now, he is Kyle and he is also Lee Hyun-woo. He's not just a 13-year-old kid, since he's all grown up in the real world. With this in mind, he convinces himself that this talk is going to be from one adult to another. That being said, our boy vows that he's going to prove Kyle Salterian's worth. Not long after, the young lord finally makes his way into his father's office, where he meets the old man doing some paperwork. Ramton has been expecting the boy, so when Kyle makes it into his father's room, the old man stops what he was doing to attend to him. He remembers that Kyle has something to discuss with him, and the 13-year-old sharply confirms this, referring to his father as the Marquis. This catches Ramton off guard, and he goes quiet for a moment when he hears that his own son now refers to him as Marquis and not father. He doesn't know why, but he has a feeling the kid is planning something. Either way, he's ready to give the conversation, so he starts by reminding Kyle that he specifically ordered him not to leave his room without permission. He then lets the boy know that he's aware of his recent quiet studies, stating that he allowed him to use the library but with a condition. Ramton is still acting all tough right now despite being afraid that the boy might hate him. The Marquis tells Kyle that his punishment won't end with just house arrest if he causes any trouble again. He makes this very clear and then sternly asks the boy if he understands what he just told him. Hearing this, Kyle just gives the man a cold smile without saying a word at first. Our boy doesn't trust his own father, and he knows this because his body is trembling again. But he's not surprised that the man would sound so sternly because he remembers how much trouble the previous owner of the body caused. Moreover, the Marquis is one of the 5 sword masters on the continent. Our hero tries to use his special skill to see through the man and find out other things about him. Unfortunately, this doesn't work because the only thing Kyle sees is the man's name and age, as well as a message from the system, stating that the Marquis is a formidable opponent. The system informs our boy that he cannot access any further information about the noble man, so he's pretty disappointed. It turns out that he wanted to gauge his father's favorability using incite, but right now, that's also way too difficult for him. He figures that he can't go through the corners with this man, so he accepts that he has no other choice but to resolve the issue with a negotiation. Kyle responds to his old man's earlier statement, stating that he understands, and then explains that this is the reason he officially requested an interview with the Marquis through Leonhardt. Ramton is shocked to hear such a calm and mature response from his bratty son, and even Kyle admits that he would have lost his temper and argued back by now in the past. As such, the Marquis admits that the boy has matured, and the young lord confirms this. Kyle admits that he's caused a lot of trouble and headaches for the Marquis and blames himself entirely for everything that happened in the past. The white-haired boy reveals that he has done some deep reflection and promises to change his ways moving forward. The Marquis is astounded by the scenes in front of him. He can't believe his eyes because he never imagined that Kyle would ever apologize for anything. This is the same kid who always blamed others and threw tantrums. It all looks like a dream to Marquis of Salterian, and while he's still trying to wrap his head around the whole thing, Kyle reveals that he would like to make a deal with the family head. Ramton is taken aback when he hears this, and as he expresses his shock, our boy confirms his request and then reveals that he has overcome Hermimu, even though he knows that Leonhardt already informed him. The man admits that he actually heard from the bodyguard, but also claims that it's hard for him to believe such a miraculous thing could really happen. At this point, Kyle simply assures him that it's true, and then allows his father to see a portion of the magical power flowing through his body. The Marquis is stunned when he sees the flaming ball of magic energy in Kyle's hand. The boy shows it to his old man, informing him that he's now a first circle mage. Despite being utterly shocked, Rumton tries his best not to let it show. Even after hearing from Leonhardt, he was still skeptical, but now he believes that it's true because he can even sense the flow of mana coming from the 13-year-old. At this point, Kyle casually confirms it and then assures his old man that he'll only continue to grow even more. After all, it's well known that mages who overcome Hermione have exceptional potential. In fact, he reveals that it didn't take him long to reach first circle magic on his own. They say that the value of a powerful mage is equivalent to that of an entire knight's order. That being said, Kyle suggests that it would be beneficial for the family to produce a skilled mage from its direct line even though the Salterian Marquisate is renowned for swordsmanship. Our boy informs his father that he will use his abilities for the benefit of the family, but only if they support him in this endeavor. He's confident that he will become a powerful asset for the family, because for the first time ever, a Salterian Marquisate that boasts of swordsmanship and magic will rise above all the other families in the country. After pitching this proposal to his father, he asks the overwhelmed man what he thinks about it. This deal benefits both the family and Kyle himself, so he thinks that it's the best thing for them to do. As such, he urges the Marquis to invest in him as a talented individual. After all, life is all about give and take. The fastest way to gain someone's favor is to show them what you have to offer. Since he couldn't do anything to make his father's affection and favorability for him grow all these years, he's come up with the best way to do that now. Our protagonist knows that Rumton Salterian values the family's gains and honor above anything, so this is the most clever way to get his attention. Simply appealing to family bonds isn't enough to persuade the ambitious man, because he's the kind of man that is ready to make cold-hearted decisions for the sake of the family if necessary. The hero can now see where the problem was coming from. Kyle, feeling bitter about his father's nature, deliberately caused trouble to get his old man's attention. Unfortunately, such tricks never worked on Rumton Salterian, and they only just ended up backfiring. However, now that he's brought this new suggestion, he's convinced that the father and son can still cooperate with aligning interests even if their relationship is strained. With this in mind, a proud smile creeps up on his face because he's certain that this is how adults handle things. Meanwhile, the Marquis is just left speechless because he realizes that Kyle has put him in a very tight situation. It would be almost impossible for him to turn down this deal, so he's getting really nervous. The Marquis even starts sweating because he cannot believe that this kid is the same kike he's known for years. It's so obvious that the young master is no longer the child he once was. After some time, Kyle asks the Marquis once again to invest in a talented individual like him. Rumton Salterian is still pretty dumbfounded because he doesn't even know what to say. He's been caught off guard and can't believe it's the same kid. To the man, it's quite baffling how Kyle accurately identifies what the other party needs before trying to negotiate. This way, he can ultimately get what he wants out of the discussion, and this is really impressive. The ability to use power and authority well is a virtue that noble children must learn, so it's really shocking for the Marquis when he sees a kid who used to throw tantrums all the time suddenly speaking like this. A child that he once considered a failure and neglected has grown so much without realizing it, and for this reason, the Marquis finally gives in and accepts the deal. The man acknowledges his son as a valuable asset of the Salterian family and promises to spare no expense in providing funds and magic stones for Kyle's studies. That being said, he charges the young lord to show his worth to everyone, and when Kyle hears this, a smile creeps up on his face. He's confident in himself, so he's very sure that he will live up to his father's expectations. A few days later, we see Ursula and Leonhardt with Kyle, but they're staring at him for some reason. They look pretty stunned, and that's when we see that they're in his new magic workshop. He just set up the place, so now he wants to know what they think about it. Our boy put a lot of work in this place, and it's really obvious. He reveals that he's reinforced the interior with a barrier magic artifact. On top of that, he's equipped the workshop with tools to make potions. The boy is especially happy about the fact that there won't be any more holes in the walls during his experiments, and at this point, Leonhardt finally admits that the place is amazing. He also can tell that it must have cost a lot to set up, so he asks where Kyle got the money. In response, our boy reveals that it's all his father's money, stating that his adorable act of charm made the Marquis gladly provide it. This sounds really unbelievable to Leonhardt and Ursula, who don't seem to buy the story. They're not sure that charm was what the boy used to get his father on board, and when Kyle senses their doubt, he calls the maid over for a second. Once they're in another room, she asks if there's something she can do for him, but he immediately informs that he didn't call her for that. Kyle reveals that it's hard to use spirit magic freely in the room, and then reveals that he made a separate space for that reason. This room is equipped with soundproofing and anti-vibration facilities so that the girl can practice her spirit arts without worry. As you can imagine, the maid is really overwhelmed by this and fears that she might not be able to use it because it's right next to his workshop. However, he assures her that she can feel free to use the place as much as she wants. After all, he's already told her before that he wants her to become his right hand. Not just a maid who serves him, but a spirit user that no one else can replace. Hearing this, the girl is overwhelmed, to the point that she starts sobbing. She's so touched by his generosity and support that she's pushed to tears. Because of this, she promises to work really hard and learn everything she can. This way, she can become someone who can help him, and because of this wholesome moment, her favorability for him shoots up to 70. Seeing this, the young master is delighted, and while the girl is still wiping off the tears, something strange happens all of a sudden. The magic energy in the room is suddenly activated, and when they notice this, they're shocked. Kyle doesn't understand why the spirit circle is reacting all of a sudden, so he asks the girl if she used her spirit arts just now. In response, she claims that she didn't do anything, so Kyle becomes even more confused because he can't figure out what's causing the sudden glow in the room. They all stare at the magic energy glowing and flowing in the room, and while they're still trying to understand what's going on, a small flying creature appears all of a sudden. At this point, Kyle realizes that this is a spirit summoning. The small chubby creature looks like a baby Pokemon with wings, and from the moment it appears, it's instantly attached to the maid emotionally. Seeing that the summon immediately went to Ursul, Kyle figures that the girl was the one who summoned it, even if she doesn't know this yet. The maid is really shocked when she realizes that the creature she's holding in her arms is a spirit, and at this point, our boy just states that this is truly fitting for someone with the talent of eternal friend of spirits. Kyle thinks that it's amazing that Ursul can already summon spirits, but the girl insists that she didn't do anything. So, he informs her that the techniques of spirit users are different from magic spells or incantations because it's said that they feel the energy of spirits naturally within their souls. As such, he suggests that the spirit stone in the workshop responded when her emotions heightened. As far as he is concerned, this is how the spirit was summoned, so Ursul finally begins to understand. This makes sense because they all notice that the spirit stone, which was full moments again, is now empty after the summoning. Seeing that she was the one who used up the stone, Ursul begins to panic, but Kyle quickly calms her down, reminding her that the stone was hers to use in the first place. Despite being really proud of her, Kyle also didn't expect her to summon a spirit so quickly. With his curiosity piqued, he runs a background check on the spirit, and the system confirms that it's a high-level being. Unfortunately, that's all the information available to him since his incite can't identify the spirit. At this point, he asks Ursul if she knows what kind of spirit it is, so she tells him that she'll ask. The young maid speaks some gibberish to the creature, and after a small exchange, she reveals that the spirit is Asherus, an ancient spirit of light. Hearing this, Kyle and Leonhard are both shocked that the chubby little thing is an ancient spirit of light. It turns out that ancient spirits are the highest tier of spirits. Summoning one even after pouring all your spirit stones and praying for 3 days is a rare feat. Yet, this girl summoned on with a single try, and on top of that, she did it unconsciously. But then again, our boy feels that this glowing Pokemon creature is a bit too unimpressive to be an ancient spirit, and this comment earns him a whack on the head from the spirit. At this point, Ursul informs him that this isn't the spirit's true form, because the mansion will collapse if the ancient spirit takes its true form. Hearing this, Kyle drops the doubt and admits that such an outcome would be really bad while running his swollen head. While he's doing that, the spirit suddenly tells Ursul, and the confused girl asks the young master what she should do. Hearing this, our boy figures that the spirit is asking to make a contract since it came to her unconsciously. He admits that Ursul has a very good affinity with the spirit, but the girl is just trying to understand what he means by a contract. She's not so sure about it, but she agrees. The girl begins the process by stating that she makes the truest contract with the ancient spirit of light, Asherus. In response, the spirit states that Ursul would be recorded as its summoner before asking her to give it a name. The girl is asked to choose an ID for the spirit, and Kyle immediately suggests Flappy as a name. Ursul goes with that name, and just like that, the spirit starts a contract with her and receives a new name in the process. The registration is completed shortly, and the chubby spirit jumps on the girl, who thanks it for becoming her friend. While they share a beautiful moment, Kyle just smiles at them, realizing that his talent development project is progressing well. A few days later, someone pays Kyle a visit in his room. The two guys talk over some tea, and the guest admits that he's not been paying enough attention to the young lord. It turns out that this visitor is older brother Adolf, and Kyle isn't too surprised that the guy dropped by at a time like this because he feels that he should have paid the second son a visit first, if anything. As the story continues, we resume with Adolf's sudden visit to his younger brother. As the two brothers sit at the table, Ursul does her job as the maid and pours them some tea. For some reason, the second son looks pretty grumpy and he glares at the young girl. After pouring the tea, Ursul asks the young men if there's anything else they need, and when Adolf doesn't say anything, Kyle tells her to go get some rest, commending her for working really hard lately. Hearing this, the girl turns around and takes her leave. On her way out, the second son keeps staring at her with a questioning look on his face. It's pretty obvious that the gears in his head are turning while looking at Ursul, and after a while, he finally reveals what's going on in his mind. He recognizes the girl and recalls how she was the same child that Kyle bought from the slave market. Right now, it's looking like Adolf might have taken some interest in the girl because he suddenly admits that she's quite pretty. That being said, he reveals that he needs a new maid as well, before asking Kyle to send him the girl to work for him. As you can imagine, that's like the last thing our boy would want to do, knowing what a horrible person his older brother is. When Adolf makes this request, Kyle just quietly continues to sip his tea, while thinking of a response to give the scum brat. The protagonist knows that Adolf is here because he heard the news of how he overcame Hermimu, so he's quite pissed that this is the first thing Guy has to say. Anyway, it's pretty obvious that the second son just wants to get on his nerves, so Kyle politely responds to his older brother, suggesting that he can give him any other maid besides Ursule. Of course, the second son is not too pleased to hear this, and you can immediately see the look on his face change, confirming that he's upset. Not wanting to annoy his dangerous older brother, Kyle figures that he can't outright refuse the offer, so he decides to act nervous and shy, like he's got a crush on the girl just so that he can turn the situation around without suspicion. The clever boy starts fidgeting with his fingers, and when Adolf sees how nervous he is, the second son quickly takes back his request. He changes his mind and decides to leave Ursule alone so that Kyle doesn't feel sad. Adolf assures his baby brother that he's only kidding, claiming that he's not a scoundrel who would take away a child that he likes. The shady brother laughs the whole thing off, insisting that he was only teasing, and at this point, Kyle realizes that his little act worked perfectly. He responds to Adolf, admitting that he was really startled, and the big brother just keeps laughing. Sure, the second son looks all harmless while he's messing around with his baby brother, but the truth of the matter is that he's got an agenda. He actually still wants Ursule, but with what just happened, he figures that he'll have to give up for now, because he knows that he can't afford to antagonize the young master just yet. Now that his attempt to take Ursule is no longer the topic, Adolf takes his focus on the real reason he came in the first place. This guy obviously heard rumors that the prodigal son of the Salterian family has reformed. But now, seeing that the kid is already interested in women at such a young age, Adolf concludes that the young master is a lost cause. If that's truly the case, then the second son doesn't have a problem with it, because he'd actually prefer that his potential rival is distracted by girls and other things. As far as he's concerned, it's better this way because it will be a lot easier for him to corrupt Kyle towards darkness. With this in mind, Adolf sets his plan in motion and starts by calling Kyle an amusing little brother. The guy claims that he would have befriended the young master earlier if he had known that he was such a fun kid. Just then, he suggests that our boy's body has recovered quite a bit, and Kyle confirms this, revealing that he has no major problems with his daily life anymore. The young master admits that Hermimu isn't completely healed just yet, but he suggests that it's gradually getting better each passing day. Hearing this, Adolf is a little suspicious because he didn't think that the boy wasn't completely healed. The second son doesn't hide the confusion, and when Kyle senses this, he explains that Hermimu is a long-term illness, which basically means that it's difficult to heal at once. Nevertheless, he suggests that it's getting better gradually. To explain things even more, Kyle decides to show Adolf a little trick. He suddenly conjures a magic spell which leaves the second son stunned. Our boy forms a flaming ball in his hands and reveals that it's a magic spell he created recently. The boy then explains that it's about 1.5 times more powerful than ordinary magic. Clearly, Kyle is really proud of his little discovery, so he's happy to share it, even if it's with dangerous characters like Adolf who want him dead. Upon seeing this, a mischievous smile creeps up on the big brother's face. He had no idea about Kyle's abilities, and now that he realizes the boy can create magic too, he is pretty impressed. Adolf commends his baby brother on his improvement, and Kyle thanks him in response. Even though the illness isn't fully cured yet and he's still rapidly growing at the student level of first circle, Kyle figures that this won't affect the succession of the heir. His plan was to hide his powers from his brothers until after the succession ceremony, but now he's told Adolf already and feels that it won't really matter. Meanwhile, the second son thinks about how Kyle's attitude has changed dramatically, and to him, it's almost like the kid is a different person. On top of that, he's also seen that the boy's magic skills are growing by the day. With all of these signs on display, Adolf can't help but feel that something fishy is going on. He came here expecting to see a perfectly healed, overpowered young genius, and even though that's exactly what our boy is, Kyle was clever enough to show only a little of what he's capable of. Because of this, Adolf isn't as amazed since he already had an impression. Thanks to Daisy. Since the kid said he's not fully healed yet, the second son concludes that Daisy's report was exaggerated, so he decides that it would be wiser for him to remain cautious, at least for now. As much as he knows that Kyle is a potential threat, Adolf is also pretty confident that he'll be able to handle anything that a 13-year-old throws at him. Right now, he believes that the young master is nothing to worry about and suggests that the more beneficial things right now would be to use the kid and coax him in various ways. After all, he plans to just discard the boy once he becomes useless. With this in mind, Adolf decides to go straight to the point and directly asks the young man if he'd like to join his side in the succession race. Hearing this, our boy acts so surprised and nervous, like he's never thought about joining Adolf's side, but in reality, it was all part of his master plan. Kyle already knew that his older brothers would probably consider him a threat if they found out about his power, and that's why he played his cards just right to make them want to partner with him and not contest against him. Thankfully, the plan worked and Adolf is the guy who fell for it. After the little meeting, the second son decides to take his leave, and on the way out, Adolf reveals that he'll seek permission from their father to have Kyle on his team, while the 13-year-old genius thanks his big brother for entrusting him with his assignment. Adolf steps out of Kyle's room, and that's where he meets Leonhardt again. The bodyguard greets the noble son and wishes him a safe trip home. Not surprisingly, the second son has beef with the blondie. He's pissed when he sees Leonhardt standing there because he had no idea that the bodyguard was there all this time. In truth, the real reason he's so mad at Leonhardt is because the man is a tough nut to crack. He has tried so much to get the blondie to switch sides and join his team, but the man refused. As much as it annoys him, he admits that having Leonhardt on Kyle's side is a lot better than having the bodyguard on Abel's side. At least, the guy can't cause him too much trouble that way, since he feels that Leonhardt would probably rot in the hands of a snot-nosed kid. With all of this spite laced in his voice, Adolf tells Leonhardt that he looks terrible and mocks him for having a pathetic fall from grace. Apparently, Leonhardt used to be the darling of the knights, and now he's the bodyguard of a child. After spitting these harsh words at Leonhardt's face, the rude second son turns around and makes his way out of the annex. Once Adolf is gone, the bodyguard just stands there dumbfounded and a little embarrassed. That's when Kyle suddenly calls him back into his room, telling him that he's done with the discussion with his cruel big brother. When Leonhardt enters the room, the young master informs him that Adolf asked him to join the subjugation team. From the look of things, he feels that he'll probably be acting with Viscount Jerome, one of Adolf's close aides from the 5th Legion. Apparently, our boy will be given a mission, and it will be his first test of his loyalty to his big brother. It would also be an opportunity to gain the family's recognition after being written off as a prodigal son with nothing to offer. As you'd expect, all of this information is a little too much for Leonhardt to process at once, and it's safe to say that the guy is pretty overwhelmed. Nevertheless, his job is to protect the young master, so right after Kyle is done with his little announcement, he informs the kid that he'll be joining the subjugation team too if that's the case. Unfortunately, our boy has other plans. He tells Leonhardt that he won't be joining the team and tells the bodyguard not to follow him either. The young genius knows that Adolf will be extra cautious if someone like Leonhardt is around. Kyle wants to earn the second son's trust, and to do that, so he can't take his father's people with him on the mission. At this point, Leonhardt starts sweating because of how nervous he is. His job is to protect the boy who dies even won his protection, so he's starting to panic and tries to convince the kid otherwise. Leonhardt reminds Kyle that the operation is very dangerous and informs him that it might even be a trap. Hearing this, our boy agrees that it might be a setup. But at the same time, he knows that Adolf won't trust him easily, so the only way to prove his loyalty would be to go alone. The second son is probably only testing how useful the boy will be in real combat, and since Kyle knows this, he also knows that there's a high chance he'll be exposed to danger. Nevertheless, he's not too worried about that because the truth of the matter is that he's pretty capable of protecting himself too. That being said, he tells Leonhardt that he doesn't need to worry about him. Besides, our boy doesn't intend on showing his full abilities while he's on the mission so that he doesn't draw unnecessary attention to himself. After explaining this, he suddenly asks the bodyguard if he has ever heard of the Orage function. The scene shifts all of a sudden, and we see that the subjugation team is already out on their little mission. The men have already set up camp somewhere in the forest, and there's no doubt that Kyle is somewhere around the corner calmly observing everything. In the south of Traston territory, there's a forest with a monster colony. Because of this, the Sulturian Marquisate usually sends the subjugation team to clear out the monsters time and time again. Today, young Master Kyle will be joining them in their quest to vanquish the monsters in the forest, and it's safe to say he came prepared. Our boy is booted and ready to play his part. Bro even has a huge staff like most mages do. While he's moping around wondering what he should even be doing, Viscount Jerome suddenly approaches him. This is the guy he's supposed to team up with for the mission, and the man looks really excited to partner with the young master. Viscount Jerome hops off his horse when he spots Kyle and immediately introduces himself, revealing that he's heard a lot about our boy from Adolf. That being said, he informs the kid that he'll be acting with him in this subjugation team. Hearing this, our boy decides it would be best to give off novice vibes, so he asks the Viscount to take care of him during the mission since this is his first time in real combat. In response, the man assures Kyle that he'll protect him and tells him not to worry at all. Kyle just smiles when Jerome promises to protect him because he knows that he's perfectly capable of taking care of himself on this mission. All of a sudden, he sees that Jerome's favorability for him dropped by 40 points, and that's a lot. Kyle is baffled when he sees this because this is the same guy that's supposed to protect him. I mean, how can you actually protect someone you don't even like? Anyway, our boy takes this as a sign and figures that he'll just avoid the Viscount in the meantime. The favorability probably dropped because Jerome sees Kyle as a liability. If that's the case, he doesn't even know how wrong he is. Kyle decides to get away from the man rather quickly, and Jerome just keeps faking affection for him, telling the boy to call if he needs anything. The young master starts walking away, and the look on Jerome's face changes immediately, confirming that he really doesn't like the boy. Not surprisingly, Adolf is the only reason the Viscount is talking with our boy. It turns out that he assigned Jerome to spy on Kyle. Since the boy is just a first-level mage, who they think doesn't know much, Adolf asks the man to keep an eye on Kyle and see just how skilled he actually is. In other words, this Viscount must make sure that Kyle doesn't get killed, and right now, the man feels that this is an extremely difficult task. As far as Jerome knows, Kyle is just a bedridden rascal with a deadly illness, so he doesn't think that the boy would be of any use to them. As for keeping him alive, the Viscount already thinks that it would be a relief if the young master doesn't hinder the battle. With all of this in mind, Jerome begins to panic, feeling that the mission he's been given is way too tough for him. Well, all of that changes really quickly because shortly after they locate the monsters, our boy does something that leaves everyone shocked. Using his staff, he unleashes a powerful blast of lightning which he uses to take out all the goblins in the area. Viscount Jerome is astounded when he sees this and extremely delighted as well because he never imagined that the young master would be such a valuable asset in battle. The man is extremely impressed when he sees Kyle use a shot of lighting to wipe out the group of goblins. Even the other members are thrilled when they see this, so it doesn't take long for them to become his fans. As you'd expect, the Viscount's favorability for Kyle shoots up immediately, and it doesn't even end there, because our boy keeps using different powerful magic skills to take out the monsters. After the battle against the goblins, Viscount Jerome rushes over to commend the young master for his feat. He's so impressed and admits that this is the easiest subjugation battle they've ever had. He thinks that the boy is amazing, and at this point, his favorability for Kyle goes up by 50. Hearing all the praise being showered on him, our boy just thinks about how easy Jerome was for him. He's never come across such an easy target because the guy's favorability is already at 90 in just one encounter. You can't blame the guy though, he's really excited, and he can't wait to tell Adolf all about Kyle's performance during the mission. At this point, the young master is pretty satisfied because he knows that it's time for him to proceed to the next stage of his plan. After a successful day on the battlefield, the members of the subjugation team set up a fire and took the chance to celebrate their victory. They jams their cups against each other and continue to praise Lord Kyle for his feat. At this point, the modest kid is getting a little tired of this, so he humbly tells them that he's done nothing to deserve all the praise. Unfortunately, that's not what Jerome thinks. The guy's house drops when he hears the kid being modest, so he quickly informs Kyle that his magic skills are truly impressive. All the other guys seated around agree with him, and start to talk about how they had misconceptions about the young master earlier. They all felt that he would probably be a liability because of how young he is and the fact that he was always indoors or confined within the manor. All of this, coupled with the fact that he was terminally ill, made them conclude that he'd just be a liability on the battlefield. But to their surprise, this young mage came to steal the show. They all expected him to struggle with combat and camping, so they were really surprised when he took the initiative and bravely joined the battle. They're just so impressed with the kid right now, especially since he hasn't complained once since arriving, not even about the harsh camping food. That being said, they can't help but feel that he's really mature for his age, and after listening to all the compliments, Kyle is actually really touched and happy to be around them. He finally responds to them, presuming that his brother must have lived the same way whenever he went on a monster subjugation, and since he already had that idea in mind, he tells them that he didn't want to look like a spoiled brat. This little statement immediately gets the other men really emotional, especially Jerome, who is so touched because he thinks that the young master admires Lord Adolf so deeply. Because of this, he promises to tell the second son just how much his baby brother adores him. But the Viscount has no idea that Kyle just played all of them with this emotional display. Jerome is pretty much in love with Kyle at this point because his favorability for the boys just goes up again. He can't wait to report back to the second son and tell him how amazing the young mage was. Seeing that the Viscount is so in love with the young master, all the other members of the subjugation team are moved to help out and make Adolf know how amazing his baby brother is. Later that night, after the fire has gone out, we see that all the other men are fast asleep. The only people awake are Kyle and the man keeping watch. He tells the guy that he wants to take a walk around here and asks him to just go to sleep. In response, the guard allows him to go for his walk but advises him not to go too far. Shortly after our boy sets off, he can already hear the guy yawning, so he smiles, knowing that it's only a matter of time before they're all out like a light. He's also really glad because they don't suspect him at all. He's just a kid, so they've all lowered their guard around him, to the point that they fell asleep. Right now, the knights have collapsed from exhaustion because they were encouraged by the day's victory. There are only a few sentries, so they didn't see the need to be overly cautious about goblins. But even at that, Kyle feels that they're being really careless because ogres are also in the forest. While thinking about this, he takes out a bottle from his coat and chuckles when he remembers using them for experience farming in the game. The stuff in the bottle is actually ogre perfume, and it is used to summon ogres within a 10-kilometer radius. Fun fact about this substance is that it was also created by Kyle. In a flashback, we see when the young master told Leonhard about his plan. The bodyguard is pretty surprised when Kyle talks about ogre perfume, admitting that he's never heard of it before, and this is when the boy realizes that he's the first to create one. This world doesn't know the recipe for ogre perfume yet, and since nobody has any idea what it is, he decides to enlighten Leonhard a little. He tells the guard that the fragrance is used to summon ogres within a radius, and it's high performance too since he made it. Hearing all of this, Leonhard is overwhelmed, and so he immediately reminds Kyle that the subjugation team's target is the goblin colony. Ogres are high-level monsters, so it will be difficult for them to handle such creatures, and when the blondie tries to explain all of this, the young master reveals that it's exactly what he's going for. He knows that the ogres are on another level and he doesn't mind going after them. 12 expert knights are participating in this subjugation team, and goblins might be manageable for them, but ogres are a different story. Looking at the regular soldiers from the 5th Legion, Kyle feels that they're nothing more than a ragtag bunch, even though they're called the Knight Order. Sure, they are highly loyal to his brother Adolf, but our boy believes that their individual skills are simply mediocre. As far as he's concerned, the Legion was just formed by a bunch of street criminals that Adolf brainwashed using dark powers. Due to the intense brainwashing, they were all turned into fanatics, and as a result, Adolf not only expanded his influence easily, but he also proved his ability to lead even the most hopeless individuals. Currently, these individuals are obediently controlled to the point that a tragedy is sure to follow if Adolf makes a move during the succession ceremony. Kyle feels that even the street thugs are in such a state, and now it's been established that the high-level knights are truly troublesome. With all of this in mind, the young master reveals his intentions to weaken the 5th Legion as much as possible before the ceremony. In other words, he's going to infiltrate Adolf's little cult to prevent the coup from happening again. Kyle plans to start with the 12 high-level expert knights in the subjugation team by exposing them to the ogres and letting them fight bravely to their deaths. Leonhard has a blank expression on his face the whole time Kyle breaks down his master plan, and judging by the bead of sweat running down his face, it's safe to say the bodyguard is probably a little scared of the young master now. Kyle concludes by telling Leonhard that he'll survive the deadly battle and then return with the accomplishments of defeating the ogres. In the present, we catch up with our boy in the forest, and right now, he's sprayed the perfume to attract all the ogres around. Sure enough, it doesn't take long for the monster to come out and follow the scent. Unfortunately for the subjugation team, the ogre that got attracted is a massive two-headed brute with a thirst for blood, so the moment it arrives at their camp, it starts causing havoc. The noise wakes the knights up, and when they see that their unexpected visitor is an ogre, they run out of the tents in an attempt to escape. They're all terrified of the monster, and rightly so, since the ogre is clearly way too strong for them. While everyone is running away, one brave fellow decides to face the monster. He stops running and urges the others not to back down either. He tells them to help him fight the monster, calling it a mere ogre, and as you can imagine, everyone else immediately concludes that he must be insane or something. While they're still giving him baffled looks, the two-headed ogre stomps the guy into the ground, turning him into a puddle of blood and bone. Seeing what just happened to their colleague, the others are absolutely terrified, so they start to panic, knowing that they don't stand a chance. At this point, they're pretty much done for, and some of them are even ready to accept their fates. That's until the familiar voice of a 13-year-old genius yells at them. That's right, Kyle is about to save the day. Or so they think. He tells the soldiers to come back to their senses, telling them that this is not how the honorable Salterian knights behave. While he's trying to give them the pep talk, the two-headed ogre continues to run rampage in their camp, tossing some of them around like toys. The knights who haven't been caught yet respond to the young master's call, and he informs them that the ogres will enter the territory if they fall back now. That being said, our boy informs them that they must stop the ogres here in the forest no matter what. Sensing the courage in Kyle's voice, the others are encouraged to keep fighting. After all, they've seen what he's capable of, so they're confident that he'll do most of the work and save them from the ogres just like he did with the goblins. As such, the knights decide that they'll follow the young master, and when Kyle sees that they're all on the same page, he calls out for Viscount Jerome. The man arrives on his horse, looking very relieved to see that the boy is alive. He knows that Adolf would kill him if anything happened to Kyle, so he quickly tells the boy to leave the fight to him. He's a high-level knight after all, so he thinks that he can face the ogre. Adolf told him to protect the boy, so he orders his men to help Kyle escape while he holds off the ogres. Before this plan can even be set in motion, our boy quickly counters it, stating that he won't run away. The brave kid wants to stay and fight by Jerome's side till the end, and when the Viscount hears this, he's so shocked. Kyle refuses to leave, claiming that he won't be able to face Adolf if he abandons his men and flees all by himself. That wouldn't be too knightly of him, so he points it out to the Viscount, making the guy understand why he can't leave. Hearing this, Jerome just likes the kid even more. With the confidence of having all his men present for the battle, the Viscount believes that they can actually beat the ogres. Just then, our boy casts a spell called Haste, which he uses on Jerome and his horse. In that moment, the Viscount suddenly feels a lot lighter than he did before and even more confident. Kyle then suggests handling support from the back while Jerome leads from the front, since he's still a first circle mage. Jerome agrees with this plan and tells the boy to leave tab attack to him. Jerome draws his sword and charges forward. But the whole time, all he can think about is how the young master bravely faces battle without retreating, and this makes him conclude that Kyle is indeed an indispensable asset to Lord Adolf. With this in mind, he is so eager to tell the second son to trust Kyle without hesitation. After all, the boy has proven his worth and loyalty. Back to the fight. Jerome takes his sword, and in the blink of an eye, the blade is covered in fire. The Viscount looks unstoppable at the moment, so he challenges the twin-headed ogre to bring it on and fight him. Jerome charges at the massive monster with his flaming sword, and the other soldiers are taken aback when they see this. They've probably never heard of anyone who charged at a big ogre so it makes them rethink everything. Seeing that both the Viscount and the young master aren't retreating, they realize that they have no excuse. They wouldn't want to look pathetic, so they face their fears and decide to follow Jerome into battle. Now that everyone is battle ready, our boy encourages them to give it their all, and even though they don't know what's about to go down, Kyle smiles because his plan to summon the ogres worked. He's pretty impressed with how well the ogre perfume worked. It performed exceptionally well because it actually summoned 2 or 3 times more dangerous variants. Anyway, he has to convince the soldiers to face this beast now, so he urges the 5th Legion to fight on, knowing that this is where they'll meet their end. Sure enough, the warriors turn out to be no match for the ogres as the giant beast just keeps ripping through them like nothing. The only person showing some promise here is Viscount Jerome, but there's only so much he can do against a monster that's more than 50 times his size. The brave expert knight calls out to the twin-headed ogre, telling it that he's its match, and when the beast hears this, it turns around to see who's talking. At this point, the Viscount is absolutely fuming, so he charges at the huge beast, unleashing a barrage of deadly slashes that sends the ogre retreating for a second. While the Viscount is doing his best to hurt the monster, the other warriors call his attention. They stare at the corpses lying around and realize just how many of their men have been killed by the beast. It's obvious that they barely have anyone left when yet another high-ranking knight is taken down. At this point, the men become terrified again. They start to panic, wondering if they can even make it out of the forest alive. At the moment, it's looking like the ogre is just too strong for them, and it's clear that they don't stand a chance. While they're fearing for their lives, Kyle remains quiet as he watches his master plan unfold. At the moment, he's hoping that the ogre can take them all out because he wants all the knights tainted by the darkness to be wiped out right here. That's why he came in the first place, and that's the mission of the imposing ogre he summoned. So far, the beast is doing a great job since it's already taken out most of them. Viscount Jerome can already see that he's going to die here, but he refuses to give up or retreat. There were 12 high-level expert knights at the beginning of this fight, but now there are only 3 men left, including him. He's exhausted, injured, and doubtful that they can actually win, so he figures that it might be time for them to use their last resort. These knights have a dark power inside them, but Jerome isn't sure that the stakes are high enough to unleash the power. The Viscount recalls a conversation he had with Adolf a while back. He gained the power of darkness and became stronger, so Adolf suggested that he could feel it coursing through his body. It's a really potent power, but those who have gained it must remember that they won't be able to return to their original form by themselves if they unleash the dark power within them to its full extent. Adolf told his men this when he corrupted them with the darkness and informed them that they'll turn into rampaging monsters without humanity the day they unleash their power in full. This is why they must never unleash the power carelessly. Right now, Jerome is at a crossroads and he has to make a decision because his life depends on it. If he unleashes the power, he might be able to defeat the twin-headed ogre, but he won't be able to stop his rampage afterwards. As terrible as that sounds, the Viscount still believes that it's a lot better than dying. Right now, the remaining men don't have much of a choice because it's literally a fight to the death at this point. Just when the guy is about to make the difficult choice, Kyle calls out to him, claiming that he'll provide them with magical protection. That being said, he encourages Jerome to delve deeper and keep fighting. Hearing this, the guy is relieved because he feels that they have their brilliant wizard Kyle on their side. He believes that our boy has his back, so he decides not to use the last resort just yet. All of a sudden, Kyle casts a spell called Mental Cleaning, which pretty much gives the remaining regular knights some kind of clarity and motivation to keep fighting. As you can imagine, they're all shocked and confused by everything going on. Other than that, they all feel a surge of energy suddenly and their minds are absolutely clear. It's almost like they haven't been losing the fight ever since, and this renewed strength and clarity boosts their confidence. The 5th Legion charges at the ogre once again, and this time, they manage to land some really devastating hits. While they turn the tables on the battle, our boy watches from a distance and begins to count down all of a sudden. At this point, it's clear that he's just messing with these guys again, and by the time the countdown is complete, all the clarity and strength vanishes again. It was all an illusion that Kyle used on Jerome, making him think his men were powerful enough, but by the time the mirage disappears, he sees the last high-level knights getting smashed to death by the ogre. The Viscount can't believe his eyes when he realizes that he's now the only one left. Apparently, Kyle played this trick on him so he wouldn't use his last resort and think he still stands a chance. Well, the trick worked perfectly because Jerome is the only one left now and the ogre is still as powerful as ever. Kyle's priority is to eliminate the 12 knights empowered by his brother Adolf, and now that Jerome is alone, our boy feels he's as good as dead. Surprisingly, the knight still refuses to give up. He calls on the young master for one more spell, claiming that he'll finish off the mutant ogre once and for all. When our boy hears this, a mischievous smile creeps up on his face because his plan is playing out perfectly. The knights are all dancing to his tune like pawns, and now that it's almost over, he figures that it's time. Kyle grants Jerome's request and gives him as many spells as he needs. The kid casts another spell called Ensnare, which causes many arms to appear and wrap themselves around the Viscount. Jerome is confused when the arms grab him, and that's when he realizes that he can't move anymore. It turns out that this is just another trick Kyle is playing on his mind. In reality, there aren't really any hands around him, but his mind has been trapped, so he's pretty much unconscious of what's happening around him. When the boy sees Jerome distracted, he calls out to the guy, telling him to keep his eyes forward. But by the time he regains consciousness, it's too late because the ogre is right in front of him. Unfortunately, the Viscount is brutally killed by the beast, and the rest of the regular knights are watching in horror from the sidelines. They're all terrified that they're going to die too, and while they're shitting their pants, the ogre suddenly catches on fire and falls to its death. They're so confused, but then Kyle emerges from the smoke and stands on the massive corpse, assuring the others that it's over now. As if they didn't already adore the young master, now that he saved them, they're so amazed. The knights are left speechless, and while they're frozen in shock, Kyle picks up the high-grade inner core he got for killing the ogre. The young mage decides that it's time to wrap up the little charade, so he tells the knights that the mutant ogre is dead, claiming that it's all thanks to the opportunity Jerome gave him. Kyle claims that the victory belongs to the 12 brave knights and the everyone who fought without regard for their lives. The clever young master congratulates them on their victory, and after seeing how amazing he is, they start to praise him. From the look of things, this isn't just some regular praise shower, because these knights owe him their life now, and there's a good chance they'll be loyal to him henceforth. The story resumes sometime after Kyle's little mission in the forest, and it's safe to say that the results of the subjugation were successful. Kyle and the others eliminated the mutant twin-headed ogre and even wiped out the goblin den, which was also their original goal. However, despite all of this success, there were also some significant losses. Our boy returns home with the other survivors, and before he even enters the building, Adolf is already outside fuming. The second son doesn't want to believe that Viscount Jerome is really dead. But of course, he'll have to accept it regardless, because that's the truth. Kyle steps forward to answer his big brother and breaks the bad news to him again. Kyle confirms that the Viscount is dead, but admits that the knight fell in a fierce battle with the mutant ogre. Kyle is still trying to pacify the second son when he furiously takes off the tarp covering the corpse. Adolf is shocked when he sees Jerome's human form still intact, and this baffles him because he expected that the Viscount would use the last resort in the face of death. Adolf doesn't understand why Jerome didn't use the dark power he gave him, and is really heartbroken right now because losing the knight at a time like this is a big blow to him. Unfortunately, all the other high-level knights were wiped out, so Adolf is extremely frustrated. All the men he gave dark powers are now dead, which means that his little cult has been wiped out. There's no way he can organize a coup without them, and so he decides that he'll have to pull that ogre into his camp somehow. After venting out his frustration, the second son decides to get back in character and continue his good big brother act. He claims that he's relieved to see Kyle came back safely, and since he's aware that defeating the mutant ogre was the boy's achievement, he promises to inform their father and ensure that the young master is properly. In response, our boy just laughs shyly and thanks Adolf for this. The second son is forced to keep acting like everything is fine, but that's really difficult when all his plans have been ruined. It's getting really difficult for him to fake a smile with the immense rage building up inside him. For now, Kyle believes that he's been able to deceive his older brother, so this is practically a win for him. Later that night, our boy returns to his room where he's reunited with Ursula and Leonhardt. The girl grooms him after spending time in a forest with disgusting monsters, and while she's at it, he tells them all about his wild adventure. Kyle considers the mission a perfect example of killing two birds with one stone, because not only did he wipe out the 5th Legion and the 12 knights with dark powers, he also gained recognition from Adolf and even acquired the mutant ogre's core. That being said, he figures that the mission practically counts as killing 3 birds with one stone. The astounded bodyguard just listens to the young master in awe before finally admitting how relieved he is to have Kyle back home safe, even though the idea was extremely dangerous. However, our boy doesn't think it was that dangerous. He's confident that he could have defeated the mutant ogre that appeared by himself, and reminds them that he was just pretending to be weak. Kyle says this while cuddling up with his pet Flappy, and informs Leonhardt that he just wanted to show everyone he is still harmless even though he has all these abilities. Hearing this, the overwhelmed bodyguard asks the boy if he intends to join Lord Adolf's side now. If so, he'd like to know what the young master will say about the most senior brother Abel. In response, our boy smiles and tells Leonhardt to just wait and watch. With the kind of PR he's got recently, Kyle is very confident that it's just a matter of time before his brother Abel comes looking for him. A few days later, a meeting is held between the members of the Salterian family in their conference room. As expected, the Marquis is the one who moderates the meeting, and on this day, he's decided that they'll review the expedition results so that they can decide the distribution of the spoils. At the table, Abel and Adolf are seated across each other, and judging by the looks on their faces, the tension is higher than ever. Rimton Saltarian also adds that they'll be discussing Kyle's contributions, which were crucial in defeating the mutant ogre. After listing the objectives of the meeting, the Marquis asks anyone with objections to speak up. Nobody speaks up at first, since all that can be heard are murmurs from those who don't get why Kyle is being discussed in the meeting. Hearing the whispers, Adolf realizes that this is his chance to persuade his father to let his baby brother join his side. Just then, someone finally speaks up and addresses the Marquis, suggesting that it's exaggerating to say that Kyle played a significant role in the expedition. Clearly, this man has no idea what he's talking about, and this ignorant fellow turns out to be Baron Hemington. In response, the Marquis asks the Baron to explain what he means, and the guy just keeps saying more annoying stuff. Hemington claims that he understands if the Marquis wants to praise his youngest son who he cherishes so much, but then points out the fact that Kyle is just still a first circle wizard. He reminds everyone that the young master is still an apprentice who has recently learned magic. While the fat Baron is saying all of this, our boy just stands beside his father with a blank expression on his face as he listens quietly. Considering all the commotions and problems that Kyle caused in the past, Hemington suggests that it's excessive to commend his achievements just because he participated in the expedition and came back alive. At this point, Adolf is starting to get really pissed because the nosy man is ruining his scheme. As for Abel, well, the eldest son isn't too informed about all of this, so he's taking the opportunity to understand what they're all talking about. Anyway, after spewing a lot of infuriating things, the fat man concludes by saying that it's hard to believe that Kyle has matured overnight. As far as he's concerned, people don't just change that easily, so he has a feeling that the young master is just putting up an act and can return to his old ways at any time. When nobody says anything to support him, he tries to remind them of all the terrible incidents that Kyle has caused for them, and after a while, some of them muster the courage to show some support. They admit that there's some validity to what the Baron said, because they've all experienced what the young master is capable of. Hemington claims that he's worried about what other troubles Kyle might cause for them, and our boy just smiles when he sees that fat man doesn't hesitate to speak in front of him. Just then, our boy responds to the Baron, defending himself. He tells the fat man not to judge him until he's come face to face with a mutant ogre. He assures Hemington that it's not as easy as it sounds and that he can only understand it after he experiences it for himself. The fat man and many others are shocked when the 13-year-old snaps at him, and that's when the eldest son decides to speak up. Abel chimes in, reminding the Baron that even high-level knights would struggle to defeat an ogre. That being said, he states that it's a miracle Kyle returned safely after defeating a mutant which is twice as strong as a regular ogre. Our boy is surprised when Abel steps in to defend him, and the Baron reveals that he's complaining because 12 high-level knights died trying to protect the young master. Regardless of that, Abel reminds the fat man that Kyle was the one who killed the ogre, which has been confirmed by the surviving knights. That being said, Abel suggests that they don't judge the young master based on his childhood. After all, he has changed and is now focused on studying magic diligently, so he asks Hemington to set aside bias and acknowledge Kyle's achievements. The fat man tries to protest, but this time he gets shunned by Adolf, who wants him to shut up and stop trying to ruin things. Besides, he doesn't have the right to criticize a direct heir to the Marquis based on irrelevant past issues. The hot-headed second son snaps at the Baron, warning him not to overstep, and of course, the terrified man apologizes and keeps the rest of his opinions to himself. Seeing this display, Kyle is shocked because he didn't expect his brothers to be so eager to praise him. Anyway, Adolf finally tells his father that Kyle should be properly honored for his achievements, admitting that the 5th Legion he led testified that the boy fought bravely. In response, the Marquis concludes that there's no further objection to the young master's achievement since the first and second son are on the same page. That being said, the Marquis lifts Kyle's probation, which means that he'll be allowed to access the main residence and go out as he wishes. However, he makes it known to everyone that Kyle will not receive any spoils from the mutant ogre after distribution. Before anyone can protest, the Marquis concludes the meeting, leaving our boy screaming mentally. He doesn't understand why he's not getting any spoils after they recognized his achievements, so he speaks to his father after the meeting, asking why. In response, the Marquis quietly reminds him that he doesn't lack anything since he already took the ogre core for himself. Kyle is shocked to realize that his father knows about that, and since he doesn't want to get into any more trouble, he ceases his protests, claiming that the freedom he just earned is enough reward for him. The old man promises to trust him if he keeps doing well and then leaves him. Shortly after that, Adolf approaches him, reminding him that he kept his promise to inform their father of his achievements. He also reminds Kyle that he cares so much for him, but we all know that he's only doing this so he can persuade the young master to join his side. While they're talking, Abel spots them having a conversation, and after everything that happened at the meeting, he realizes that maybe his baby brother has changed. With this in mind, Abel calls out to our boy, telling him that they need to have a talk. The story continues with the young master having a meeting with his big brother Abel, the eldest son of the Marquis. Abel sits across the table from Kyle as they chat over some tea, and he suddenly reveals that he has a rather trivial skill. The eldest son claims that our boy is the first to hear about it, stating that their father doesn't even know he has such a skill yet. Hearing this, Kyle laughs shyly, feeling pretty surprised by his big brother's confession just now. Other than being taken aback by this, the young master is also starting to feel a little overwhelmed because it's clearly putting a lot of pressure on him that the first son would suddenly appear and start talking to him about a secret. Kyle was waiting for Abel to come and find him, but he didn't expect it to be this soon and this personal. A while ago, shortly after the conference meeting ended, our boy was about to have a conversation with Adolf when Abel said called out to him. In a flashback, we get to see exactly what happened between the two brothers. Abel calls for Kyle's attention and commends him on doing a good job on the battlefield. From the warm smile on his face, it's easy to see why the eldest son is the favorite to succeed his father. He walks up to our boy and informs Kyle that he has successfully handled a real fight, and concludes that the boy is now practically a respectable wizard since he was so amazing during the subjugation mission. At the moment, Abel considers Kyle the pride of the family, but the modest young master reminds his big brother that he still has a long way to go since he's only at first level magic for now. He claims that he was just lucky during the expedition, and even though Abel doesn't completely believe that, he just agrees with him before asking the boy if he has some time to talk before dinner. Apparently, the eldest son would like to hear in detail about Kyle's achievements in the expedition. The kid is taken aback, but also pleased by this request, so with a smile on his face, he tells Abel that he's free to come by anytime he likes. That was how they arranged the little meeting they just had, and now, here they are after the conversation. Our boy initially suspected that Abel had an ulterior motive for wanting to know about his achievements during the expedition, but that's no longer the case because he's pretty surprised that the eldest son came here to tell him a secret that even their father doesn't know. Sure, he knows that Abel means no harm, but at the same time, he also knows that he can't be too presumptuous as to guess his purpose. However, with everything that Kyle has seen, he figures that the eldest son's goal is to recruit him. To overcome the Salterian Marquis' rebellion created by Adolf, Abel needs to strengthen his own position while weakening that of the second son. Only then can our boy survive in this fantasy defense game this time around. Kyle's fate is pretty bleak because in the original story, he gets killed during Adolf's coup, but with the support of the Salterian family, then he's got a shot at survival. For now, he knows that he needs to choose his words carefully, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Anyway, after thinking about all of this, the young master responds to his big brother, suggesting that it's probably better if he doesn't know the secret since their own father isn't aware. Hearing this, the eldest son gives Kyle a blank look and sips some of his tea before asking the boy if he doesn't want to hear the secret. In response, Kyle nervously explains that it's not like he doesn't want to hear it, admitting that he's pretty scared of what Abel might want from him after revealing such a big secret. In other words, Kyle doesn't want to be emotionally obliged or blackmailed into giving something in return after being entrusted with the secret. When our boy says this, the look on Abel's face changes and the eldest son almost seems disappointed. He takes a brief pause and then finally breaks the silence, admitting that it's pretty mean for the young master to come up with such a conclusion. At this point, he decides to be a bit more direct, asking Kyle if he thinks that he wants something from him. In response, the young mage lets out a laugh, suggesting that this is just the kind of thing he expects from his big brother. Kyle sets down his cup, claiming that he understands what Abel is trying to say and admits that he doesn't have the confidence to win a probing match against the eldest son. That being said, he suggests that they both be very straightforward. On that note, Kyle reveals that he's not supporting Adolf even though he's currently on the second son's side. Abel's eyes widen when he hears this and his curiosity grows even more, but then our boy makes it clear that he doesn't plan to join the eldest son's side either. Elsewhere that night, there seems to be some kind of magical storm happening. Big upon taking a closer look, we see Daisy standing quietly in the background, and that's when it becomes clear that this isn't a storm at all. It's just one of Adolf's intense training sessions which he uses to clear his head, and judging by the intensity of this one, he's probably in a really bad mood. After splitting one of the puppets in half, he asks Daisy if Abel went to Kyle's place, and the maid confirms this immediately. She reveals that she couldn't eavesdrop on them or hear anything because the escort knights were there, and this just makes the second son really furious. Adolf already knows why Abel went to see their baby brother, and he's really pissed because he had his eye on Kyle first. The angry young man wipes the sweat off his face, feeling confident that his older brother won't be able to win Kyle over so easily. The second son is absolutely desperate right now, so much so that he's ready to poison our boy if he gets easily swayed by Abel's words. That being said, he reminds Daisy that this ambition of his is the reason he placed her in the annex. He wanted her to keep an eye on the young master, but she's starting to feel really overwhelmed by the task. Unfortunately, she doesn't have a choice but to comply and fulfill her duty. Back in our boy's room, we see that he's still having a chat with the eldest son. Abel is still taken aback by the fact that Kyle has no intention of joining him, and he expresses the feeling. In response, the young master asks if he'd like to know the reason he's not joining him, but Abel remains silent and sips his tea. Kyle knows that he wants the answer, so he reveals it anyway, explaining that he can't join Abel because the eldest son is kind. As you can imagine, this is a really weird reason for not wanting to ally with someone, and Abel is pretty baffled. He is also quite embarrassed that his baby brother thinks he's too kind. Abel being called kind isn't just based on his actions in the game, and that's when an idea suddenly comes to his mind. Kyle decides to use his incite skill to try and see through his eldest brother, but unfortunately, it doesn't work, and he's just met with a message telling him that he can't delve into the essence of this character because he's a high-level target. All Kyle sees is Abel's name, while everything else is unknown except for the favorability, which is exactly 0. When our boy sees this, he's pretty stunned because other than Ursiel, Abel is the only other person who has viewed him so favorably at first glance, even though he is considered a rogue. The young master is so touched because after seeing that Abel has neutral favorability for him, he concludes that his brother is really a good person. Abel sees Kyle acting all dramatic, so he wonders what's making his baby brother react like this. Anyway, the eldest son admits that he appreciates the fact that Kyle sees him in a good light. But then again, he reveals that he feels a bit sorry for the young master, explaining that he hasn't been able to take care of him all this while and is only just coming to him now. In response, our boy tells Abel that there's no need for him to apologize, admitting that if he had a troublesome younger sibling, he'd probably have buried them somewhere too. As far as our boy is concerned, the mere fact that Abel didn't bury him somewhere is already impressive enough, and the eldest son is just stunned when he hears this. At this point, he just concludes that the young master is joking, so he bursts into laughter, commending Kyle for being really funny. He's pretty impressed and claims that he would have tried to connect sooner if he knew our boy was such a witty younger sibling. After all, if he had done that, then he wouldn't have lost out to Adolf, who has pretty much called dibs on the 13-year-old prodigy. That being said, Abel officially starts trying to make Kyle change his mind. He tells our boy that he can offer everything Adolf promised him and even provide better conditions. The eldest son makes this offer and asks the young master if there's any room for reconsideration, admitting that he's not really inclined to back down just because he's kind. In response, Kyle states that he's currently indulging the kind-hearted eldest brother and then points out how Abel wouldn't kill him for joining Adolf's side. On the other hand, our boy knows that Adolf is different. Kyle knows that the second son has a cruel nature, and as such, he knows that Adolf will use any means necessary to remove him from the way if he becomes a hindrance and not a useful tool. That being said, Kyle reminds his big brother that he only just overcame Hermimew, and that he's still a first circle wizard, a mere novice. The young master claims that he lacks the strength to protect himself, and this means that he won't be able to withstand the consequences if Adolf targets his life. Hearing this, Abel is speechless for a second, and after processing everything Kyle just told him, he admits that our boy is the only person in the family who has ever given such an extreme assessment of Adolf. In response, the young genius agrees with him, and then points out the fact that Abel didn't refute his evaluation, and that he didn't raise any objections. That being the case, Kyle figures that Abel even agrees with his opinion. The eldest son doesn't deny this at all, and after confirming Kyle's presumption, he changes the topic back to the first thing he was talking about, which is his secret trivial skill. He reveals that this secret ability of his is actually good intuition, and this revelation just leaves Kyle a bit perplexed. Abel goes on to say even more, admitting that since he was young, he always had a bad feeling just before something bad happened. It was like he always knew what was coming, and because of it, he followed his intuition, which helped him to avoid danger so many times. But now, as the succession ceremony draws closer, his bad premonitions are growing stronger, especially since he senses a dangerous aura from Adolf. Unfortunately, there's no concrete evidence of all of this, and Abel admits that he's not certain. Hearing this, our boy is really shocked because he can't believe that Abel is actually assessing the current situation so accurately. To Kyle, such intuition is a low-level form of precognition that seems to faintly detect dark powers as well. This is really surprising because Abel didn't possess such abilities in the original game. With this in mind, our boy begins to wonder if he developed abilities that Kyle Salterian didn't have when he entered the game. He feels this way because other NPCs are also undergoing changes that they didn't have before. Ursule, for example, was meant to vanish as a minor character, but now she has exceptional elemental magic talent. This is an unexpected theory for sure, but even so, Abel reminds Kike that Adolf is his biological brother and the second direct heir of the Marquis family. Even though their father thinks that the second son is a violent man, Abel believes that their old man doesn't think that Adolf will do something that crosses the line. Nevertheless, the first son is still very cautious because of his bad feeling, and he's trying to keep his brother in check. Abel doesn't even have a convincing reason to persuade others, and because of this, he's decided to keep his intuition a secret all this time. The eldest son seems a little defeated at this point when he says all of this, but Kyle has a strong feeling that Abel is right. He trusts his brother's intuition, so he assures the eldest son that they're on the same page, suggesting that their family will be doomed the day that Adolf becomes the successor. Kyle informs Abel that nobody in their household would be safe, and not even him, who's currently on the second son's side. When Abel hears his baby brother say this, he's shocked because he didn't think that Kyle would actually believe him and his intuition. The young master sees the look of shock on his big brother's face and assures him that he believes in him, before asking what he plans to do now that they've agreed Adolf is a threat. Kyle reveals that he's going to pretend to join Adolf's side to keep an eye on him for now. He's going to act very loyal in the meantime and play the role of a perfect subordinate so that the second son will let his guard down, and once that happens, Kyle will strike him down hard. Hearing this, Abel realizes that the young master plans to hit Adolf from behind, and Kyle confirms this, admitting that he'll need Abel's help. Our boy claims that he will be able to bring the second son down more decisively with his big brother's help, and just like that, he asks Abel if he's on board with the plan. Kyle suddenly stretches out his hand, asking Abel if he'll help, but the eldest son is a little overwhelmed by the whole thing, so he just stares at the kid in shock. He clearly has the same plan in mind, but he's just shocked at how quick Kyle suggested it. Nevertheless, he is the eldest sibling and as such, he can't refuse his cute sibling's request, so just like that, he agrees to support Kyle, but only on the condition that he works from behind the scenes. Besides that, our boy also has one more thing to ask of the eldest son. So Kyle wants Abel to do him a favor before they can cement their partnership, and we're going to find out what exactly that is soon enough. A few days later, the story resumes with someone freaking out about something called a platinum coin. Turns out that this person who can't believe his eyes is Leonhardt, who has just been shown stacks of the rare coin. They're just lying on the table, so he's really overwhelmed because he knows that just one of them is worth several times his monthly salary. Apparently, one platinum coin is equivalent to 10 gold coins, and that's a lot of money, so the bodyguard is extremely curious as to how the young master found the coins. In his bewildered state, he asks Kyle where all the money came from, and our boy just smiles in response, before revealing that he got the coins from his big brother. Leonhardt is gobsmacked when he realizes that Abel was the one that provided the coins, but then, Kyle claims that he only wanted to borrow the money at first just for a little while, but now it appears that his plans might have changed. In a flashback, we see the eldest son asking our boy how much money he needs when Kyle makes his request. Abel claims that he is ready to prepare the money right away and informs him that he doesn't even need to pay it back. That being said, the eldest son tells our boy to think of it as a gift, and after hearing this, Kyle is so touched because he never knew that his big brother was so generous. Leonhardt is equally taken aback by all of this, but the thing that's really bothering him right now is completely different. Apparently, there's a glowing orb sitting on the table as well, so when the bodyguard sees it, has he really puzzled and then asks the young master what it is. In response, Kyle reveals that it's a personal communicator. Abel said that it would be easier to contact him with it, so he gave it to Kyle, and as you can imagine, that sounds like a big deal to Leonhardt. The bodyguard knows how expensive the object is, so he's really puzzled by the fact that Abel would just give a 13-year-old boy something like that. One personal communicator is worth enough money to buy a whole mansion with a garden attached to it. That's how expensive those glowing balls are, so Leonhardt is having a hard time believing that such precious items are lying on Kyle's table like toys. In response, the young master reveals that he knows all of this, and then he explains to Leonhardt that the orb in his hand is a simplified version of the personal communicator. That means that it can only be used for direct communication between Kyle and Abel. At this point, the bodyguard calms down a bit and figures that things must have gone well with the eldest son, and Kyle confirms this, admitting that Abel turned out to be as kind as he thought. That being said, he tells Leonhardt to hold on to the money in the meantime, claiming that he'll need it soon. Our boy hands Leonhardt the sack, but he's confused and reluctant to take it from him. He eventually accepts the bag of coins, but then asks Kyle what he even needs this much money for. As far as he knows, the workshop renovation is finished. They recently bought magic stones and spirit stones, so they don't even need to buy any more for a while. At this point, Kyle finally answers him, vowing that he's going to make money. The boy reveals that the platinum coins will be his investment fund, and it becomes clear that Kyle has a very big plan underway. Elsewhere, we catch up with Ursula, who's currently in the middle of a training session. She's also got a staff now, suggesting that she's taking her magic to the next level. At some point during the session, she commands light to gather at the tip of her staff and then brighten the surroundings. Just then, she starts to see a glowing light, and it looks as though her little spell just worked, but she quickly realizes that it didn't when he sees that Flappy is the one glowing brightly in the room. She wanted to make her staff brighten the room, but it didn't work. And while she's feeling sorry for herself, she suddenly realizes that Kyle is in there with her too. Flappy is currently sitting on the young master's head, so she scolds the creature, telling it not to disrespect the young lord like that. Of course, our boy doesn't mind, so he tells Ursula that it's fine since it's basically like having a headlamp on his head, so it's quite handy. Leonhardt hears this and just cringes as the joke, but then he suddenly realizes that they're in an unfamiliar location, so he asks Kyle why they're currently in a dungeon. In response, our boy intentionally pisses his bodyguard off even more by claiming that they are in there because there was a dungeon and they entered it. Of course, that's not the answer Leonhardt was expecting, so he's pretty annoyed because he knows that Kyle is just messing with him at this point. The bodyguard reminds him that they clearly left the house saying they were visiting in Felham, the neighboring estate, but now, all of a sudden, they're inside a dungeon and Leonhardt doesn't get why. In response, our boy casually states that there's a dungeon on the way to Felham, and that was the reason he suggested that they stop by. He says this before letting out an annoying laugh, and at this point, Leonhardt looks like he's about to lose his shit. Thankfully, he manages to keep it together, and once he's calmed down, he quietly suggests that they get the hell out of the dungeon. He doesn't feel that they should be in such a place for long, but Kyle doesn't agree with him. The young master doesn't get why he's saying they should leave when the dungeon exploration is only just beginning. Apparently, our boy hasn't heard a word of what Leonhardt has been saying, so the frustrated bodyguard yells out to inform him that the place is dangerous. He tells Kyle to think about the way they came into the dungeon, and reminds him of the monsters that were swarming the entrance of the cave. From what the bodyguard has observed, the number and presence of these monsters keeps gradually decreasing the further they go into the dungeon. That being said, Leonhardt suggests that there's a high chance there is a boss monster deeper inside the cave that mid-level monsters avoid approaching because they're wary of it. The bodyguard has been able to handle things so far, but from here on, he's not sure he'll be able to take on the creature that they encounter. That being said, he suggests that they turn back at this point, but unfortunately, Kyle has no intention of retreating. In fact, that boss monster is his target, and hearing the boy say this leaves Leonhardt shocked and honestly more pissed. He realizes that Kyle knew about going monster hunting in the scary dungeon and that the boy lied about going to Infellum. At this point, our boy explains that they really do have business with the Infellum estate. It's just that he knew there was a dungeon along the way and just couldn't resist going inside for some exploration. Kyle knows that they wouldn't even have been able to leave the house if he had mentioned going to the dungeon from the start. The number of knights guarding them would have multiplied and they certainly won't be able to enjoy the trip. Our boy also knows that Adolf would have followed him, and if that had happened, Abel would have insisted on sending his own guards as well to escort them. As far as Kyle is concerned, it would have been chaos and they wouldn't even be able to clear the dungeon because they hate each other, and if a fight broke out between them, then he'd be caught in the middle and probably get hurt. Besides that, Kyle reminds Leonhardt that he was also looking out for Ursule. Her spirit magic training has to be kept secret since he has only told his father and doesn't want his brothers to know about it yet. That being said, he also can't let Flappy be seen by people in the open, so he prefers that everything they do is off the radar. The young master says all of this and then admits that the biggest problem would be if there had been too many because he wouldn't be able to take the loot for himself. At the moment, Kyle plans to sweep it all for himself, but Leonhardt is just concerned that coming here by themselves might have been too reckless. The bodyguard may be an expert level knight, but Ursule has only just begun learning spirit magic, so her life is in danger. He's worried about her and Kyle as well, because even though the boy may have recently reached the second circle, he's afraid that he's not yet strong enough for a mission like this. At this point, our boy cuts off the bodyguard, telling him that he shouldn't mistake him for being powerless just because he pretends to be weak at home. He reminds Leonhardt that he saw with his own eyes what his magic power is capable of now that he's overcome Hermimule. It's drastically different from normal magic and Leonhardt knows this. The worried bodyguard tries to protest still, but Kyle cuts him off once again and assures him that they're strong enough as a team. After all, they've got a tank, which is Leonhardt, a healer, which is Ursule, and finally, they've got a damage dealer in the form of a cute teenager. Kyle believes that they've got everything they need and suggests that there's nothing to worry about. Our boy assures Leonhardt that he's strong enough and he's confident that he'll only just grow stronger from here too. That being said, Kyle tells the bodyguard to watch carefully so that he can choose wisely who he'll pledge his loyalty from now between the boy and his father. Leonhardt is horrified when he hears such words from a 13-year-old boy, but it looks like Kike doesn't have any chills at this point because he just keeps talking. He tells the blondie that a knight with 2 masters isn't necessary and reveals that he wants a knight loyal to only him. Hearing this, the worried bodyguard just nervously tightens his grip on his sword and a scary silence follows. He doesn't know what to say and Kyle equally remains quiet to allow him to process what he just told him. He knows that Leonhardt is just following the orders of Rimton Sulturian to guard him, but this isn't good for our boy, because it practically means that Leonhardt's true master will always be the Marquis no matter how faithfully the knight stands by Kyle's side. To truly win over the loyal and rigid knight, the protagonist knows that simply showing his abilities won't be enough. He knows that forcing Leonhardt to be on his side will only backfire, and the fact that the knight is hesitating right now is enough for now. As far as Kyle is concerned, he will finally gain a knight that belongs to him alone when Leonhardt finally acknowledges him. Our boy knows how powerful and protective the knight is, and he also knows that it's just a matter of time before the blonde bodyguard pledges loyalty to him. After that little talk between Kyle and his bodyguard, the trio continue their journey deeper into the cave, and after a while, they finally reach the part where the master of the dungeon resides. Leonhardt was right about there being an extremely powerful creature in the cave, and now they're all standing right in front of the boss room. This dark and terrifying place is called the Minotaur's secret sanctuary, and it's where the mythical beast lives. We get to see the Minotaur quietly sitting with its mighty hammer in between its legs. When Ursule sees the creature, chills run down her spine because she's overwhelmed by how huge it is. Kyle just remains silent as he stares at the powerful beast they're going to fight shortly. This place is the Minotaur's secret sanctuary, and that's basically the name of the dungeon. In the fantasy defense game, the dungeon was popular among beginners for farming because there were no traps, the path was short, and there were only a few monsters to fight in it. But most importantly, the rewards were very generous compared to the level of difficulty. This explains why Kyle was willing to come on the mission with only 2 people despite Leonhardt's protests. He clearly doesn't want to share the spoils with so many people when he and his friends can have as much as they want. While he's daydreaming of the rewards he could earn from this mission, Leonhardt identifies the creature sleeping in front of them. He knows that it's a minotaur and that it's said to be 3 times stronger than an ogre. The monster doesn't use magic, but its brute strength is incredible. So much so that those who try to block its massive hammer swing without using sword energy get their bones crushed with ease. With that fact being established, Kyle decides to start strategizing before the creature wakes up. He tells Leonhardt to take the front line and draw the Minotaur's aggro while blocking the hammer attacks. While he's doing that, Kyle plans to cast a shield to increase his defense. So with Leonhardt's sword energy and our boy's shield combined, the knight will be able to withstand the monster's heavy attacks. However, there's one more attack that he'll need to watch out for, because at some point, the enraged Minotaur will charge like a bull and start a whirlwind attack. When that happens, the beast will tear right through no matter how strong the shield is. Since that's the case, Kyle advises Leonhardt to lure the monster to the outer edges as much as possible. Our boy reveals that the Minotaur will be exhausted for a while after the whirlwind, and that's when they'll unleash their attacks. The knight understands the plan, but Ursule hasn't been involved yet, so he tells her to cast buffs on him and Leonhardt before the battle even starts. Since it's her first real battle, he tells her that it's okay to just cast buffs and hide behind a rock if she's too scared. On the contrary, the girl doesn't want to be a coward, so she reminds him that she didn't study spirit magic just to hide and be protected. She reveals that she wants to be of help to him, and as such, she's ready to show him the results of her training today. The young master is touched when he hears her say all these admirable things, and so he allows her to join them in the fight. However, he also advises her not to overdo anything, telling her to always keep a safe distance, and if it gets too dangerous, he wants her to remember that she's the party's healer and buffer. He's about to tell her what the most important role she has is when she cuts him off, suggesting that it's to protect him, but he quickly tells her she's wrong. Kyle informs her that her most important job is to stay alive because they'll always have a chance as long as she doesn't fall. That being said, he reveals that she's holding both his life and Leonhardt's life in her hands. He then places his hand on her shoulder and reminds her to protect herself. Ursule is so touched when she hears him say this, and it puts a new sense of pride in her that makes her understand just how important she is. While the two are sharing this wholesome moment, Leonhardt just stares at them with a questioning look on his face. Right now, the dungeon's location, which is unknown, the importance of the healer in battle, and even the strategy to defeat the Minotaur are things that you'd usually only know through real experience. With this in mind, Leonhardt begins to wonder how Kyle knows all of this when he's been confined to the estate all this while. It's way too suspicious for him to hide his concerns, so he calls out to the young master, pointing out how familiar he is with dungeon strategies. Our boy is shocked when the knight calls him out because he knows how it looks. Leonhardt asks him if this is his first time in a dungeon, and Kyle begins to panic. He forgot that he was supposed to be a 13-year-old and started to show just how much he knows. Even for a magical genius, knowing all of these strategies is a bit strange. To avoid having his cover blown, he quickly tells Leonhardt that he learned some basic tips during the goblin hunt when they fought the ogre. As you can imagine, the clever knight finds it hard to believe that the boy learned about minotaurs while hunting down ogres and goblins. It doesn't add up because he's claiming to have learned this much from the same people who couldn't handle an ogre. At this point, Kyle starts sweating nervously because he doesn't get why the knight is asking so many questions. He's afraid that Leonhardt noticed something off about him to suggest that he's not the real Kyle. With this in mind, he begins to imagine a reality where he is exposed as an imposter and captured. In this reality, the people conclude that Kyle was possessed by a demon because they feel that a bratty noble could not mature all of a sudden. With everyone thinking he's possessed by a demon, it doesn't take long for them to burn him, and just like that, it's game over for him. The protagonist refuses to let that be his fate, so he quickly comes up with another explanation, claiming that he read about the minotaurs in a book. Leonhardt is still not buying this, but Kyle does his best to convince him, reminding him how he literally lived in the library for a while. He claims that he read some secret military strategy books during that time, and after much persuasion, the knight finally believes him. A wide smile appears on Leonhardt's face when he hears this, as he concludes that Kyle has been going to the library lately to study really hard. He's impressed that the young master has been studying monster strategies and not just magic. Kyle is surprised and relieved that his little trick worked, and his bodyguard just keeps commending him. The guy feels that the Marquis will be very proud to see how much the youngest son has grown because his progress is amazing. Ursule chimes in at this point to shower him with praise as well, and it doesn't take long for their affection for him to increase again. Our boy is surprised that Leonhardt is easy to convince despite being difficult to please, but he also decides to come up with some excuse for knowing so much about the game world because he can't just rely on being called a magical genius each time. After all of that is over, the trio continue the mission, and Ursule starts by providing light to grant them the strength to protect. Using her spirit magic, Ursule casts spells like Light Empowerment and Light Healing to help Kyle and Leonhardt. Light's Empowerment increases health and defense by 30% while enhancing mana and sword energy. As for the Light's Healing, it restores lost health and provides an automatic healing effect for a set duration. Seeing these spells, Kyle admits that the effects are a lot stronger than when she first learned it. He commends her for the improvement, and she just giggles shyly in response. Once that's done, the young master decides that it's time to face the monster, so he tells Leonhardt to take the lead, and the blonde knight gets right to it. The warrior charges bravely at the sleeping minotaur, determined to land a devastating first strike, but just when he gets close enough, the beast awakens and immediately blocks his sword slash. The two opponents stand face to face, and Leonhardt can already sense that his body feels completely different, thanks to Kyle's shield and Ursule's buff. The knight feels sturdier and much lighter than before, so he should be able to hold his own against the furious beast in front of him. Now that the Minotaur is awake, he furiously demands to know who would dare disturb his slumber. The beast promises to split anyone who comes for his treasure in half with his hammer and vows not to forgive anyone who cares to covet his treasure. While the monster is making all of these threats, something blasts him in the face and this just pisses him off even more. Not surprisingly, it's our boy Kyle who blasted the monster with some of his magic, and judging by the mischievous look on his face, he's just getting started. Kyle boldly introduces himself as a dungeon thief and unleashes a magical spell called the Ice Lance on the Minotaur. The monster blocks this attack with its massive hammer, but he's unable to see the person attacking him. Just then, Leonhardt follows up with a deadly sword slash that sends blood flying all over the place, and then Kyle advises the creature not to lose focus, because his knight is very capable. The young master and his bodyguard unleash a barrage of deadly attacks on the Minotaur, to the point that he can't even defend himself anymore. Kyle tells the beast not to get distracted because Leonhardt is very competent. After taking a hard beating, the monster gets pissed, so he curses the intruders and promises not to let any of them leave the dungeon alive for trying to steal his treasure. As he makes this terrifying promise, he raises his massive hammer, attempting to smash Leonhardt, who was going for an aerial attack. Kyle realizes that his knight is about to be crushed, so he quickly conjures a shield for Leonhardt with a spell called Stone Silt. The Minotaur is shocked that they can block an attack with all his power in it. Meanwhile, Leonhardt is sweating nervously under the shield, hoping that it doesn't give way. He can feel the tremendous force from the monster, so he realizes that his arms would have been broken if Kyle didn't time the shield spell perfectly. Kyle uses magic precisely, as if he already knows the next move. His sense of magic at just the right time smoothly leads the battle, and his intuition for assessing the situation and using magic is innate. With all of this in mind, Leonhardt becomes very confident because he can clearly see that the young master is in control of the battle. All of a sudden, our boy shouts for Leonhardt to move out of the way, because he's about to use another spell. Sure enough, Kyle casts his ensnare spell on the Minotaur, causing the monster to be immobilized. The beast starts to panic when he realizes that he can't move anymore, and that's when Kyle blasts it with his magic missiles. The intensity of the attacks is so much that you would expect that the monster is dead by now. Unfortunately, this Minotaur is built different, so it's still very much in this fight. The monster takes a breather after being blasted over and over with different attacks. Smoke is literally coming off his back, but he's still standing, and when the others see how calm the monster is, all of a sudden, they begin to wonder if Kyle defeated him already. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and this is confirmed when the beast starts laughing all of a sudden. The Minotaur admits that he's impressed a human could push him this far. However, he makes it very clear to Kyle and his gang that this is the end of them. That being said, the monster activates the dreaded whirlwind attack that the young master warned against before the battle started. They're all alarmed when they see this, and our boy informs his crew just so they can know what they're up against. Kyle can see the danger coming at them, so his survival insists kick into overdrive. He orders Leonhardt to keep the aggro and lead the monster to the outskirts. He wants them to split up for now, and Leonhardt understands the assignment, so he gets right to it. As he runs away, Kyle helps him out with his haste spell, and Ursula gives the knight her blessing of light to protect him. As the magic spells reach him, he feels the sudden surge of energy inside him, and this gives him the strength to launch his sword at the massive monster even with the whirlwind attack active. The sword hits the Minotaur on the neck and ricochets off in an instant. Of course, this annoying hit is enough to get the beast's attention, so he charges at the knight and pursues him. While Leonhardt lures the monster away, Kyle and Ursula hide behind an altar, and all of a sudden, he starts counting down from 30. During the countdown, we get to see exactly what they've planned. Kyle knew that the Minotaur is too powerful to beat at full strength, so avoiding the whirlwind attack was the best strategy. After all, the monster would be exhausted after using it, and then that would be their opportunity to strike. Apparently, the whirlwind attack lasts for about 30 seconds, so Kyle is waiting for the time to elapse, and even Leonhardt is forced to keep running until the time is up. With 5 seconds left, the knight is still running for his life, so Ursula yells out the time remaining. At this point, the Minotaur has caught up to Leonhardt and is about to smash him with the hammer, but the knight refuses to give up or slow down despite being tired. By the time it's 1 second left, the beast is exhausted, so it just drops the hammer inches behind the knight. Leonhardt is shocked and relieved at the same time when he sees this, because it was a really close call. Besides that, the haste spell expired at the same time, which returns his speed to normal. The Minotaur has also stopped moving at this point, and Leonhardt realizes that Kyle's support spells expired at the same time. This means that he wouldn't have been able to dodge the attack if he was even only 1 second late. The knight wonders if it was all a coincidence or if the young master calculated it all from the start. While Leonhardt is pondering all of this, Kyle suddenly reveals that it's damage time, and with that being said, he takes out a magic circle and unleashes several shards from inside it. The spell formula is confirmed and switched to user control mode so that all the ability limits can be unlocked. Once this happens, Kyle is impressed by how much power he has at his disposal, and he realizes that this is true magic. He's so excited to use it, and so he unleashes it on the Minotaur, and while he's at it, Ursula notices a nasty cut on Leonhardt's arm, so she gets to work and uses her healing spell to help him with the injury. The girl uses her healing light to take care of the wound, and after only a few seconds, the knight is amazed to see that there's not even a scratch on his arm anymore. With his arm completely healed, he thanks her and admits that he's really glad. Meanwhile, our boy finishes off the Minotaur, leaving the massive hammer lying on the floor. Now that the beast is gone, he can now acquire the treasure that he's been daydreaming about since they entered the dungeon. Our boy rushes to the chest and literally starts kissing it in excitement while Ursula and Leonhardt just watch him act weird. He's so happy that there's nothing standing between him and the beautiful things anymore. He's so sure that this is the treasure he's been looking for because they're sparkling from within the chest. With his excitement and curiosity at the absolute peak, he opens the treasure chest to see what's inside the box, and sure enough, there's a lot of goodies in there. From precious stones to cool artifacts, the chest is filled with all sorts of treasure. To see what exactly they are, he activates his incite skill and begins to analyze the target. The first thing that pops up is the Sword of the Rhino, an artifact made from the solid bones of a rhino and a special metal. The sword has something called Rhino Strength, which increases the user's strength by 10%. Other than that, the sword has a durable blade which has much higher durability than typical weapons. Seeing this, Kyle concludes that it's a great sword and figures it would be perfect for Leonhardt, even though the knight doesn't know what he's talking about yet. Next item on the treasure list is Lul's necklace, which is filled with nature's energy, and when Kike realizes this, he concludes that the spirit would like it. The necklace has nature's blessing and can store natural energy in it. It also has an attribute called Clear Mind, which can help the user gather energy a bit faster than normal. Seeing that it's an artifact for the spiritists, Kyle decides that it would be great for Ursula, so he tells her that she should use it. Of course, she's surprised when he says this all of a sudden, but he just ignores the shock on her face and gives it to her. He also gives Leonhardt the Rhino Sword before quickly rushing back to the treasure chest to find something for himself. After taking a close look at the items in the box, he finally locks his gaze on the perfect one. Our boy finds an artifact for himself, and it turns out to be the Staff of Bravery. This is a staff emanating a bold aura and allows for faster magic casting. The staff has an attribute called Memorize, which allows it to store up to 3 spells. The stored spells can be used without mana consumption with a maximum of 2 circle magic spells. In the fantasy defense game, if you follow the wizard tree, getting this weapon from the Minotaur dungeon is a must strategy. It's a broken staff you can use until you reach higher circles, and so he's really happy because he won't need to worry about weapons for a while. It's absolutely perfect for him, and while he's being really excited about it, Leonhardt examines the sword he just got and admits that it's indeed a fine sword even at first glance. With its magical effects, it's no wonder why the Minotaur risked his life to guard such a treasure. Unfortunately, the knight isn't sure that he's worthy of receiving something like this. He remembers when Kyle asked him where his loyalty really lies and how the young lord wants a knight for him alone. Leonhardt remembers that he couldn't answer the question back then, so the guilt makes him feel unworthy of receiving such a gift from the young master. At the same time, Ursula is also reluctant to accept the necklace because she doesn't think she can repay him if she takes the artifact. Our boy is shocked when she suggests that she only accepts from him and never gives him anything, so he reminds her that she was pivotal in their battle against the Minotaur. Leonhardt suddenly claims that the sword is too valuable for him, and our boy just wonders what the hell is wrong with the knight. Seeing how weird his friends are being because of the gifts, he decides to explain that he's not just giving them the artifacts as a reward. Kyle informs them that it's to make them stronger and reminds them that they all need to become stronger. Since they don't have enough time, these artifacts will help enhance their strengths. Our boy doesn't want anyone else to know about this, so he tells them not to inform his family because they'd want to follow a procedure to distribute the loot. Ursula and Leonhardt are the only ones he can trust, so he wants them to be very tight-lipped. That's the only way they can use the artifacts to become stronger without drawing unwanted attention. Kyle states that they need to become stronger because of the impending darkness looming over the House of Salterian. After explaining all of this to them, he asks if they'll accept the artifacts now, and they finally agree to. They thank him, and now that they're done with their mission in the dungeon, he decides that it's time for them to head back to Infellum. A few days later, our boy and his buddies finally arrive at the granary region of Infellum, but it doesn't seem like the hosts are very happy about the unexpected visit. Someone is heard yelling in frustration upon Kyle's arrival. The person asks what on earth is going on and is really pissed at the fact that someone from the Salterian Marquisate suddenly showed up without any prior notice. This purple-haired man that's currently in a state of panic is actually the Lord of Infellum, Count Frantel Neyron. The man is extremely nervous and doesn't look at all prepared to host guests from the Salterian Marquisate. Once informed by his subordinates, he anxiously asks them to tell him who exactly from the Salterian family came to visit, but they claim that they're not sure either. All they know is that the people who came were carrying a symbol that only direct disciples of Salterian can have, and this just makes them even more nervous. Frantel starts sweating all of a sudden because he's afraid that the unexpected guests are planning to drag his estate into some kind of mess. This is because he already heard that the family is pretty notorious around the time of their succession ceremony. Apparently, rumors are going around claiming that the successor candidates are like a storm waiting to break. It's been like this for years, so all other noble households have made it some kind of unspoken rule not to get involved in another house's successor dispute. That being said, Count Frantel Neyron is pretty frustrated because he doesn't want anything to do with this headache. Despite not wanting to get involved, he also knows that he can't keep the visitors waiting outside without attending to them, so he pulls himself together as quickly as he can and makes his way out to greet them. All of a sudden, the purple-haired count has a big friendly smile on his face so he can greet the young lord of Salterian. He asks what brought him all this way and admits that he would have gone out to greet him if he had informed him of his visit earlier. At this point, Frantel is not sure who exactly the visitor is because he already assumed that it would either be Abel or Adolf. However, to his surprise, it's Kyle Salterian, the youngest son, and when he realizes this, his jaw drops. Kyle is equally taken aback by the count's sudden expression, but this doesn't stop him from introducing himself. He was already helping himself to some snacks when the count came out, so he apologizes for intruding without prior notice and tells Frantel that it's a pleasure to meet him. As you can imagine, the count is dumbfounded when he sees the infamous fourth son sitting in the room, and he's extremely pissed. He's obviously heard all about the young master's horrible behavior, so he never imagined that he would have to deal with such a renowned troublemaker. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that Kyle has changed, so he immediately blurts out his first thought, and of course, this shocks everyone including the young master. Leonhard is particularly pissed to hear the count speak ill of his master, and you can see the rage on his face. Even Frantel is embarrassed when he realizes what he just said. Thankfully, our boy doesn't take offense and simply laughs off the insult, telling everyone that it's fine. Kyle sips his tea and admits that he's been a troublemaker up until recently. However, after overcoming Hermimew, he's reflected on his behavior and has decided to change. The purple-haired count is shocked when he hears this because for the longest time, he's known the fourth son of the Marquis to be bad news. Other than that, he's also really shocked that our boy has overcome Hermimew, so he asks again to be sure he heard right. In response, Kyle confirms that he's been training in magic by forming a magic circle. He reveals that he's doing all of this so that he can contribute to the family in whatever way he can. The count is dumbfounded when he hears this because it all sounds so unbelievable. From what he's heard, the youngest son of the Marquis family was an irredeemable troublemaker and an outcast, but that's not what he sees right now. Now, he sees that the rumors were entirely false. Looking at the boy, he can see that Kyle's eyes aren't dull at all, and it's pretty obvious that the young master is very well-mannered as well. On top of that, the boy has a commendable desire to help his family, so Frantel is really impressed and concludes that someone must have spread false rumors about the young master. With all of this in mind, the count suggests that Kyle's father can be at ease now, even though he was worried before. The purple-haired man is also really intrigued by the fact that the first ever wizard has emerged from the swordsmanship-renowned family. He concludes that the Salterian family must feel reassured now that their future is clearly bright. In response, Kyle just admits that he's flattered by the count's words, and you can't blame the guy. Right now, he's pretty much our boy's biggest fan, so he's quite eager to get down to business. After all, he doesn't think that the young master of the Salterian family barged into Infellum estate just to say hello. Hearing this, our boy just smiles coyly because the count is absolutely right. He's come with an agenda, and now that he's made a good impression, he's pretty confident that he'll get what he wants. Kyle apologizes for coming unannounced and then gets right to the purpose of his visit. He reminds Frantel Neyron that the Salterian Marquisate is in a delicate situation due to the succession issue. Because of this, he didn't want anyone to know of his movements, and the Count completely agrees with this, stating that it makes a lot of sense. Now that they're on the same page, our boy reveals that the reason he came over is so that he can purchase grain from Infellum, as they're the largest granary in the north. The purple-haired man is taken aback when he hears this because, as far as he knows, they already have a regular deal with the Salterian family to trade grain. For Kyle to give such a reason, the Count presumes that he probably wants to buy more than the agreed amount. Hearing this, our boy confirms this and reveals that he would like to purchase more grain for his personal use. He wants to use it for magic research, and unfortunately, he can't reveal the nature of this research just yet. Kyle claims that it would be a one-time deal and reveals that he plans to make regular purchases going forward. Our boy is aware that Infellum has had a good harvest for the past few years, and this means that they have excess grain they're not sure what to do with. As such, he offers to buy the excess stock from them, which has been pretty difficult for them to manage. As for the budget, he's got a really enticing offer for them, and with that being said, Leonhard steps forward with a small box and then opens it to reveal the platinum coins sitting inside. Kyle reveals that he's considering paying for the grain with platinum coins and then asks Count Frantel Neyron what he thinks about that. As you can imagine, the purple-haired man and his assistant are absolutely astounded when they see the very rare and valuable coins being presented to them. Their jaws drop in shock, and they can only wonder how a boy so young can have so much money. Seeing the irresistible offer, the nervous Count immediately gets on board with the plan. He doesn't want to look too desperate, but Kyle can already tell by now. The Count admits that they have no issue with selling the excess grain, admitting that they've had more than they know what to do with. That being said, he's ready to sell the grains to Kyle. He also promises not to pry into the reason for the huge purchase, since a wizard's research is confidential. Hearing this, the young master is really pleased, so he thanks the Count for his understanding. Anyway, even though Frantal Neyron claims that he won't ask about Kyle's research, he reveals that he would like to confirm where the large sum of money came from because he knows that dealing with money of uncertain origin could cause trouble for all of them, especially when the buyer is so young. In response, our boy assures the purple-haired Count that he doesn't have to worry about getting into trouble, and that's when he reveals that the platinum coins came from his eldest brother. The Count is shocked to hear that Abel is the one funding the research, and the boy casually confirms this, stating that there's nobody else he would refer to as his older brother. Right now, Kyle gives the Count the impression that he has nothing to do with Adolf, and Frantal Neyron seems to be quite relieved. The purple-haired man processes what he just heard and concludes that Abel and Kyle must be really close for the first son to be willing to give him such a hefty sum of money. Frantal Neyron already has an impression of the eldest son, revealing that he sees Abel and this promising youngest son as a combination of calm and composed. He doesn't have a problem getting involved with them because he knows that it's a lot better than dealing with the scheming second son Adolf. With everything he just heard, the Count figures that he could maintain a good relationship with Abel in the future if he helps Kyle out with this. That being the case, he decides that he can trust the young master as long as Abel is backing him. The Count is now ready to sell grain without any doubts or concerns, but first they need to talk about price. Frantal starts by suggesting that they work with 7 silver per pack, but Kyle quickly counters him, offering 4 silver per pack instead. The clever boy reminds them that they're selling old grain to him and suggests that 7 silver is a bit too costly. This master negotiator also reminds them that it would keep costing them storage fees if they hold on to the grain. That being said, he suggests that they clear it all out by selling to him. At this point, Frantal Neyron reconsiders and suggests using 6 silver per pack, but Kyle just counters them again. This time he offers 4.5 silver and tells the Count that anything higher than that would weigh on his conscience. Unfortunately, the purple-haired man isn't really willing to go lower than that. He feels that he deserves that much considering the storage costs he's been putting up with for a while. While the two nobles go back and forth, Leonhard just watches from the side speechless. He probably had no idea that Kyle was so good at bargaining. Anyway, after a lot of negotiation, our boy finally suggests that they settle at 5 silver per sack. As far as he's concerned, this is a solid deal, and even the Count knows that it's a good price, so they agree to work with that. After sealing the deal, Kyle retires to the room prepared for him, and Leonhard can't help but compliment him. The knight had no idea our boy was this good, so he's really impressed by the haggling skills. With a pretty suspicious tone, he asks the white-haired boy if he also learned how to bargain like that from a book. Our boy is just speechless when he hears this because he knows how bad it looks. Nevertheless, he can't admit that he's an adult gamer who got reincarnated into a game character, so he keeps up the lies and insists that he learned how to negotiate like that from a book as well. After all, he believes that there's nothing that you can't find in the library. In truth, the protagonist actually developed his haggling skills in the real world while bargaining in online markets, even though he wasn't exactly good at this at first. The knight suddenly reminds Kyle of what he said about coming to Infelum to make money. He recalls that statement, so he's starting to wonder if buying the grain was all part of that master plan. In response, Kyle confirms that this is a key part of his plan because he intends to buy the grain while it's cheap, store it, and then sell it when the demand rises so that he can make a profit. Sure, that's a good plan, but it doesn't exactly look lucrative right now since the last time that Leonhard checked, the grain supply was stable, especially since their estate, Tradden, has already secured enough stock to last them till the next year. That being said, the bodyguard informs Kyle that he's not likely to make any real profit even if he sells old grain. In response, the young master reminds the knight that insurance is for stable times. He explains that he's preparing in advance because anything could happen at any time. To anyone else, this all sounds like a fruitless plan because it really doesn't look like they'll need any extra grain for anything. However, our boy has played this game before and he knows the plot as well. That's why he is so certain that a massive famine is about to hit. According to the game's original storyline, after Saltirian's succession ceremony, an unprecedented weather anomaly will cause a massive famine in the land. When that happens, grain prices will skyrocket, and even with all the money people have gathered, they won't be able to buy food because of how scarce it would be. At that point, no one would care whether it's old grain or new grain, so it's pretty easy to see why our boy made that decision. He's going to make a fortune when the famine hits, so he's just counting the days till then. With a confident smile on his face, he thinks about how he literally knows the future. That's why he can make such a bold financial gamble. But he can't tell Leonhard the truth, so he begins to think of what he can say to get the stubborn fellow off his case. It's already suspicious enough as it is, and it's just a matter of time before Leonhard starts to question many more things. While he's pondering, the knight interrupts his thoughts by claiming that he understands. Since everything Kyle has done so far has had a good reason, the bodyguard decides that he'll just trust him on this one yet again and let him do his thing. Our boy is really surprised to hear this from the nosy and untrusting knight. He can also see that Leonhard's favorability for him has gone up again. At the moment, it's at 50, which is really unbelievable because when they first met, it was literally on the negative side of the scale. The young master is blown away by this, that he can't even hide it. He exclaims in a state of awe and almost starts shedding tears of joy because of how rewarding it is to see the progress he's made. Kyle is really touched by the fact that Leonhardt would trust him so much, but the bodyguard seems to think that the kid is being a little dramatic. Just then, Ursula peeps into the room looking for the young genius. She interrupts the little awkward moment that the boy and his bodyguard were having to inform them that Count Neyron has something to discuss with him before dinner. She passes the message to Kyle and asks him to take a moment to meet the Count, but our boy is just shocked by the request. Later that night, Kyle visits Count Neyron in his room to answer the summons. It turns out that the purple-haired man was having a chat with a little girl with the same hair color. He invites Kyle in, claiming that he would like to introduce himself to someone. Of course, Kyle didn't expect this, so he's really anxious and curious when he hears this. He wonders who it could be, and that's when the young girl introduces herself as the Count's daughter. The young master doesn't seem to believe his eyes for some reason, and while he's still speechless, the girl reveals her name to be Iris Neyron. It turns out that the reason Kyle is so dumbfounded is because he actually knows Iris, and with the way things are going, there's a good chance that he has history with the girl. Frantel introduces Kyle to his really polite daughter, but for some reason, our boy just keeps looking at her like he just saw a ghost. The young lady walks up to him, claiming that it's a pleasure to meet him for the first time, but it looks like he can't say the same. He's obviously come across Iris Neyron somewhere before, but he never imagined that this is the place where he would be introduced to the girl. Let's have a little breakdown of the character that's making our boy so nervous. So, Iris Neyron is also a mage in this story. Thanks to her cute appearance and top 5% a grade magic talent, she has quite a fan base in fantasy defense virtual game. Especially in the early stages of the game when the level is low, she becomes a reliable force. However, there's a little problem with this character. She's not exactly a good guy. Her major traits include arrogance and contempt for the weak. She also enjoys luxury as well and is a big fan of diamonds. Our protagonist reveals that Iris had many personality issues in the main storyline, and due to her unique luxury trait, there were often reviews from players who went bankrupt while trying to raise her favorability. She was a terribly difficult character to say the least, and it only got worse over time. Eventually, as power inflation took over in the later game, and as S-rank and SSS rank magicians became abundant, Iris, who was capped at a rank, ended up becoming less useful. Because of this, it didn't take long before she became a discarded character by many players. Our boy thinks about how there wasn't really any point recruiting her while enduring that difficult personality of hers. Anyway, that's by the way, because he's faced with the situation right now and he already knows where this conversation is going. He didn't expect that the Count would suddenly try to attach his daughter to him after just one deal together. However, he just has to play it cool and not piss off his host, so he entertains the little meeting the father set up. Count Neyron reveals that Iris is turning 11 years old this year and claims that he brought her to see him because he's 13, which is not much older than she is. The Count figured that they'd get along, but the snobby look on the girl's face suggests otherwise, because clearly, her arrogance started from childhood. Sorry to say, but this girl looks really arrogant. Her father tells Kyle that she's also studying magic and reveals that the girl has truly exceptional talent. Apparently, he's saying this because it's absolutely true and not just because she's his daughter. Anyway, since they're both studying magic, Count Neyron thinks it would be a good idea for them to talk and see if they can learn a thing or two from each other. At this point, Kyle is already really nervous because he knows that Iris is a handful, but he can't exactly say no since that would be rude. Normally, he wouldn't mind hanging out with a child his age, but after seeing the way Iris glares at him, he realizes that the girl has different thoughts from her father. With a really unfriendly look on her face, she keeps staring at him, so he finally talks to her, claiming that it's nice to meet her, even though he doesn't mean this. He introduces himself as Kyle Salterian, the fourth son of the Marquisate, and he makes himself really charming with this first impression. He gets close to her and uses his incite skill to check her out while claiming that he looks forward to her guidance. With his incite skill, he gets to see her talents, which are companion of mana and magical brain. Other than that, he can see that she enjoys luxury and that she has single-minded devotion. Finally, he's also able to see that her favorability for him is extremely low, and we're talking below 0 for that matter. Iris has -40 affection for him, and it shouldn't be so much of a surprise since she's been glaring at him since she met him. Anyway, that it's really Kyle's major concern right now, because he's really taken aback when he sees that she has Companion of Mana as one of her talents. Even though our hero has the mana delay, a talent that he's never seen before until his reincarnation, in the original game, it's the #1 magic talent. It's a talent that only the top 0.01% SSS grade magicians possess, so it's really baffling for him to see that Iris, who was a rank in fantasy defense, has the same talent. It's not adding up for our boy right now, so he begins to imagine that maybe it's like what happened to Abel and Ursula, who bloomed with new potential. He figures that this is the case and concludes that she is an SSS talent this time around. If that's actually the case, then he feels that it won't matter if she has a bad personality. Her negative traits were the reasons why people avoided using her, but now that she's an extremely high-grade talent, that changes everything. As such, Kyle decides that he can't let her slip away. All of a sudden, she responds to his introduction, claiming that she's never heard of him even though she's heard a lot about Abel and Adolf. She then brings up the matter of him just being a first circle mage, and at this point, it's pretty clear that she's just trying to get on his nerves. She arrogantly brags about being in the second circle already, and her father starts to panic when he hears her talking to him like that. Our boy clearly doesn't appreciate being looked down upon, but he has to keep a friendly smile on his face. Iris asks how they can handle the level gap in a really condescending manner, and while still faking the smile, Kyle concludes that this brat has been twisted since she was young. Our boy confirms that he's a first circle mage without feeling embarrassed because he's only been learning magic for 3 months. Of course, that's a really big feat, and all those who practice magic know how long it takes regular people to get their first circle. This little revelation humbles the arrogant brat for a while and leaves her father dumbfounded too. Iris finds it hard to believe that the white-haired boy in front of her formed a magic circle after only 3 months, because that's practically twice as fast as it took her to form her circle. But then again, she finds a way to massage her ego and console herself, since it's actually pretty late to start learning magic at 13 years of age. Everyone knows that it's common sense to start learning magic by age of 10 at the lastest for anyone who wants to study magic at all. The annoying girl makes this comment and it pisses him off for sure, but he has to keep his cool. Kyle can see that she's trying to get under his skin, but the only way he'll be able to put up with her snapping attitude is if he finds a way not to look at her as a whining kitten. With a smile still plastered on his face, he confirms that he actually started learning magic a bit late, and then informs her that he was suffering from hermamy, which he only just recovered from. Iris is shocked to hear that he overcame a deadly disease like that, and for a short while, she's at a loss for words again. The arrogant brat tries to make it sound a lot less impressive than it actually is, but she just can't help it, and when Kyle sees the look on her face, she gets all defensive and tells him not to misunderstand her. She refuses to have it on record that she ever complimented him on something. At this point, Count Neyron chimes in, asking the girl if she remembers what hermamy is all about. He then informs her that it takes only a person born with extraordinary magic or aura to be able to overcome such a life-threatening sickness. This is the reason why those who overcome hermamy are frequently called genius magicians or knights. With this in mind, he makes it clear to his bratty daughter that it's absolutely amazing that Kyle could have overcome such a major illness at only 13 years of age. That being said, he concludes that the boy will grow even more from here and hopes that Iris can learn a lot from him and receive good influences while interacting with him. As you can imagine, the brat doesn't agree with this, so she tries to protest, claiming that she can't possibly learn anything from someone lower than her since he is just a first circle mage. At this point, her father yells at her, hoping to call her to order, but it's pretty clear that she's already rotten. Kyle isn't surprised by what she just said, since he already saw her contempt for the weak trait. He can see that she looks down on him endlessly, all because she thinks she's better than him. With such a personality, he's sure that the girl will have a lot of problems, so he concludes that he needs to help her fix that habit. And just like that, Iris becomes his third recruitment project in this fantasy world. Kyle picks her as the next target, and since he's already standing face to face with her, he doesn't mind getting right down to his big plan. Our boy finally responds to her and starts by telling her that she shouldn't judge people based on their appearances. With confidence laced all over his face, he walks up to her and leans closer to intimidate her, telling her that he'll prove that he's not weaker than her. The young master says this while lol at the girl right in the eyes, and she's really shocked. He claims that she'll finally stop looking down on him when he proves that she's not stronger than him, and this makes Iris really nervous all of a sudden. She doesn't understand why he's bold enough to come so close to her, and she doesn't even know what to say in response. The girl is really surprised at how confident he is all of a sudden, so this makes her wonder how exactly he's going to prove to her that he's not weak. Iris asks him this question, and he immediately responds by suggesting that they have a duel. From the tone in Kyle's voice, it's so clear that he knows he's going to win, and even Count Frantal Neyron becomes quite worried when the tension starts to rise. The purple-haired man didn't expect things to escalate this quickly, so he is really shocked and confused. Unfortunately, none of them is brave enough to turn down Kyle's idea, and the young master goes on to say that he'll finally admit that he's weaker than him only if he loses the duel. On the other hand, if he wins, then she'll have to admit that she's not as strong as him, and the mere thought of this happening makes Iris very mad, so he cuts him off before he can even finish saying it, and then bravely accepts the challenge. The pompous brat agrees to have the duel with him and immediately brings her own terms, telling him that he'll have to kneel down and kick her feet if she wins the challenge. She's pretty confident that she's going to win because she's looking down on our boy a lot. Meanwhile, her father doesn't exactly like the idea because he's afraid that Kyle is actually really powerful, so when she accepts the duel, he almost loses his shit, wondering why on earth she would do such a thing without even knowing her opponent's strengths. On top of that, her terms if she wins are really condescending and disrespectful, so the Count feels embarrassed for her, knowing that a lady shouldn't say such things. Apparently, she got carried away, so she didn't even know when she told Kyle that he would have to lick her feet. Anyway, she claims that she read it in a book, and our boy just wonders what kind of book that was. The purple-haired Count is really embarrassed right now, so he accuses his daughter of reading one of those suspicious romance novels with age restrictions again. Of course, she denies the allegations, claiming that she hasn't, and while she's busy shedding crocodile tears, Kyle suddenly agrees to her terms. He claims that he'll lick her feet, her toes and whatever she wants if she beats him in the duel, but Count Frantal Neyron is completely horrified to hear that Kyle is playing along. The Count asks him what the hell he's saying, telling him that he shouldn't do anything like that even if he loses to Iris, but Kyle just insists on playing along because he has no intention of losing to the arrogant girl. That being said, he brings forward some new terms of his own that she'll have no choice to accept now. Kyle tells her that she will have to accept him as her teacher if she loses the duel, and on top of that, she should never look down on anyone who is lower ranked than her ever again. Our boy makes her promise that she'll do all of these things if she loses the fight, and after some consideration, Iris reluctantly accepts the terms, saying that they can give it a try. After all, she's still very confident that it would be impossible for the first circle mage who just started learning magic a while ago to beat her. She makes this bold statement before storming out of the scene, and as she walks away furiously, Count Heron immediately begins to apologize on her behalf. He reveals that this daughter has some personality issues and admits that it got this bad because she was spoiled by the entire family from a young age. Right now, the Count doesn't even know how to set his daughter straight, so he's really afraid that it would be very difficult for her to get along with people in the outside world if she grows up like this. The purple-haired man knows all of this and is really worried for his child, especially since she doesn't even have any friends that are her age right now, and this is probably because her reputation in social circles isn't great either. Hearing this, Kyle Salterian can probably relate a lot since he was pretty much the male version of her a few months ago. Our boy feels sorry for the Count because Iris has gotten so bad that even her doting father now realizes that there's a fundamental problem with her. Just then, the Count comes up to ask Kyle for help. Since the boy had quite a stormy childhood himself, Frantal feels that the youngest son of the Marquisate would be able to understand Iris's psychology and behavior. He wants Kyle to forgive his daughter and then suggests that it would be a good experience for her to lose to him and learn a big lesson while she's still young. That being said, he urges Kyle not to go easy on his daughter during the duel, and gives the boy permission to give Iris hell during the fight. It's not like our boy wasn't even going to let her win in the first place, but now that he has the parents' approval, he's a lot more confident and determined to teach the arrogant girl a really big lesson without holding back. Elsewhere, Iris is seen huffing and puffing. She's still really upset by the fact that Kyle thinks he can beat her. Besides that, she's furious that a first circle mage would even try to teach her anything. In the middle of her little tantrum, a scene from their encounter plays back in her mind and she recalls the time Kike leaned close to her. It's probably the kind of thing she reads a lot in those romance novels her father was talking about, so she's starting to develop a little crush on the young master. Iris feels that the boy might actually be handsome, and when these thoughts start to cloud her mind, she quickly reminds herself that he is still just a first circle mage. That being said, she is so certain that she'll be able to defeat him and make him lick her feet, but for some reason, even though she's saying all sorts of mean things about him, her favorability for the boy is secretly going up, and there's a good chance that doesn't even know this yet. Sometime later, we catch up with our boy who's regrouped with his travel buddies, Ursule and Leonhardt. The trio take a walk in the mansion together, and the knight suddenly suggests that the Count must have had another reason for introducing his daughter Iris to Kyle. Our boy is taken aback by this idea, so he asks Leonhardt to explain what he means by that. In response, Leonhardt reminds Kyle that Iris is 11, suggesting that it's an age that's really suitable for discussing marriage proposals. On top of that, the age gap between the young master and the arrogant girl is really suitable. When you think about it, this was probably the real reason Count Neyron wanted THS kids to meet, since a duel was never on the cards when he first introduced them. With this in mind, Leonhardt suggests that the Count is just thinking about both their futures. For someone as clever as our boy, it's surprising that he didn't think of this at first. And even now, it sounds like a very crazy idea, probably because he doesn't like the girl. Other than that, it's really disturbing to him that anyone would be thinking of future marriage proposals when the girl is just 11 years old. Feeling really weirded out by all of this, our boy laments to the bodyguard, asking what the hell he's talking about. However, Leonhardt is confused by Kyle's dramatic reaction to the subject. Everyone knows that nobles marry earlier than commoners, so it's very common to see noble children getting engaged in their early teens. At this point, it all starts to add up to our boy. Kyle was wondering why Count Neyron suddenly brought his daughter to introduce when he actually came here to buy grain from the estate. He realizes that the purple-haired man probably had marriage ideas in mind when he called Iris out. For some reason, the boy is taking this a lot harder than he should. I mean, it's not like he is being forced to marry her. He has a choice to decide if she's the one he wants to marry or not. But I guess he's just feeling the pressure because of how young he is. Anyway, after Leonhardt gives his own insight on the matter, he advises Kyle not to go too hard in the duel since her father probably wants her to be his bride and not his punching bag. The knight reminds the young master that he can never know what might happen between the both of them in the future, and even though she's an arrogant brat, she's also just a young lady. Unfortunately, Kyle doesn't see things the way his bodyguard does. He disagrees with Leonhardt on this one, claiming that he needs to crush her more thoroughly in the duel if that's her father's real intention. As far as he's concerned, he just can't marry someone with such an overbearing attitude just because of her status. He refuses to let himself be coaxed into such a marriage, and judging by the twisted look on his face, it's safe to say that Iris is in a lot of trouble. Leonhard is just pissed at Kyle for not listening to him when Ursula doesn't even really understand what's going on. She's still trying to process the thought of her young master getting engaged to that little girl, and needless to say, it doesn't sit right with her. The next day, it's time for the duel and the two contenders make their way to the venue. The rules are simple since the duel is going to last for one round only. The task would be to subdue the opponent with magic, but no one needs to get hurt in the process. Leonhard gives them the rules and makes it clear that he would intervene if he deems the fight dangerous at any point. After explaining all of this, he asks them if they both agree with the terms, and Kyle directs his own question to the purple-haired girl. He points out how his escort knight is going to be the referee from the match, and since that might look unfair, he asks her if she has any objections to it. In response, the girl boldly states that she has no objections at all. She's family with Sir Leonhard since he's a famous high-level expert knight that's also well known in Infellum. For this reason, she is confident that he won't give a biased decision. If anything, he would even be harder on Kyle during the duel. Seeing that both fighters are satisfied with the conditions, the blondie decides that the match can now begin. He lifts his hand to call for the start of the duel, and while he's at it, both mages activate their weapons to brace themselves for the intense matchup. The fight begins and Iris is the first to throw a blow. The young girl uses a wand for her magic and she starts by shooting a fire arrow at Kyle. Clearly, she's not the conservative type and she probably wants to overpower him as quickly as possible to prove that she's a lot more powerful than him. Unfortunately for her, she's now up against a really clever and skilled magician who has been hiding his true capabilities the whole time. He smiles when he sees her fire arrow hurtling toward him, and he's really impressed because of how fast her incantation is. For a girl who's just 11 years old, it's pretty hard for him to believe that she has such skill. But even though this is all really impressive for her level, it's still no match for what Kyle is capable of. However, she's still far behind when compared to him. He casually watches the flames fly towards him, and just when they're about to hit him, he effortlessly casts a counter spell called Wind, which allows him to extinguish the fire. When she sees that he blocked the fire arrow with wind, and this makes her absolutely furious. She hates the thought of him underestimating her when it comes to magical power. As far as she's concerned, there's no way she's losing this duel to a mere first circle mage. With this in mind, she takes her wand and blasts him with yet another wave of the fire arrow spell. This time around, it's a lot more intense than the first shot. But of course, just when she thinks she's about to land a hit, our boy lifts his staff and casually creates a shield that protects him. The huge barrier blocks the blast and a huge explosion follows right on top of it. He seems to be enjoying this challenge, especially since the girl has actually got some guts. She's not afraid to throw deadly attacks, and her magical power is really impressive for her age. But as you already know, she didn't come here to seek his validation or compliments. Iris came here to make him lick her feet and to humiliate him, so she's determined to do whatever it takes to win this duel. On the other hand, Kyle wants to show her that he's not weak, and what better way to do this than teach her an unforgettable lesson. He's impressed with her attacks so far, and now he wants to see if she can handle the kind of attacks she's been throwing. Well, he's about to find out. Kyle suddenly conjures a magic seal with his staff, curious to see if she can block what he's about to throw at her. It turns out that this is his signature power move, the magic missile, which he used to split a big tree in two the first day he used it. Let's see if Iris can take this hit without being knocked out of the fight. Count Hayron is shocked when he sees that the young master is double casting, and he's a little worried because this is such a refined technique that he never expected a first circle magician to be able to use. Meanwhile, Iris sees the incoming blast, and before the missiles can get to her, she quickly casts a spell to create a shield of her own. Thankfully, her shield blocks the missiles from blowing her up, for the force from the impact sends her flying like a toy. She's relieved at first when she blocks the attack, but then she takes a second look and realizes that Kyle's first wind spell even swallowed her shield. At this point, she can see that she's exposed, so she realizes that she needs to cast another spell. Iris gets back up as quickly as she can, thinking about her next move, but before she can come up with anything, she realizes that she's got a staff pointed at her head. She can see that she's been subdued, and there's no doubt about that. The girl stands there frozen in shock and disappointment while Kyle casually informs her that this is a checkmate. After overpowering her, he just smiles at her and takes his staff of bravery away from her face, but the girl is still in a state of shock. The referee confirms that Lord Kyle won the duel, and there's no objection to this verdict. With the victory in the bag, our boy just turns his back to the arrogant girl and starts walking away, leaving her dazed. Iris can't believe that she just lost him, who she'd made fun of for being a first circle mage, and as he walks away from him, the rage just continues to build up inside of her. She's dumbfounded and humiliated, but she still can't believe that she just lost. She doesn't even know how it happened because everything went down so fast during the duel. Before she could even think of her next move, she had lost, and it just doesn't make sense to her because she doesn't get how a first circle magician can beat a second circle mage like herself. Enraged by the outcome of the duel, Iris suddenly suggests that Kyle just got lucky, and this raises a few eyebrows in the room. They all saw the fight, and it was clear that Kyle beat her convincingly, but she insists that she was just in a bad condition for a moment. That being said, she asks that they have another go at it. Surprisingly, our boy doesn't even argue with her or try to prove anything. He gladly accepts the rematch and assures her that the result won't be any different this time around. If anything, he'll make his win a lot more convincing just to show her that she never stood a chance. Iris takes this as an insult and becomes extremely pissed because she believes that she's going to win this time. The rematch begins and it doesn't take long for her to lose. This time, she's completely disarmed as her wand isn't even in her hands. The girl is exhausted and gasping for air as the reality dawns on her. It turns out that this is the 5th round she's losing to Kyle in a row, and by this time, she should probably just accept defeat rather than humiliating herself over and over again. Our boy walks up to her and assures her that she'll just keep losing no matter how many times she tries. As such, he suggests that they just end it here, since he knows that she's probably already out of magical power by now. The furious girl groans as he remains on her knees, and it doesn't take long for her to start crying. The tears drop on her knuckles and it's obvious that she's really sad about this loss. Iris finally admits that she lost, but she refuses to accept it, proving that she's a sore loser. All of a sudden, she starts crying and yelling like an annoying baby, making it look like Kyle did something to her. Seeing this, her old man is extremely pissed. She's embarrassed herself enough for one day, so when she starts sobbing bitterly, he rushes to her, feeling sorry for her. Our boy just stands at the back feeling nervous because it's almost like he bullied her. The Count feels bad too, thinking that maybe he was too hard on her, so he comforts his spoiled daughter to make her stop crying. Later that night, our boy is in his room feeling a little confused. He stares at the box sitting on his bed and he's a little reluctant to check the clothes that the Count sent him to wear for the banquet. Leonhardt comes over to help him out and convince him to wear it. Kyle feels that it's just a small family gathering, but the knight advises him to dress properly since it's a formal occasion. That aside, the young master doesn't understand why he was invited when he literally made Iris cry a while ago. In response, Leonhardt reminds him that the Count said it was fine since he probably expected something like that to happen after all. In fact, the knight feels that Count Neyron is now even more determined to connect Kyle to his family because of how decisively he defeated his skilled daughter. Unfortunately, our boy believes that the girl in question hates him even more now, so he'd prefer to stay away. He was so scared of what he'd see that he didn't even have the courage to check her feelings after the fight. However, Leonhardt doesn't think that she hates him, because judging by the young girl's expression, he feels that she has a crush on him. Of course, this doesn't sound possible, so he doesn't give it much thought. Nevertheless, the knight convinces him to attend the banquet, so he asks Ursula to help the young master get ready. The knight watches the boy prepare and realizes how Kyle is knowledgeable about everything else but clueless when it comes to romance. It's a relief though, since there's one thing that actually suggests he's 13 years old. After a while, our boy is all suited up and ready for dinner. The bodyguard compliments his suit while Ursula is practically drooling over how great he looks. At this point, Kyle is feeling really confident, so he decides that it's time to go down to the banquet. The story continues when our boy arrives at the banquet. The moment he walks into the hall, the hosts greet him and welcome him politely, admitting that they've been expecting him for a while now. Kyle thanks him for inviting him to the big dinner, and that's when the two young men standing in front of him introduce themselves. The one with purple hair like the Count reveals that he's the second son, Layman, while the one with brown hair introduces himself as Myers, the eldest son of Count Frantal Neyron. In response, our boy informs them that it's a pleasure to meet them and presumes that the dinner will also be a pleasant experience as well. While the three young men are busy having a chat asked aside, the Count watches them with a big smile on his face, until he suddenly remembers that his princess hasn't arrived yet. He wonders what could be keeping his baby girl from coming down to the banquet, so he orders one of the servants to go and call Iris down immediately. Kyle overhears this and suddenly starts to feel a bit nervous. He remembers that he made her cry not too long ago, and as such, he's feeling guilty for her absence and even thinks that she might not attend the ceremony because of him. While he's still thinking about this, the purple-haired girl in question suddenly arrives with her maid. Iris walks into the hall, and before even getting to where the others are, she informs her father that she's arrived. As you can imagine, she's looking really stunning with her beautiful dress and jewelry. All of a sudden, she locks eyes with Kyle and instantly starts to feel nervous. You can't blame her after all, since our boy cleaned up really nice too. She starts blushing shyly as her father compliments her on being as beautiful as ever, but the truth of the matter is that she's not getting flustered because of him. Her attention is mostly on the young guest staring at her right now. Kyle is lost for words when he sees how stunning Iris is, so much so that they just keep staring at each other for a few seconds before finally returning to their senses. Our boy fixes his gaze on her with his bright blue eyes as he tries to shake off the shock. He really thought that she wouldn't attend the banquet because of how much she cried, so he can't believe that she made it. While he's still trying to process that, Iris is busy trying to wrap her head around how handsome the young master actually is. She knew he was good looking before, but after seeing how he is in a suit, she's almost pissed at herself for being so starstruck. Thankfully, the awkward moment finally comes to an end when Count Frantal Neyron interrupts their little staring session by revealing that it's time to sit and eat. He gives Kyle a spot right next to his daughter, and of course, our boy can clearly see what the man is trying to do. He's not sure if he should actually sit there because he's afraid that Iris might cry or get upset because he's next to her. In order to be sure if that's the right place for him to sit, he quietly activates his incite activity to check what the purple-haired girl is thinking, and that's when he sees her usual negative traits as well as her favorability for him, which is currently at -10. He's pretty shocked off course when he sees this because it's a lot higher than he expected. The last time he checked, the favorability was 30 points lower than it is now, so it makes him wonder how it increased that much all of a sudden when he made her upset. The young master begins to ponder and think deeply about the last couple hours to see if there's anything he could have done to have raised her affection for him. Unfortunately, he can't think of anything, and all he can remember is the time that he made her cry in the training ground during their duel. At this point, he figures that the favorability went up probably because of the vanity trait she has. Even though he doesn't know what exactly caused it, he's relieved to know that she's not absolutely sick of him, and that means he can sit next to her during the meal. With this in mind, our boy decides that he would be better prepared next time and then gets comfy as the food is served. The meal eventually proceeds with a more pleasant atmosphere than he even expected. Amazing cuisine is served to everyone, and on top of that, Iris behaves calmly in front of her family the whole time, not acting arrogantly even once. Just when our boy thinks everything is going perfectly, something unexpected happens all of a sudden. Iris calls on her big brother suddenly and politely asks him to pass the pepper on his side of the table. Kyle finds this strange because there's some pepper right next to her. He concludes that she didn't see it, so he lets her know and tries to pass it to her, but then she freaks out all of a sudden. Her whole face turns bright red when Kyle's hand accidentally touches her, and she immediately retracts her hand. She gets really flustered, all because of some physical contact, and after her outburst, the young master calmly informs her that he was just trying to give her the pepper shaker close to her. An awkward silence follows when she realizes that she freaked out for nothing, so our boy tries to make it less awkward by simply keeping the pepper where she can get it by herself. Iris reluctantly thanks him, but she's already pissed because she just embarrassed herself for nothing. While she's quietly brooding on her chair, Kyle begins to wonder what exactly is up with her. He clearly saw that her favorability for him has increased, so he doesn't understand why her attitude somehow feels worse than it was before. The next day, something even more shocking happens. Out of the blue, Lady Iris decides to pay Kyle an unexpected visit in his room, and our boy is nervous as hell, of course. The both of them sit across from each other over tea, and the young master is absolutely speechless for a while because he doesn't even know what to say. Leonhard and Ursula are equally dumbfounded by the surprise visit, so they just stand behind their master waiting for him to start the conversation. After a while, Kyle finally pulls himself together and admits that he didn't expect the purple-haired girl to come to him first. The moment he says this, Iris stops sipping her tea and sets the cup on the table as she gives him her full attention. The young lady finally responds to him, telling him that he has to keep his promise, and then reminds him that he said he would become her teacher if he beat her in the duel. Before Kyle can even say anything in response, she bluntly tells him to teach her so that she can know what makes his magic so powerful. She's taken some time to think about it, and now she's certain that Kyle's magic is a bit different from the typical method of casting magic. She reveals that she hasn't seen anything like his magical technique in any books that she's read, and at this point, our boy begins to panic because he can see that she's onto him. This girl doesn't beat about the bush, and so she goes straight to the point, asking him where he learned his magic from. She's really curious and would like to know if he even developed it by himself. She also wants to know how it was possible for him to use double casting because she never imagined someone like him would be able to do that. Overall, Lady Iris simply wants him to tell her everything he knows about magic, and of course, that's not going to be a simple task, especially since she's really desperate about the whole thing. The purple-haired girl is practically yelling and slamming the table just so she can coax him into teaching her his style of magic. Despite being really nervous and overwhelmed by everything he just heard, our clever hero tries to calm things down first, so he starts by telling the crazy girl to chill out for a second. He'd prefer that they're a lot more civil about this arrangement, so based on everything she just said, he concludes that she's saying she wants to be his disciple. However, he also knows that what she mentioned aren't all the conditions involved. The purple-haired girl is confused when he says this, so he clarifies things for her, stating that she will have to change her attitude for the better if she wants to become his disciple. Kyle says this as bluntly and as politely as possible, but the girl doesn't get what he's trying to say. She probably doesn't know that she has a horrible character, so she asks him what he means by changing her attitude. And that's when Kyle tells her that she'll have to start being polite to others if she actually wants him to teach her magic. Our boy informs her that she should no longer look down on the weak and also tells her that she would have to stop being stubborn. The young master also wants her to think 3 times before getting angry about any situation. He says all of this with a smile on his face the whole time, but of course, Iris doesn't seem to be enjoying the criticism. The frown on her face makes it look like he's saying absolute trash, which means they're going to have a hard time working together with the way things are going. Iris snaps at our boy all of a sudden, telling him that he's saying nonsense. As far as she's concerned, his terms are not important because even her father wouldn't force things on her. As you can imagine, Kyle doesn't really give a shit about what her father does about her behavior, so he bluntly tells her that he won't teach her magic if she doesn't change her attitude. The young master gives her his terms, and now it's up to her to decide if she's willing to go along with it or not. As expected, the arrogant brat snaps at him again. She slams the table in a fit of rage as she tries to force her will on him, but the young master isn't moved by her antics. Seeing that she's about to freak out again, he confirms her earlier presumption about his technique, telling her that his magic is indeed cast through a unique method that he developed by himself. He informs her that it's a hybrid casting method and admits that he's never published it anywhere before. In other words, what he's trying to say is that there is no other place in the world where she would be able to learn his magic casting method. He's the only breathing person that can teach it to her, and this basically means that she doesn't have a choice but to comply with his terms if she's serious about wanting to learn it. Moreover, he makes it clear to her that it would be an extraordinary opportunity for her to have the inventor of this magic teach her directly, and he's sure that she understands the significance of this since she's a magic student as well. With all that's been said, our boy places all the cards on the table and waits for her to make her move. The ball is in her court right now and she can decide her fate in the next few seconds. Hearing everything that Kyle has said, the bratty girl tries to protest and complain, but she knows that it's no use since no one is actually forcing her to do anything. Iris has a choice to make, and it's a really difficult one because of the kind of life she's been living. After some serious contemplating, she realizes that the only way to get what she wants is to comply with the conditions brought before her, so she begrudgingly accepts Kyle's terms as well as defeat once again. In response, the young master just smiles coyly, knowing that he's won this round of intense mind games. He's glad that she made the right choice, but he also informs her that pretending to behave only in front of him won't work well for her. If she wants to go through with this deal, she'll have to change her ways completely, even when our boy is not around to see her. Kyle knows all her tricks, so he decides to make things clear, telling her that he's prepared this in advance. To ensure that she doesn't break their little agreement, our boy has already put some measures in place. Hearing this, Iris just gets frustrated because she already knows that it's going to be one more condition to make her part of the deal more difficult. She anxiously asks him what he's talking about, and that's when he reveals that he prepared a magic contract. The glowing piece of paper appears all of a sudden and the girl's eyes widen in shock. Kyle informs her that it's already written on the contract that she accepts all his conditions, and that she would become his disciple. All the terms she accepted are already on the contract, so all she has to do now is sign the paper. Kyle gives her a feather pen to do the job and reminds her that an absolute penalty enforced by divine power will activate if she breaks the magic contract. Our boy explains that this penalty is granted by the ancient gods, which means that no magic can break it, so he advises Iris to be very careful. The purple-haired girl is horrified when she hears this, so she wonders why Kyle had to go through all this stress just for an agreement between them. She begins to wonder why she even needs to sign such a strict contract for something like this, and realizes that the young master doesn't trust her at all. Unfortunately for her, Kyle doesn't actually trust her, and he doesn't pretend to either. Our boy tells her to her face, and this leaves her shocked. Kyle is determined to help her change her ways since her negative trait has matured for the past 11 years. Right now, the only way to fix it is with drastic measures like this. Kyle wouldn't have gone through all this trouble if her vicious trait wasn't in the picture, but now, he's been forced to take drastic measures to help her. Another reason why he's not keen on bending the terms is because the contract was actually given to him by her father, Count Neyron. This means that her old man is fine with all the conditions on the contract, confirming that he even wants his daughter to change her ways. Kyle reveals that after their sparring session the previous day, the Count approached him. The man seemed really happy that Iris lost the duel because it meant that Kyle would become her teacher. With that in mind, he paid the young master a little visit, pleading with him to teach his daughter well. After seeing what happened during the duel, Count Frantal Neyron was certain that Kike is the only one who can handle Iris, and he didn't have any problem leaving his only daughter in the young man's hands. However, the purple-haired man also knew how stubborn his daughter is, so he gave Kyle the magic contract to get her in line. The man explained that the contract is a rare treasure, revealing that his family only has 2 of them. That's right, Count Neyron was so determined to help his daughter that he was willing to give Kyle a rare family treasure just to ensure that everything works out. That's how serious he was, and when Kyle tells Iris all about the plan he made with her father, she's furious. At first, she refuses to believe that her father said any of that, so she calls the boy a liar and decides to go confront her old man. The angry brat storms out of the room to go query her father while Kyle just watches her speechlessly. With everything that he's seen, it's clear that the girl is impossible to deal with, but he doesn't want to give up on her, so before she can leave, he tells her to stop right there. At first, Iris doesn't stop, and that's when he threatens her, telling her that the contract will be void if she leaves. If that happens, then he won't teach her magic and she certainly won't see him ever again. The stubborn girl is really shaken when she hears this, and that's when she starts to rethink her choices. She clearly doesn't want a situation where she'd never see him again, so she pauses and contemplates the consequences. Kyle doesn't give her time to think and bluntly tells her to decide immediately, asking her if she'll sign the contract and learn his magic or if she'll walk out of the room and never see him again. Our boy gives her a tough choice to make with really little time to think, and this puts Iris in a really tight spot all of a sudden. The girl literally starts sweating because of how anxious and confused she is. But Kyle doesn't mind making her go through this since everything he's doing is to help the spoiled girl become a better person. Iris stays quiet as she ponders deeply to make her decision, and Kyle starts to get a little impatient. He's waiting for the little brat to make her choice right now because he's already tired of her attitude and whether she likes it or not. Today will be the last day he'll have to tolerate her whining. Even though Iris has the potential of a rare SSS class talent, if her character doesn't match, then he'll have no choice but to give up on her. He doesn't want it to get to that point. That's why he's sincerely hoping that she makes the right decision. Our boy needs reliable subordinates and colleagues, not a master that he'll need to coddle and appease all the time. With this in mind, Kyle decides that this will be the moment that will determine what kind of future he and Iris would have. After a lot of reluctance and contemplating, the girl finally agrees to sign the contract. Kyle waits anxiously for her to make this choice, and he's really relieved when she grabs the pen to sign the magic contract. The young master is relieved but also quite surprised when he sees her reading through the terms listed on the contract. A part of him was really afraid that she'd walk out the door and forfeit the opportunity to learn his magic technique. Thankfully, her pride hasn't consumed her to that point and she was able to make the right decision. That being the case, he admits that she actually has potential, so he happily tells her to read the conditions carefully before signing. He explains that he's the first party in the rules while she is the second party. The girl carefully reads through the terms with laser focus, and that's when she sees something about a slight stomachache in one of the conditions. She finds it pretty shocking because it turns out that the mild stomachache is the penalty for her breaking the contract. Iris is really taken aback and realizes that she was so nervous about the penalty when it wasn't even a big deal. With the way Kyle made it sound, one would think that the punishment would be some kind of terminal illness or something. It's just a mild stomachache, so Iris is more comfortable signing the contract. To her, almost everything on the paper seems fine. On the other hand, Kyle is just watching her dance to his tune because as far as he's concerned, she's only following through with it because she hasn't felt the pain of the stomachache yet. As she continues to read, she encounters something rather uncomfortable. It turns out that the penalty for Clause 7 is quite strict, so she asks our boy if she really needs to participate in combat. In response, Kyle makes it clear that the clause is non-negotiable since he feels that there's no need for her to learn stronger magic if she's afraid to fight in the first place. With this in mind, he finally asks her why she even wants to learn magic, and this question leaves the purple-haired girl stumped. She sits there with the paper in her hands as the gears start turning in her head, and after a while, she reveals that she's learning magic so that she can be better than others. Iris thinks about her childhood and admits that she likes being praised. As far as she's concerned, it's thrilling to beat others and make them submit to her. This is what makes her feel complete, and that's why she wants people to keep looking up to her in admiration. It's the same reason she started studying magic really hard. That's been her motivation for the longest time, but lately, things have been different. She admits that she's no longer doing it just to be better than others because now, she's actually enjoying magic itself. Unlike before when all she wanted to do was intimidate people, now, she actually likes seeing her skills and how they can improve. She enjoys the fact that she's getting stronger because it's fun for her. Nowadays, she can even stay up all night to study magic and she wouldn't even mind it. That's how much she's starting to enjoy magic, and it's safe to say that our boy didn't expect to hear such a shocking confession. His jaw drops in shock, but the look of astoundment suddenly changes to admiration. He's impressed by what he just heard because he knows that this unique competitiveness and desire for improvement is good for her. It's also exactly what he wanted to confirm about her. The primary attitude for becoming a magician is not the amount of mana a person possesses, but actually the person's intellectual curiosity and a thirst for exploration about magic, as well as the desire for power. Without these, one cannot become strong because they are the true traits of a companion of mana. As Kyle thinks about all of this, he begins to imagine what the purple-haired girl would look like as a matured magical genius. And while he's still on this thought, Iris tells him that she's ready to accept that term because she wants to be a combat magician. The young girl reveals that she's always wanted to get stronger ever since she learned magic for the first time. That being said, she makes it clear that she wants stronger magic and a lot more power. Our boy just smiles when he hears her say all of this because they're finally on the same page after a lot of arguments. Iris signs the magic contract and the paper suddenly floats away from her, along with the feather pen. The paper flies over to Kyle's hand and the young master confirms that the contract is now complete. After saying this, he gives the purple-haired girl a genuine smile and tells her that he's looking forward to working with her. The young master stretches out his hand for her to shake him as some kind of official seal to their agreement, but she doesn't seem to get what he's trying to do. Kyle tells her that he hopes she would become a reliable companion for him in the future, and she seems to misinterpret this a little. Apparently, she thinks he's talking about getting married to her in the future, but we all know that's not what he's talking about. Well, all of us except Iris. She's just 11 years old, so it looks like she's understandably terrified of any talks of marriage. As such, she refuses to take his hand, and that's when Kyle realizes that what he just said sounds so much like a proposal. Before he can even try to correct the impression, Iris asks him what he's talking about, and insists that she would be the one looking forward to their companionship even more. As you can imagine, our boy is very confused because was thinking she didn't like the idea only for her to suddenly say she looks forward to it even more. Before he can understand what exactly is going on, the purple-haired girl dashes out of his room and slams the door behind her. After all, they're done talking. Once Iris is no longer in the room, the young master just starts to wonder what's going on with her now again. While he's busy wondering what made the girl so flustered, his bodyguard just watches him closely. The knight feels that Kyle should be more careful with his words around the girl because of how good-looking he is. At this point, it's pretty obvious that there's some tension between Kyle and Iris, and it's no longer just the competitive vibe that was there initially. Not surprisingly, Ursula has also sensed this new tension between her master and the pretty girl. All the talks of marriage have been getting to her since she also has a crush on the white-haired boy, but she can't exactly say anything about it since she's just Kyle's maid and student. Or at least, that's all she sees herself as, so it looks like all she can do is watch everything play out from the sidelines. But with the way things are going, she might have other plans soon enough. Later that night, after our boy is all dressed up in pajamas and ready to go to bed, Ursula approaches him and catches him off guard with a really unexpected question. The girl asks Kyle if he is going to marry Lady Iris, and this shocks him so much that he spits out the water he was drinking. Our boy gasps and curiously asks her what she's talking about, but Ursula just keeps making his bed quietly. While she's at it, the young master begins to explain why he has no plans to marry the purple-haired girl. He reminds Ursula that the girl in question is just 11 years old while he is also only 13 right now. As far as he's concerned, neither of them is at an age where they can even think of marriage. The question really pissed him off, so now he's a little upset. The boy sighs and begins to wonder why this town is so eager to marry off kids so early. When Ursula notices how upset he is, she realizes that she must have been wrong about her presumption. At this point, Kyle is already back to reading his book, and that's when she asks him if he really isn't thinking about marrying the Count's daughter at all. This time, he assures her that he has no such thoughts, especially since he already has so much that he needs to do right at this point in his life. He got reincarnated into this game, and unfortunately, he woke up as a boy who was doomed to die from the start. He managed to overcome Hermia, but if he's not careful, he might still end up dead after Adolf's inevitable rebellion. As far as he's concerned, he doesn't have leisurely time to think about marriage or love when he's in a world that's about to end soon. With this in mind, he makes it clear to Ursula that he won't think about marriage or any of that until he's at least 18 years old. Ursula's big eyes stare at the young master as he says all of this, and it finally registers in her mind that Kyle isn't thinking about anything like that right now. She understands that he's not going to bother himself with romance or love for the next 5 years, and she doesn't mind waiting for him. After all, she'll be 17 when he's 18. With such thoughts in her mind, it's pretty obvious that she's the one thinking of marriage, and it's clear that she wants to marry Kyle. All of this is confirmed when she suddenly tells our boy that her mother is beautiful. At first, the young master doesn't understand where she's going with this talk, but that's until she tells him that she'll be a beautiful woman when she grows up because her mother is beautiful. At this point, our boy is absolutely gobsmacked because he didn't expect the conversation to take such an unexpected turn. Ursula tells him goodnight and heads to her room, leaving the young master dumbfounded. He sits up with his jaw dropped just like the book he was reading before. He can't believe what he just heard, but he's waiting too stunned to even react. Kyle starts blushing and sweating all of a sudden because he does understand what the hell just happened between him and Ursula. With everything he just saw, he realizes that the kids around here must really be mature mentally, especially since Ursula is already thinking about marriage when she's only just 12 years old herself. Once she's outside his room, he begins to recall what she said during their conversation. Kyle remembers her saying that she would be beautiful when she grows up. But he finds this a little puzzling because as far as he's concerned, she's already really pretty. Judging by what she told him, it simply means that she'd even be more stunning when she grows up, and that's something that makes Kyle smile with red cheeks for some reason. Maybe it's because he actually has a crush on her but is too shy to admit it. Anyway, this good feeling inside of him ceases all of a sudden when he remembers that Ursula mentioned her mother. Ursula originally came from the noble Helheim Baron family, and things were going really great for the girl until they weren't. After her family collapsed, their rank was downgraded, and this led to her being sold into slavery. Ursula's father and brothers are dead, but her mother and younger sister are said to still be alive. Unfortunately, nobody knows where they are now. With all of this in mind, Kyle figures that Ursula must be curious too, but he also knows that she just doesn't want to say anything. This makes him wonder if the young girl isn't interested in finding the whereabouts of the rest of her family, or if she just feels too guilty to ask him for help. Right now, Kyle doesn't know what to think, but either way, he's sure that he'll need to look into it. A few days later, it's time for our boy and his travel buddies to head back home. We see Kyle waving goodbye to Count Frantel Neyron and his family in the Infellum estate from inside his carriage. He thanks him for everything and promises that they'll all meet again. They all bid him goodbye as well, and as his carriage speeds off out of the estate, Iris grumbles, wondering why Kyle is in such a hurry to go straight home. She clearly wasn't ready for him to go yet and claims that the young master could have stayed a couple more days with them. Hearing this, the Count teases his daughter, suggesting that she must have gotten really fond of the white-haired boy. He tells her not to be too upset though, reminding her that Kyle will be back in about a month to teach her magic after all. As you can imagine, Iris refuses to admit that she actually likes him. Instead, she just snaps at her dad, telling him that she is just mad because he didn't even teach her any magic before leaving. She's so upset by Kyle's sudden departure that she threatens not to even open the door for him the next time he comes over to their estate. The moment she says this, she feels a painful sting in her body, and you can already guess what's going on. Her father and brothers check up on her and ask what's going on, so she tells them that her stomach hurts. Her brothers are confused at the fact that she would suddenly start complaining about a stomachache out of the blue, but Count Frantel Neyron immediately realizes what exactly is going on. He recalls the contract that he gave Kyle and how Iris needs to always think thrice before getting upset, so he figures that this must be the penalty from the magic contract. When the purple-haired man realizes this, he quickly tells Iris not to get angry. He urges her to think 3 times and hold back the anger so that her stomach can stop hurting. Unfortunately, this girl hasn't learned her lesson just yet. She snaps at her dad once again, feeling that she has the right to be upset, but the pain just gets worse after this, and so she curses at the thought of the young master, calling him a jerk. While Iris is forced to endure the penalty for her stubbornness, our boy just enjoys the cool breeze on his journey home, and after a while, he can tell that someone is swearing with him in mind, and of course, he already knows who it is. Not too long after all of that, Kyle and his buddies return home from their little visit to Infellum. But upon their return, the young master receives extremely shocking news. Apparently, his eldest brother came looking for him while he was away, and that's not all, because Abel also brought grain from Infellum too. Abel visits his baby brother and the two have a chat as they take a walk around their estate. Kyle is really puzzled as to why the eldest son would buy grain from Infellum too. Like, how is it possible that they had the same idea at the same time? Our boy is so confused because he doesn't remember Abel mentioning anything about stockpiling for the Great Famine. Heck, nobody is even supposed to know about that besides the protagonist. During their walk, Abel reveals that he got a good feeling after hearing Kyle's story, and as such, he decided to buy some grain as well. At this point, the young master is curious to know how much grain his big brother bought, so he asks Abel, and the eldest son reveals a whopping amount. Kyle's mind is blown when he sees how much grain Abel went ahead to purchase, because it turns out that Mr. Smarty Pants over here decided it would be a good idea to buy 100 times the amount that Kyle bought. At this point, our boy is freaking out because such a decision would certainly have big consequences in the storyline. But Abel doesn't think there's anything wrong with what he did. In fact, he claims that he had a feeling that the more grain he bought, the better it would be. He's not even afraid that this would turn out to be a terrible investment, and assures Kyle that he won't blame him if he loses money after everything. In response, the young master makes it clear that he's not even worried about that either. The truth of the matter is that they can't even lose in this situation, because they're only going to end up making a fortune when the famine hits. With everything our boy has seen so far, he's come to the conclusion that Abel is just one of those people that always wins the lottery. They're just lucky without even trying, and things just fall into their lap. Abel doesn't seem to understand why he said that, but admits that he's never tried to win a lottery since it's an extravagant hobby for his status. Hearing this, Kyle can only think about how the eldest son wouldn't even need to play since he was born into wealth. And soon, he's going to make a fortune, which just makes our boy extremely jealous of Abel's foresight. While the brothers are discussing, the scene shifts to the training ground, where we see that someone is in the middle of some serious training. From the look of things, it's an experienced swordsman, and it doesn't take long for us to see that it's the Marquis himself. The guy might be getting old, but that doesn't stop him from keeping fit. Anyway, his intense sword practice is interrupted when Kyle suddenly enters the room with towels, asking his old man if he called for him. Rimton Sultarian is surprised that he didn't sense when Kyle entered, even though he actually did call for the boy. The Marquis thanks his son for the towels and asks him how his trip to Infellum was. In response, our boy quickly reveals that it was good, admitting that Count Frantel Neyron treated him really well during his stay at the estate. Kyle claims that he has a really comfortable stay, and of course, his father is happy to hear that. Rimton takes one of the towels to wipe the sweat on his face, and then reveals that he even just received a letter from Count Neyron. In the letter, the purple-haired man apparently mentioned that Kyle would be teaching his daughter Iris magic. Our boy confirms this, stating that their paths crossed during his time at the estate, and explains that things just turned out that way. As you can imagine, Rimton Sultarian has heard some things about Iris Neyron, and he's not completely comfortable with all the rumors. He's about to tell Kyle something unsavory about that family's daughter, but then remembers that his own son was a menace a while back, so he casually tells the young master that Iris is unique. Hearing this, Kyle already understands what his father is trying to say. He remembers some of the things he had to endure from the purple-haired girl and just laughs nervously. He's a bit surprised that his dad knows what Iris is like. The Marquis doesn't think their contract is a bad idea, and admits that it would even be a good experience for Kyle in some ways. That being said, he encourages his youngest son to teach the girl well, and our boy promises to do his best. Once that part of the conversation is over, Kyle curiously asks if the Count mentioned anything else in his letter. Hearing this, Rimton is a little uncertain, so he thinks hard about it, wondering if there was anything else. It doesn't take long for him to remember something, and it's a surprise that he even forgot an issue like that in the first place, because it turns out that Count Neyron talked about Kyle getting engaged to Iris. Well, the reason Rimtan didn't give it too much thought is because everyone knows that the Saltirian family doesn't have a tradition of early engagements. In other words, the Marquis probably already dismissed any arrangements of that sort, and that's why he didn't even mention it before. Neither the eldest son nor the second son have been engaged yet, so it doesn't make sense having the youngest son begin engaged before his elder brothers. Kyle is pretty relieved when he hears his old man say all of this, and admits that he thought the same thing, especially since he still has a lot of things to learn before even thinking about marriage or engagements. Our boy remembers that he fell behind during his illness, so now that he's fully recovered from Hermimue, he feels that he needs to catch up quickly, and to do this, he'll need to put in all his time and focus into his studies and training. That being said, he figures that there's no time for talks of engagement and marriage. After explaining his concerns, he asks his father if he can handle the issue of Count Neyron's engagement proposal on his own end. He doesn't want to be involved in such discussions even if he's just trying to shut it down, and the Marquis completely understands, so he agrees to take care of it. Kyle thanks his father, feeling relieved that he won't be pestered about engagements anymore. The Marquis seems about done with his training, so he starts walking away. But before leaving, he calls out to his son and informs the boy that he never had any intention of forcing him into a political marriage. The young master is taken aback by this statement from his old man, so he expresses his subtle confusion, and Rimtan reveals something to him. He claims that even though Kyle's mother and him were never officially married, it wasn't because of her lower status. You can literally see the pain and vulnerability in the man's eyes as he confesses this to his son. He tells Kyle that his mother never wanted a formal marriage, and in a flashback scene, we get to see how the conversation went down between Rimtan and Kyle's mother when she was pregnant. In this scene, she tells the Marquis that she doesn't need a formal marriage, claiming that she's happy with the way things are between them. Rimtan, on the other hand, wants them to get married officially, so he assures her that he doesn't care if she's from a lower background. As far as he's concerned, there's no problem with her becoming a concubine, and he's even gotten approval from the retainers, so there's nothing stopping them. At this point, the man is desperately trying to convince her, but Kyle's mother isn't having any of it. She knows that he's got everything in place for them to get married, but she just can't get herself to go along with it because she was the late Marchioness's maid. Apparently, Abel's and Adolph's mother passed away and Kyle's mother was her maid, so now she doesn't want to marry the Marquis because she feels that she would be betraying her late mistress. She feels way too guilty to marry Rimtan, and she also feels that their union would be wrong to the two young masters, Abel and Adolph, who just lost their mother. The woman makes it clear that she does need a formal title and informs Rimtan that her first son, Duke, and her unborn child at the time, who is actually Kyle, are enough for her. She's content with just the Marquis' love for him and her children, so she asks Rimtan Saltarian if he will protect them. The man is taken aback when she asks him this question, but she just asks him once again if he'll protect her and her children, so he promises to do so. Rimtan Saltarian assures her that he loves her and her children, and after the story, the Marquis concludes by telling Kyle that he and his mother loved each other very much. In essence, what he's trying to say is that when choosing a spouse, one should always consider the family's interests as well. Rimtan feels that there's no need to worry about status or background. With this in mind, the Marquis admits that he hasn't done much for Kyle until now, so he promises to support the young master in whatever he wants to do moving forward. The man vows to support our boy in everything he does, and judging by the look in his eyes, you can see that he means every word of what he just said. Kyle is taken aback when he sees his father like this, and he can tell that the man is feeling guilty, which he finds surprising. It's a big surprise for Kyle because all this while, he has always assumed that the Marquis doesn't have any fatherly feelings, but right now, it's starting to look like he was wrong. But then, he feels that feelings aren't all that's behind Rimtan's sudden change of heart. If the youngest son, who is far from succession, marries the daughter of a powerful family to gain more power, it could conflict within the family. The protagonist is convinced that Rimtan is someone who values family above everything else, and so he wants to avoid trouble until the succession is fully stabilized. With this in mind, Kyle concludes that this is just Rimtan's typical way of reasoning, so he understands completely but pretends not to understand all the complexities behind his father's motive so that he can remain the harmless youngest son for a little longer. The conversation comes to an end and Kyle politely excuses himself to return to the library. As our boy leaves the scene, Rimtan thinks about how Kyle cleverly avoided talking about his mother Aisha, and it all seems strange to him, especially since the boy doesn't even refer to him as father. At this point, Rimtan feels sad again, and that's when he opens the locket around his neck to reveal Aisha's picture. He wonders if she resents him as well because it's pretty obvious that Kyle doesn't really see him as a father. Elsewhere, we catch up with our boy taking a walk down the hall, and it appears that the Marquis isn't the only one deep in thought. Kyle remembers what his father said back in the training ground about how he's not done anything for him until now, but how he's willing to support him completely henceforth. This train of thought is interrupted suddenly when Kyle remembers that he didn't mention anything about the spoils from the dungeon. He got distracted when talking about his mother and older brother Duke. It feels weird to go back to talk about it now, so he's not sure what to do. He already told Leonhardt not to mention anything about the dungeon to his father before him, but he's not sure who the knight is more loyal to between them, so he can't trust Blondie to keep his mouth shut around the Marquis. At this point, Kyle is ready to face whatever happens if Leonhardt goes on to tell his father about it first. He rushes to the library but bumps into Duke, his mother's first son and the Marquis's third son on the way. What a coincidence that they'd meet shortly after talking about him. Kyle notices that Duke is a lot taller than the last time they met, and it makes him start thinking. Even though the guy is only 2 years older than our boy, his physique is a lot better, which is probably thanks to knight training at an early age. He heard that Duke even became a lower rank knight recently, which is pretty impressive. The older brother in question suddenly asks Kyle what he's doing in the main, proving that he's not really involved with the happenings in the mansion. Duke doesn't know that the confinement has been lifted, so our boy breaks the news to him, revealing that he was recognized for his contributions to the subjugation squad. Unfortunately, Duke doesn't trust Kyle at all, so he's not buying any of this. He's convinced that the boy is plotting something again and pretending to be all grown up. Hearing this, Kyle is just surprised that Duke is the one saying this when he's no saint either. Apparently, Duke really hates his younger brother Kyle, who is currently 2 years younger than him. This explains why he's being so mean to our boy right now. The reason for this hatred is the fact that Duke actually believes their mother Aisha died early due to the stress Kyle caused her when he was still a problem child. In a flashback scene, we get to see the night that Aisha passed away. It looks like Duke was the first to find out because he's kneeling beside her bed and bawling his eyes out into the sheets as his mother lies lifeless there. His sobbing is suddenly interrupted when Kyle barges into the room. The rude boy enters the room wondering why it's so quiet when he's arrogant. At this time, Kyle is still the arrogant prick everyone knows him as, and he has no idea that his mother is dead. He feels that she should be jubilating now that he's back home rather than lying there quietly. That's when Duke informs him that their mother has passed away, and of course, this leaves Kyle in a state of shock. But it's not for the reason you would think. He looks dazed at first, like someone completely heartbroken, which is what you'd expect from a person who just heard that his mother is dead. But then all of a sudden, a sinister smile appears on his face as he starts laughing. Kyle jokes about how he's surprised that his mother died before him, claiming that he always thought he'd be the one to die first. As you can imagine, Duke doesn't take this very lightly, and the moment he hears Kyle joking about their mother's death, he grabs the white-haired brat and slams him into the wall. Duke calls Kyle a bastard because he can't believe that the boy would say such things when all their mother did was worry about her delinquent son all the time. Unfortunately, nothing anyone ever did was enough to make the spoiled brat change, and as such, it led to their mother's untimely death. Duke is incredibly heartbroken right now, and that's not the only emotion he's feeling because his entire body is boiling with rage. He grips Kyle's clothes tightly like he's ready to rip them apart and starts lashing out at his younger brother, scolding him for how he kept causing trouble non-stop. For as long as they can remember, Kyle has been involved in one form of trouble or the other, from fighting all the time to stealing money from the house so he can have fun outside. The youngest son of the Salterian household has been at pain in everyone's butt, especially their mother Aisha. The poor woman was constantly stressed out because of her troublesome child till she got sick after a while, and the same boy who was responsible for her illness didn't even have a clue how serious it was because he was just too busy making more trouble. The only person who seems to have really cared about Aisha is Duke, but even he wasn't able to save her, and now that she's gone, he blames Kyle for what happened. With tears in his bloodshot eyes, he screams at his younger brother, telling him that their mother's death is all his fault, and as far as he is concerned, Kyle is the one who killed her. At this point, it seems that the harsh words might have finally gotten to the delinquent, and it appears that he's finally starting to realize the gravity of his actions. In his rage, he snaps at Duke and shoves his older brother away as he tells him to let go. As pained as he is, he refuses to take the blame for their mother's death, but since Duke insists that it's all his fault, he decides to throw some blame on someone else. The ungrateful brat starts throwing a tantrum, asking Kyle to remind him who is responsible for his terminal illness. Kyle claims that his mother is the one to blame for his condition because she was the one who gave birth to him in his wretched body. This makes Duke even more furious, as if making their mother so sick that she died wasn't enough. Kyle has the balls to blame her for his sickness, and this is something that his older brother refuses to accept. So while the brat is throwing his tantrum, Duke shuts him up with a mean right hook to the face. Aisha's first son refuses to stand there and watch the little monster speak ill of her, so he punches Kyle in the face to shut him up, and it's safe to say he does a good job too. The white-haired boy falls to the floor immediately and stays down for a while, confirming that the hit did some real damage. While Kyle is still on the floor trying to catch his breath, Duke spits some more harsh words at him, claiming that he's even worse than an animal. Apparently, this is something he's been wanting to say for a long time, but he just held it in all this time because their mother was alive and wouldn't like it. But now, she's gone, and he blames Kyle for it, so he couldn't hold back anymore because he's reached his limit. That being said, he turns his back on the young master and states that he doesn't have a brother like Kyle. Duke walks away, practically disowning Kyle and leaving him there to suffer the pain and hurt of being all alone once again. This flashback finally comes to an end, and our boy is just left speechless afterward. He just got to see a very painful part of Kyle's memories, and he now understands why Duke hates him so much. The protagonist completely understands the dynamic between the two brothers, and he can't even blame Duke for resenting the young master after seeing how Kyle reacted to their mother's tragic death. Nevertheless, he's got to work things out and he's determined to fix things even though it's not going to be an easy conflict to resolve. Back in the present, Duke continues to lambaste him, claiming that he doesn't believe his evil younger brother has really changed. He scoffs at the idea of Kyle finally being mature and claims that he knows the boy's rotten nature better than anyone else. That being said, he furiously orders Kyle to get out of the mansion and return to the annex, telling him to never show his face in the main house again. It's pretty clear that Duke is ready to make his life a living hell at this point, and sure, the big brother has every reason to feel this way. But even so, our boy can't stand being treated like this right now. So, he refuses to take Duke's orders and responds to his threats. He starts by telling his older brother that it's going to be difficult for him to stay away from the main residence, and this leaves Duke pretty confused. As far as he knows, Kyle was banned from the main house and confined to the annex, so he doesn't get what the white-haired boy is talking about. After expressing his confusion and evident irritation, Kyle calmly walks up to him and explains once again that the head of the family already lifted the house arrest, which simply means that he's been granted access to the main house again. That being the case, he asks Duke to tell him what authority he has to override the Marquis's order. The protagonist knows that Duke is pretty stubborn and determined to make things hard for him, so he intends to use mind games to suppress the older brother. With this in mind, he asks Duke if he thinks that he's superior to the head of the family, and of course, the boy is left speechless. Duke's rage builds up at this point because he can no longer do what he wishes to Kyle due to their father lifting the ban. He can't force the young master to leave the main residence, so all he can do is just get mad. He clenches his fists as his blood begins to boil, and then he calls Kyle a piece of trash, right before going in with a punch, not like he did after their mother died. Duke takes a big swing at our boy and Kyle doesn't even see it coming because of how fast it is. Thankfully, he doesn't get hit because Adolf suddenly appears out of nowhere to stop Duke. The second son grabs Duke by the hand to stop the attack and then tells the third son to let it go, at least for now. As you'd expect, both boys are shocked to see Adolf all of a sudden, especially Kyle, who realizes that the second son just saved him from getting a black eye or something. He wonders where Adolf came from all of a sudden, and while he's at it, the shady second son taunts Duke, telling him that he should not hit his younger brother, especially not in their father's main house. After Adolf corrects him, he feels pretty disappointed, but he immediately apologizes for his behavior just to let peace reign. Unfortunately, Adolf is a professional instigator, so he prefers to spice things up a bit by telling Duke he should apologize to Kyle, and not him. As you can imagine, this is exactly the kind of thing Duke would hate, so he makes it very clear that he cannot apologize to Kyle. Adolf is pretty taken aback when he hears this, and before he can even say anything in response, Duke excuses himself. Aisha's first son says this and then storms off, leaving our boy pretty dumbfounded. He quietly watches Duke make his way from him. Adolf is also pretty amazed by the attitude he just witnessed and starts to think about who the guy takes after with that level of stubbornness. Hearing this, our boy can already see what the second son is playing at, and he has to admit, Adolf's timing is perfect. He figures that the blonde schemer has been watching their conversation for a while because it's not possible that he suddenly appeared just in time to save him from getting punched in the face. Anyway, that aside, Adolf starts checking up on Kyle, asking him if he's hurt in any way at all. He reveals that Duke wasn't always like this before, and Kyle immediately confirms that he knows already. The young master admits that he made a lot of mistakes in the past, claiming that he understands why Duke doesn't trust him anymore. After explaining this, Kyle attempts to end the conversation by walking away, but the second son quickly grabs him by the shoulder and coldly whispers in his ear that he trusts him. It looks pretty creepy, but Kyle doesn't think of it that way, so it makes him a bit relieved. He figures that this is the reason Adolf has been watching him all this time, so he thanks his older brother for trusting him. At this point, Adolf figures that it's time for Kyle to know that he's been teaching Duke swordsmanship of late. He admits that he's been teaching the third son, but even after a while, he's come to the conclusion that Duke will remain average no matter how much he trains. As far as Adolf is concerned, the boy has a limit when it comes to aura talent. On the other hand, the young master is a wizard who overcame Hermimu, so the second son believes that he's on a completely different level from an ordinary guy like Duke. That being said, Adolf suggests that it would be way more fun for him if was teaching someone like Kyle instead. After bringing this idea forward, he assures the young master that he can send Duke away if he's being a pain in the butt. Hearing all of this, our boy just remains stuck on the fact that Duke is learning swordsmanship from Adolf. He's also really surprised to see that he's being compared to his older brother to score points, and it makes him laugh at the back of his mind because he didn't think that the guy envied him that much. Anyway, our boy finally responds to Adolf's idea, reminding the second son that he's still just a first circle mage and explaining that he still has a lot to learn when it comes to his magical abilities. Kyle politely and cleverly declines the proposal and then quickly tries to escape to the library. Adolf can clearly see what he's trying to do, but he's not that desperate, so he lets the young master off, scoffing at the idea of Kyle needing to learn a lot. The white-haired boy makes it to the end of the hallway before sneaking a glance at the second son, and that's when he sees Adolf still standing there staring at him. Kyle is really curious because he doesn't understand why Adolf would be teaching Duke swordsmanship when everyone knows that the third son has ordinary talent. Adolf is definitely not the type to take care of his younger brothers attentively, so our boy is certain that he wouldn't go through all this trouble just to provoke him. In the original storyline of Fantasy Defense, Duke didn't survive after the rebellion and he never comes out alive no matter the route. This makes him wonder if Adolf was the one who dealt with the third son every single time, and if that's the case, it makes Kyle really curious. Our boy doesn't know exactly what's going on, but he's sure that something fishy is going on, and he has a feeling that there might be a secret about Duke that he doesn't know even now. While Kyle is busy starting his new mystery adventure, the scene shifts to a peaceful area in the outskirts of the town. From the look of things, this is where the commoners live, as there are no big fancy houses around. Just small cozy cabins near the water. The place has a tranquil feel to it, with the cool wind blowing all over and the beautiful flowers scattered around. Anyway, the reason we've been brought over here is because a family blonde knight came all this way. Leonhardt took a little trip to this part of the town for some kind of report, and now it looks like he's done with it. For some reason, he's also got a box in his hands, and I guess we're going to find out why soon enough. In a flashback, we get to see when he was given the task. Just as our boy suspected, Leonhardt goes to meet his father to update him on the events that took place during their time away. The Marquis is pleased to hear that Kyle conducted himself well in Infellum and confirms that the knight's report aligns really well with what Count Neyron wrote in his letter. After confirming the events that took place at the Infellum estate, the Marquis asks Leonhardt if anything else happened on the way there or back. Of course, this question puts the bodyguard in a really tight spot, because now he'd either have to lie to his master or betray Kyle's trust by telling Ramton about the dungeon hunt. He starts sweating at this point, not sure what to do, and he immediately recalls that the young master told him to keep the dungeon and loot a secret. After some contemplating, Leonhardt tells Ramton that nothing happened, claiming that a few low-level monsters appeared and that was all. He claims that the monsters weren't a real threat, and the Marquis is relieved to hear this. That being the case, he asks the knight to keep watching over Kyle, admitting that he always feels at ease knowing that the young master is always by his side. Back in the present, Leonhardt thinks back to his conversation with the Marquis and realizes that he prioritized Lord Kyle's orders over the family heads for a moment, and as you can imagine, he's not really comfortable with that. He is afraid that he's done a bad thing, and while he's still deep in thought, he's suddenly drawn back to reality when someone calls out to him. The person refers to him as Leon, suggesting that it's someone familiar with him, and when the knight takes a look to see who it is, he's surprised to see that it's his father. Judging by the fishing rod in his hand, the knight's father is a fisherman, so it's not a surprise when the man and his son do some fishing while they catch up. The man asks Leonhardt how long he's staying this time around since he's currently on his break. In response, the knight reveals that he has about half a day to spend with him. Of course, the old man isn't really pleased to hear this. He feels that it's such a shame since this is the first time he's coming home in about half a year. As such, Leonhardt promises to come as often as he can moving forward, knowing that his family misses him a lot. Just then, the man reveals that he's heard the rumors of how the young Master Ra's finally matured, so he's really curious, and would like to know if it's actually true. Hearing this, Leonhardt confirms the rumors, and as he touches the sword Kyle gave him, a smile creeps up on his face because he truly believes that the third son of the Marquis is now a responsible young man. Leonhardt claims that he never expected to be Kyle's bodyguard for so long. It was supposed to be a short-term one-off arrangement, and the knight planned to finish his guard duty really quickly, and then return to the Salterian Knights so that he could further his career. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and now he's been the young master's personal guard for longer than he imagined, and he also has no idea if that will ever change. His father can see the uncertainty and disappointment in his eyes, so he asks Leonhardt if he's changed his mind recently. He wants to know if his son no longer has plans to return to the Salterian Knights, and when the blonde swordsman hears this question, he realizes that he doesn't even know the answer. Leonhardt admits this, looking pretty lost, and suddenly, another memory begins to play back in his mind. In this scene, we get to see what happened one night during his journey with the young master. They had stopped their trip to rest for the night, and after starting a fire, Kyle and Leonhardt stayed up to keep watching and have a little chat. Our boy admits that he always wanted to get Leonhardt a new sword, and Blondie is surprised to hear this. So, Kyle suggests that the sword he's been using was too weak for him because it couldn't hold the aura of an advanced expert knight. As far as Kyle is concerned, the sword would have broken if Leonhardt ever poured his full strength into it, and he also feels that this is the reason the knight always had to restrain his aura when using it. Of course, this is all very true, but the guard is taken aback because he has no idea how the young master knew about it. He asks Kyle how he knows all this, so our boy reveals that he's done a bit of studying, since a mage needs to know the basics of aura as well as magic. Well, that's the reason he gives, but the truth is that he learned most of it while gaming. The point of the whole thing is that Leonhardt has needed a new sword for a while now. Kyle has known this for a long time, but because Leonhardt was his guard, he missed the opportunity to earn one for himself through merit. The Blondie is speechless when he hears this because it's pretty true. Kyle feels guilty about it, so he gives the guy a new sword. And now that he's given him one, it's one less worry for him. Leonhardt doesn't know what to say to all of this. He's taken aback because he doesn't even understand why Kyle is being so nice to him all of a sudden. He is grateful for it, but also tells the young master that he doesn't need to worry about things like that. Hearing this, our boy is a little confused because he feels that he should actually care about it. That being said, he reminds Leonhardt that he is his knight. These words ring in the guy's head and are left speechless because even the Marquis has never called him that. Nobody has ever referred to him as a personal knight, and it reminds Leonhardt that Ramton has many loyal aides who have been by his side since his youth. Because of this, the blondie has always felt like some kind of outcast among them. He doesn't think that he can even fit in among them. Whether it's skill or bonds with the master, Leonhardt doesn't believe that he measures up in any way. The blonde knight tells his father all the things he's feeling, and the old man just advises him to do as he wishes. He's shocked to hear this, and so his father reminds him that he's always been the type of person to always see things through once he sets his mind to something. He's confident that Leonhardt will make the right choice because he remembers that this was exactly how it was when his son first joined the order. Even though their family is nominally a baronet house, they were only noble in name, and as such, they couldn't afford a proper swordsmanship teacher for Leonhardt. It was clear that the odds were stacked up against him. But even at that, he still took the entrance examination all by himself when he was 15 years old. He got accepted into the order, of course, and did it all on his own. After stating all of this, the old man tells his son that he probably already knows what he wants in his heart but just hasn't realized it yet. Hearing this, the knight is left in a state of uncertainty as he begins to ponder deeply on what his father just told him. The old man tells his son not to worry about their family, suggesting that the Marquis isn't the type to demand repayment from him. Besides, he's not the only knight that the master has after all, and Leonhardt simply explains that it's a complicated feeling. Nevertheless, he has a strong feeling that his father is correct, and this gives him some sense of relief after a while. He goes back to fishing and thinks about how he's the only knight that Kyle has right now. All of a sudden, it's like he's finally gotten the answers he's been looking for, and at the same time, a big fish suddenly starts splashing around in the water right in front of him. It turns out that his old man just caught it, and judging by the way it's moving, the fisherman can already tell that it's a big one. At this point, he gives Leonhardt the rod, telling him to reel in the catch with all the strength he's got, and of course, the knight gets right to it. Later that night, we catch up with our boy who's currently having a chat with the second son. Adolf seems to be more interested in the young master than ever, so when he hears that Abel came over to try and recruit Kyle, he's extremely furious. The guy freaks out and asks the boy if he accepted the offer. He is so pissed that the boy is only just telling him about this at this time, but he calms down when Kyle assures him that he turned down Abel's request. The clever protagonist tells Adolf that he wouldn't have even mentioned it to him if he had agreed to join Abel. This is what he tells the second son, but deep down, he knows that some other people like the librarian already believe that he's on Abel's side. Kyle tells Adolf that he was surprised Abel would suddenly reach out to him after a long time. He reveals that the eldest son had never spoken to him before then and claims that he finds the guy a bit scary. He also claims that the huge age gap between him and the eldest son might be a problem for him, so all of this just suggests that he doesn't like Abel. Hearing all of this, Adolf is still pretty pissed that the eldest son would go behind his back. He tells the young master that Abel couldn't have approached him without a hidden agenda and claims that he's not surprised though. The second son states that his big brother has always been like this, suggesting that Abel would not have bothered talking to Kike if he didn't think that there was something big in it for him. Adolf tells Kyle that this is how Abel sees him learning magic at the moment, and presumes that the eldest son is currently playing the nice big brother card all of a sudden when he never even cared if the young master existed. The second son is absolutely furious at this point because Abel is getting in the way of his plans, so now he decides to make Kyle see the guy as a horrible person. To do this, he starts by reminding the boy that his eldest brother never even looked his way when he was sick and on the verge of death. As far as Adolf is concerned, Abel is a shameless guy, and this is exactly how he wants Kyle to see him too. Hearing all of this, Kyle cleverly plays along, making the second son believe that he's on his side still. Of course, Adolf sees the look in the boy's eyes but doesn't realize the game he's playing, so he falls for it, and becomes confident that Kyle is still on his side. He was afraid that Abel had stolen the kid from him, but after his little expository rant, he's certain that the boy belongs to him now. His army took a really big blow after the 5th Legion was wiped out, and with Baron Jerome's death still causing lapses, he can't afford to lose any more strength, and that includes Kyle. As such, Adolf is determined to keep the young master between his fingers, knowing that he can't let such a powerful talent slip away from him either. Just like everybody thinks, he can see that Kyle is still a first circle mage, but he also knows that it's far better than having no magicians on his side. After all, there's a lot of potential for Kyle to grow incredibly strong, and he can already see that it's just a matter of time. While Adolf is putting his master plan together, Kyle just smiles at him with a knowing look, confirming that he's also thinking deeply about his own plans. He scoffs at Adolf's pathetic attempt to play saint and make Abel look bad. The second son claims that Abel didn't look Kyle's way when he was sick like he was any different at the time. Neither of the candidates for succession cared about the young master when he wasn't a tool for them to go stronger, and our boy is well aware of this. He can see that both of his older brothers are playing the same game, and while Abel's approach is pretty obvious, at least it just shows that the guy values him now. It's not like he's any different from his brothers though, since he's currently playing the same game with them. He's only trying to get them to like him because he needs their power and support as well. For his own survival, and to defeat the Dark Immortal who threatens the continent's safety, our boy needs the power of the Salterian family household, a house of swordsmanship. And for the sake of his family's survival, he needs to crush Adolf's ambition first. With this thought still in mind, he's suddenly interrupted by the second son who tells him about a rumor going around. Apparently, he got to hear that Abel purchased a lot of grain from Infellum, and it makes him wonder what the guy needs that much for. At this point, Kyle decides to play dumb and pretend like he doesn't know what Adolf is talking about. He admits that he bought some grain but claims that it was only for his magic research. That being said, he makes it look like Abel might be using the grain to research magic as well, but he also makes it obvious that it's a strange suggestion since the eldest son doesn't have a magic circle. At this point, the second son is onto our boy. He's carefully fishing for information from Kyle, but the young master is clever enough to see right through him. So, he assures Adolf that he doesn't know anything about Abel's huge purchase from Infellum. When he's unable to get any useful information out of the boy, he casually changes the topic, claiming that he's happy to see the youngest son focusing a lot more on his magic studies. With this in mind, he tells our boy to grow stronger so that he can help his big brother someday, and this pretty much summarizes his intentions for the youngest son of the family. Adolf gives Kyle a big book, most likely about magic, telling him to hurry up and study it so that he can be of help to him. Of course, our boy just keeps pretending to be clueless and thanks him for the book. Convinced that they're back on the same page, Adolf decides to take his leave, and after that whole encounter, the scene shifts. We see Ursula standing by a door with a really stern look on her face. It appears that she's found out about Daisy's spying around, so she confronts the blue-haired maid. Ursula asks her if she also looks down on her, and the senior maid gets defensive very quickly. She claims that she didn't willingly become Adolf's spy, revealing that she's only doing it because her family is being held hostage. She tells Ursula that Adolf is a terrifying person who is ready to use any means necessary to achieve his goals. Because of this, she had no choice but to follow his orders and do his dirty work. Ursula listens quietly to everything Daisy says, but then bluntly tells the blue-haired maid to never show her face in front of Kyle again. In response, Daisy claims that she would love to, and then tells Ursula that she's lucky, stating that the young master's maid doesn't have any family to hold her back. When she makes this statement, Ursula goes quiet for a while as she thinks deeply about it. She looks really sad all of a sudden, and while she's processing this, Daisy quickly runs off out of sight. After the spy is out of the picture, her glowing spiritual creature comes out to comfort her. Ursula looks over at Flappy and consoles herself, telling herself that she's not lonely since she is Kyle. The creature mumbles some gibberish to her, but of course she understands it. She interprets it and figures that Flappy is telling her to ask Kyle for help with finding the rest of her family. She considers the idea for a split second but then quickly shuts it down, feeling that it would be too difficult. She doesn't even know if they're still alive, and she doesn't want to be a burden to the young master any more than this. Ursula knows what happens to the women sold from that place. Their fates are practically sealed, and she knows that she would probably have met the same fate if she hadn't met Kyle back then. As the dark thoughts start to cloud her mind, she quickly removes them from her mind and encourages herself to become stronger because he saved her. Speaking of Kyle, the young master is currently in the middle of some training, and it looks like he's made another breakthrough in his magic. Right now, there's a huge flame floating right on top of the magical seal he created in his hand, and it looks like he's trying something out. The fire starts to grow rapidly all of a sudden until it almost touches the ceiling before it starts to whirl around the room. Ursula watches this from the back with her pet Flappy, and after a while, we see that our boy is actually working on his fire arrow spell. He casts the spell and a massive burst of flames shoots out of the seal and then takes the form of a big arrow speeding toward one of the training dummies. He unleashes this devastating blast, and the moment the fire arrows touches the target, it blows it up into smithereens. Kyle absolutely obliterates the target, and after seeing the magnitude, he's really impressed and satisfied with the result. He clenches his fist, feeling that it was a really good shot, and it turns out that this breakthrough also helped him out in more ways. The system sends him a notification, informing him that he is now at second circle magic level. Apparently, he's also achieved 100% proficiency in the fire arrow skill, which simply means that he's perfected the spell. As you can imagine, our boy is excited when he sees that he has mastered the fire arrow perfectly, because it's a pretty tough spell too. He's especially happy because he feels that this is really good timing for him to have achieved his second circle. Seeing that the young master has made the big breakthrough, she rushes to him, feeling really proud of him. She knows that he worked so hard on his magic training, so now that he's reached this milestone, she suggests that he finally has some rest. Unfortunately, he's not on the same page as her. Kyle tells her that he has no intention of taking a break and informs her that he still has things to do. Of course, the young girl is really confused when she hears him say this, because she has no idea what other things he could be referring to. She keeps staring at him in confusion, and that's when she notices the mischievous look on his face. At this point, he informs her that he's going to Prenis to recruit new talent. As you can imagine, this is a really big deal for multiple reasons, and this explains why Leonhard is absolutely against the plan when he gets to hear of it. He bluntly tells the young master that there's no way he'll allow that to happen, but we all know that Kyle is still just going to go ahead if he really wants to. To avoid things getting to that point, he first tries to understand why exactly Leonhardt is against the idea. He asks the knight what his problem is, and that's when Blondie tells him that Prenis is a no-go area. Anywhere else maybe, but the guard is strongly against going to Prenis. At this point, Kyle asks him why, so Leonhardt sternly suggests that he already knows the answer to that question. Judging by the look of defeat that suddenly appears on Kyle's face, it's pretty obvious that he knows exactly what his knight is talking about. While our boy is feeling guilty, Ursula just stands beside him looking absolutely confused. She doesn't seem to understand what the men are talking about, but Kyle knows exactly what Leonhardt is implying. Apparently, Prenis is like the Las Vegas of fantasy defense virtual world. The place is notorious for drinking, auctions, gambling, prostitution, and casinos. In other words, Prenis is a city of endless entertainment and pleasure, which makes it the worst place for a young mage trying to focus on his talents, and Kyle is well aware of this. By the standards of the world he used to live in, Prenis is practically a forbidden city for minors. This explains why Leonhardt is not in support of the idea. He scolds the young master for even bringing it up, asking him if he's forgotten what happened the last time. It turns out that our boy already has some experience in the City of Sin, and Leonhardt reminds him how he gambled in the casinos and lost all his clothes the last time he went there. It was so bad that Kyle almost got sold at the slave market. If it wasn't for Leonhardt's intervention, he would have probably ended up a slave or dead, considering that he was terminally ill at the time. The Blondie was the one who saved him, and after that, Kyle swore that he would never gamble again. As you can imagine, the protagonist probably wasn't familiar with this story before now, so now that he's been reminded of that experience, he's left speechless. He realizes that the karma is coming back to haunt him, but he's determined to turn things around, so he quickly comes up with an idea. He tells Leonhardt that he's not going to have fun in Prenis this time around, claiming that he just has a quick errand to run at the arena. Unfortunately, this little idea backfires because the knight hates the arena even more than the casinos. He's pretty upset that Kyle is not satisfied with the casinos, because he thinks that the young master wants to start betting on gladiators now. Our boy is really confused when he hears this, and the knight simply explains that the arena is even worse. Blondie is really annoyed at this point because it's starting to look like the young talent wants to lose his way again. He's not going to sit back and watch that happen, however. After finally getting back on track, Leonhardt refuses to let the young master go to such a dangerous place again. That being said, he decides that Kyle should remain in the mansion for the time being. He wants the boy to stay indoors for now, or at least until he changes his mind. After making this clear, Leonhardt quickly leaves the room and slams the door behind him to make sure the boy can't leave. Unfortunately, Kyle doesn't look like he hasn't any intention of changing his mind. He screams for the knight to wait, but Leonhardt just ignores him, and after Blondie locks him inside, he explains that he needs to go to Prenis somehow. He didn't expect his bodyguard to be so adamant, so now he's not sure what to do. While he's thinking of a way out, Ursula, who is ready to help him, asks if she should start crying to get attention or if she should just put some medicine in the soup. These are both really mischievous ideas, so our boy is pretty taken aback when the girl suggests them. He senses something oddly different about Ursula's character and expresses his shock. The young master tries not to read meaning into it and just sighs in exhaustion instead. Kyle thought that the stubborn guy would be his biggest obstacle, but now he can't afford to waste any more time, so he comes up with a plan by himself. Apparently, our boy is currently trying to track someone down, and to do this, he'll need to visit Prenis. This is the only opportunity he'll have to track down the man's movements precisely, so he's not going to let the chance slip away from him. The person Kyle is after is Kim Gwai, also known as Saron, and from the picture we get to see, the guy looks pretty dangerous. Before moving any further, let's get a little backstory about the character that Kyle desperately wants to track down. For starters, Saron is the playable protagonist character of fantasy defense virtual game, and as the main character, he possesses really decent stats and potential. His default setting is that of a swordsman, and he can even advance in other skill trees. However, if you train Saron as the swordsman he was initially set to be, he exhibits what can be considered near overpowered performance. Our boy knows that Saron is already a proven force. That being the case, if he recruits the guy now, he'll be a huge help in subduing the dark immortal Catter in the game. But to do all of this, he'll need to first find out where Saron actually is right now. Well, it turns out that the valuable character is currently in the Prenis Underground Arena, the last place Kyle wants to go to. The scene shifts all of a sudden, and the next thing we know, we're at the arena just in time for Saron's next fight. The stands are filled with people who have come to watch the big fight, and judging by the cheers filling the air, it's safe to say that this is a really massive fixture. The organizer thanks the audience for waiting patiently, and then finally presents the undefeated champion of the Prenis Arena. Other fighters have already been placed in the arena with their weapons, but they still look really afraid of the man they're about to face. While they're shitting their pants, the host announces the entrance of the champion, who goes by Sword Demon in this arena. Sure enough, he's talking about Saron, and the terrifying orange-haired character comes out of his cage, looking like a soulless zombie. Some people in the stands are shocked to see that the so-called terrifying champion is actually a kid, so they begin to complain. One of the guys in the crowd is particularly disappointed that he paid money to come watch a scrawny little runt. On top of that, Saron would have to fight 3 fully grown gladiators, so he's convinced that the champion will lose. While he's nagging in the stands, the guy beside him immediately figures that it's his first time here. He clearly hasn't seen what the sword demon is capable of, so he doesn't get how things work in the arena. The regular at the arena then enlightens the newcomer, telling him that the orange-haired kid has climbed this far with just that sword in his hand despite looking skinny and weak. All those familiar with Saron find him terrifying, and rumor has it that his personality changes the moment he grabs his sword. All of this sounds a little far-fetched at first, but the rumors are quickly confirmed when a deadly glint appears in Saron's eyes. Right after that, the boy goes into kill mode and blasts himself toward the 3 fighters put up against him. The men seem to be familiar with the champion's method of attack, so when they see him charging at them, they immediately take to their heels. Unfortunately, there's really nowhere for them to run since they're all locked in the arena, so they're as good as dead in there. The sword demon catches one of them and makes him his first victim. The other 2 watch in horror along with the crowd as Saron slaughters the guy. He makes it very clear to them that they're not going anywhere, and after he's done with the first fighter, he looks over at the rest with a murderous glint in his eyes and asks, "Who's next?" Of course, neither of them wants to be next, so they start running in opposite directions. At this point, the champion decides to have a little fun with them and turns the fight into a hunting session for himself. He chases down the men who are trapped in there and kills them both with ease. After the fight, we see that his clothes are covered in the blood of his victims, and the entertained audience start cheering for him. The host confirms that the fight is over, and nobody is surprised to see that the sword demon added another overwhelming victory to his long list of feats. At this point, all those in the stands go wild. They're delighted that they got their money's worth and admit that the sword demon was as thrilling as always. They were really impressed by how he tore apart gladiators bigger than him when he has a really slender build himself. The audience can't get enough of Saron, so they all start chanting for him to kill more and spill even more blood. At this point, you can tell that the orange-haired kid is absolutely miserable. The darkness is starting to overwhelm him, but he just can't help himself because as far as he knows, this is the only life he can have. Saron doesn't really have a choice, because from the look of things, he doesn't even own himself. The arena owns him, so all he can do is keep fighting, keep killing, and keep enriching the evil men that have enslaved him. The dark thoughts become too much to handle after a while, but this doesn't stop the crowd from chanting the same things to him. Because of this, the boy suddenly has some kind of mental breakdown. He groans in agony as he drops his sword and falls to his knees in pain. As the evil chants continue, he just stares at the floor like a hopeless soldier. He looks like he would rather be dead, but this is the life he's forced to live. Later that night, we see that the sword demon has been locked up in his cage once again. His wrists and ankles are chained as well to make sure that he doesn't even consider escaping. That night, he's gasping for air and looks like he's breathing his last breath. Saron reaches for the gate, suggesting that he needs help. The 2 guys from the stands are currently in the dungeon. Apparently, they got a pass to meet the soulless champion in his den. The new guy notices that the kid looks like he's about to pass out, and he's afraid that the boy might die in the cage. However, the guy who's a regular at the arena just downplays it, claiming that Saron's body hasn't developed fully yet. He feels that this is happening because the boy moved so intensely during the fight, so he suggests that he'll recover if left alone. The new guy is shocked that anyone can recover from something like this on his own, which makes him conclude that the boy is an absolute monster. The 2 men make their way out of the dungeon, and the new guy is surprised that the sword demon is such a young kid, so he wonders where the arena found someone like him. In response, the regular admits that he has no idea, but he heard that the kid has been wandering from arena to arena, making him a boy with just no place to go. No one even knows if his parents died or if they abandoned him. The only thing Saron knew when he was found was his own name, and the new guy is surprised that even the sword demon has a name. At this point, the scene shifts back to our boy's room, where Kyle confirms that Saron is 13 years old, the same age as him. He tells Ursula that the guy is known as the sword demon in the Prenus underground arena and suggests that the dangerous swordsman will be a great asset for him. With this in mind, Kyle concludes that he has to get to the arena before Saron leaves so that he doesn't miss this to recruit the 4th member in his talent acquisition project. This panel marks the end of the latest chapter of this story. I pretty much rushed through the whole thing in big chunks as an experiment, and it was honestly a lot of fun. Of course, I'll continue to cover more of this story as more chapters get released, so you don't have to worry about missing out on anything. And now that we're caught up, it means I can probably take on another title to start covering in the same way. If you're excited for that, let me know in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, definitely consider leaving a like on it to boost the algorithm. This is all from me for today, and I'll see you all in the next one. Until next time.